Night silenced, the castle of the White Demon rises menacingly and bathes in moonlight. But he was destined not to sleep peacefully, but to become a witness to future bloodshed, since beautiful women do not forgive men for their mistakes. But not everyone understands this, and Chen Bai did not expect that such an unenviable fate would befall him. It was a shame to realize that one failure could cross out all those feats that the main character performed in the name of his mistress. He was so devoted to her, didn't he deserve another chance? He didn't deserve it because he was an ordinary, pathetic person who didn't even have the right to speak with the goddess. So he had to accept his punishment and, together with the castle, disappear into the darkness forever. And perhaps she was right and had reason to be angry, but Chen Bai did not want to part with his life. He clutched at it like a drowning man at a straw. But he was not able to compete with the goddess in strength, despite the fact that he successfully completed 100 tasks for her, and only made a mistake on the last one. But she did not forgive him for this mistake. But the guy couldn't come to terms with all this. He had to, but he couldn't. And what is better to do in such situations, correctly, to threaten? So he threatened with all the obscenities of this and that world. Erlos was not the least bit impressed, and it all sounded funny coming from a man who was being sucked into the quagmire of darkness. It was dark and scary in the quagmire of darkness. Time also felt different. It was unclear whether it was day or night. That was when the rollback started. And now Chen Bai is no longer in the timeless quagmire of darkness, but in a comfortable bed under a soft blanket with all the unpleasant memories in his head. And it was strange because the guy didn't die. Even though he should have, moreover, he found himself back in his university dorm and not in a castle in an unknown place. It was necessary to understand what had happened, so the guy frantically began to think about all the events that had happened to him. Involuntarily, he remembered the hourglass that had fallen into his hands 20 years ago, when he had just begun his long journey. It was the most amazing artifact of all that the main character had ever gotten his hands on. It did not break, no matter how hard someone tried to break it, and the sand was always at the bottom, even if they were turned over. But now everything has changed. The sand has started moving, which means time has been rewound, and it was necessary to understand what year it was. So today was June 5th, 2032, which means there were 10 days left until receiving the universal task. But in 10 days, history will repeat itself, and 90% of the inhabitants of the earth will die. But the guy will be lucky, and he will begin his long journey. And while he will be carrying out his task, people will begin to resurrect, only there will be nothing human left in them. Some will turn into zombies, the rest into other terrible evil spirits. They will overrun the cities, and the 10% of surviving people will not be able to hold back their onslaught with conventional, albeit powerful, weapons. Let the tragedy be great, but special abilities will awaken in some people, and magical weapons will be hidden throughout the world that could help in the fight against monsters. It is interesting that these weapons did not appear out of nowhere, but some items belonged personally to the gods of the new universe, who recruited strong servants into their retinues, who received certain privileges from their patrons. But here too, the main character was not particularly lucky because he was not a very strong guy, so he miraculously ended up under the wing of Erlos. That's why he went out of his way to please her, took on all the assignments, gave it his all. But it didn't help him. One failure wiped out decades of faithful service to the goddess. But that was in his past life. In this one, Chen Bai was not going to feel sorry for himself. He decided to become stronger. No, not just stronger, but the strongest. The one who could stand up to the gods. The one who would destroy Erlos. And to do this, you need to start pumping up your abilities now, although first you need to awaken them. In his past life, he had resistance to E-rank viruses, so in order to upgrade his ability, he must infect himself with a large number of different viruses. And it's best to do this in a hospital. The main thing is to find a person with a suitable illness. Bingo! In one of the wards there was a suitable specimen which came off the TV screen, practically a zombie, only it doesn't eat brains yet. And it's good that no one was guarding him. Otherwise, it would have been problematic to borrow some blood from him for myself. But there was no one. And in a few moments, the main character has a syringe full of purple blood. Now all that's left is to inject it into himself. If the theory is correct, he will awaken his ability. If it is wrong, he will die now. The choice wasn't that great, so, throwing all doubts aside, Chen Bai injected himself with zombie blood. He didn't want to be a weakling, to grovel again for the rest of his life. So even though it was painful now and his body didn't obey him, It was better to endure everything now and get a chance to develop than what he experienced in his past life. But even now, Erlos did not let him go. It was as if she was stretching out her hands to him, asking him to accept the darkness because, for such a pathetic person like him, this was the only chance to survive. And if he were his former self, he would have done the same. But not now. Not after the path he had traveled. He could not give up. He could not help but take revenge on the goddess. This determination did not allow him to give up. And although the guy looked scary and frightened his friends who unexpectedly returned, he seemed to have achieved the desired result. So, looking at himself in the mirror, Chenbai smiled because the zombie virus did not kill him. And at that very moment, he heard the voice of the universe, which congratulated him on his early awakening. Overall, Chenbai immediately became the king of the virus, SSS rank. The Virus King is the most powerful ability of the virus class. With its help, you can absorb, genetically modify, and even create your own viruses. The only problem is that the main character can only absorb viruses at a very close distance. He needs more viruses to quickly reveal his ability. And to do that, you need to find the perfect place, and so far the hospital was the best option, since there were a lot of different pathogens there. But as soon as he approached the hospital, he saw how the patients began to quickly run away because a real zombie was chasing him. They were very scared, and most of them thought that the end of the world had come, since a dead man had come to life in their quiet and peaceful city and started hunting for the living. But Chenbai was not afraid because he remembered several events from his past life. For example, after waking up, he heard that strange events had happened in Jiangcheng City, and one of them was the closed hospital. And if you think about it, then most likely he got to the right time in the right place, which means he can level up a little. And by and large, it is not he who needs to be afraid, but the zombie, because he is ready to fight and absorb new viruses. Therefore, having knocked one of the zombies to the ground, the guy activated the Virus King's absorption ability, which gives one virus upgrade point for strengthening. But 1 point is good, but on the other hand it is too little. The plus was that there were already enough zombies in this hospital, and therefore points, which he was going to take all for himself. But while the main character was dealing with the zombies in the hospital courtyard, in the toilet on the 4th floor, one of the workers was bursting into tears, realizing that the door behind which he had already been hiding from the zombies for some time would no longer withstand their onslaught, which meant that he was finished. The young man was in despair because he had nowhere to run, he could not fight, and that meant the time had passed to meet death, although he really did not want to. The worst part was that he was not alone in this booth, but with a girl, a nurse, very young and inexperienced, who was also crying, not knowing how to save themselves, whether there was a way out of this situation. Everything would be fine, but at that moment, Director Liu changed. Yes, he did not become a zombie, but he behaved worse than monsters, attacking the girl because he had been running after her for so long, and she always refused him. But if they were destined to die in a few minutes, then they could give each other a little warmth and affection. It was at this piquant moment that the door gave way, and Zombie burst into the booth, disrupting all the plans of the head doctor. But the man had no intention of dying, deciding that it was better to hide behind the girl than to expose his throat to the monster. And while the zombie didn't understand what had happened, the man decided that since it was the 4th floor, he could jump out the window and not die. But somehow, instead of the head doctor, a monster fell out of the window, who in theory should have been feeding on the nurse right now. Dr. Liu looked at all this with unseeing eyes, not understanding what just happened. How it happened that the monster fell out of the window instead of him. Oh, I haven't seen yet that a new character has appeared in the restroom, who threw the unfortunate monster out the window, not allowing him to feast on the girl. But he arrived rather late, because the zombie had managed to bite the girl and she had clearly begun to turn into a monster. Taking a closer look, the protagonist realized that the bite had happened quite recently, which meant there was time to save her and absorb the virus, preventing it from spreading throughout her body. True, he had to act quickly because soon the military would cordon off this place, so he needed a person who knew the hospital, who could get him out of here unnoticed, since he did not want to spend his days being interrogated. Therefore, the best option now was to absorb the entire virus that had entered the nurse's body, because there was a chance to prevent her from completely turning into a zombie, and therefore enlist her help in the future. The most amazing thing is that his plan worked, and the girl came to her senses, although he didn't really count on it. The nurse was very grateful to the young man for saving her, and she also remembered everything perfectly in the smallest details, which was undoubtedly good. Now Chenbai needed her help, and the girl was not against helping him, but she was embarrassed by her appearance. Her clothes were torn, and it would not hurt her to change into something whole and less embarrassing. And at any other time, the guy would have given her such an opportunity, but not now, because he was short on time, and he still needed to get to the place where the viruses were stored in the hospital, and the nurse had to take him there. And she did it. Only in this place, only patient samples were stored, and the main supply of viruses was in the laboratory, but what was upstairs should have been enough for the main character for his purposes. And then he mixed all the viruses he could find and started to absorb them. Because absorbing hepatitis for the first time adds 10 points, and flu adds 0.7 points, and herpes adds 9 points, and HIV adds 10 points. All in all, a good catch for the first time. After some time, the absorption ended, and the guy decided to use all the new viruses to strengthen the zombie virus that he had absorbed before. To do this, he first checked his feelings, identified the ancestor virus, the light and darkness virus, the zombie virus, the T virus, and the coconut virus, and realized that now was the most suitable moment to pump up his powers. So, the zombie virus evolves into a virus of light and darkness. The characteristics increase by 10 points. The ability to self-heal increases by 10 points 200%. In general, the core of the virus for its further development was successfully acquired. This virus is created for absorption and evolution. At this point, he was interrupted by a nurse who said that they had a problem in the form of a zombie at the door. And if the girl was scared, then Chenbai was absolutely calm and only asked the nurse to stand still and not interfere with him dealing with this problem. And although this zombie was fast and weighed about 75 kilograms, this was not a particular problem for the guy. Besides, he was going to try out his newfound abilities on this representative of the monsters, and just a second later he activated the evolutionary absorption. And 2 seconds later, there was not a single wet spot left on the zombie, as the guy sucked him completely into himself, thus restoring his strength. It looked really scary, but the nurse quickly pulled herself together and told the guy that if he didn't touch her, she wouldn't tell his secret because, after all, he saved her. It was the right decision for both the main character and the nurse. So they sealed their agreement with a handshake after introducing themselves to each other, and it turned out that the girl's name was Su Xin. But there was no time for further heart-to-heart talk because the military and police appeared on the hospital grounds, which meant they would cordon off the perimeter and kill all the monsters. And perhaps they would get it too if they did not leave the premises earlier. Therefore, the only idea that came to the guy's mind was an escape, for which he needed to get to the roof as quickly as possible. And perhaps they would have even managed to escape since the security forces had not yet reached their corridor. But a monster blocked their way. Chenbei managed to push Sushin away, but the monster managed to catch his hand with its claws. The guy was in pain, but he wasn't going to feel sorry for himself or give up without a fight, even if it was an unusual zombie, but some kind of mutant. And while the young man was thinking about how the darkness and light virus would develop if it devoured the monster, it decided it was time to eat and attacked him. But he missed as Chenbai deftly jumped over him. True, the mutant's reaction was also on point since he didn't even turn around until the end and attacked the man again. But the guy dodged this attack too, realizing that he and the mutant were equal in strength, which created certain problems for the further battle. The decision came quickly. Chenbai began to absorb another zombie, and with the energy that was formed in the process, he attacked the enemy. The blow was strong, but the mutant was also strong, so he did not die immediately. Moreover, as soon as the guy jumped back, the monster took a vertical position, going wild. It was all unexpected and unpleasant, and although the main character healed his wound, he clearly saw that he would have to spend a lot of effort and time to kill the enemy. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Su Xin put aside her fear and took out an axe from the emergency box to somehow help the guy. And even though she herself didn't have any special skills or strength, she was able to throw an axe to the main character, who obviously knew how to use it. And she was not mistaken. Chenbai deftly caught the weapon and was ready to deal with the mutant quickly because time was running out. It was difficult to count the number of blows the guy dealt the monster. He dodged, tried to counterattack, but the young man did not give him a break for a second. And everything was heading towards Chenbai winning. But at some point, the monster managed to get the hang of it and deal the man a strong blow. He even dropped the axe from his hands. It was so painful for him. At that moment, the guy realized that if the mutant pressed harder with his claws, he would rip open his stomach. And this time, death would grab him in its tenacious hands. Only with death, the young man was ready to argue for the second time, releasing the tentacles of his new virus which grabbed the mutant. And then the complete absorption of the monster began. Less than 10 minutes passed before the danger had passed, and not even a small piece of the monster's body remained. The absorption was obviously successful, moreover. The darkness and light virus mutated, and the guy acquired a new ability, claws. Still, the main character made the right choice and was extremely pleased with himself. But it was too early to rejoice because the military appeared on the floor and these guys didn't like to joke, and now it was necessary to play by their rules. And everything could have been like that, but the main character again decided to do things his own way, picked up Su Shin, and was about to run away. As expected, the military didn't like this, and shots were fired at the guy. The guy shot accurately and hit the main character several times, but he was purposefully moving towards the exit. And now they are already on the roof of the hospital. All that remains is to leave the completely guarded territory. This was not a problem for Chenbai, and after a while they reached the girl's apartment. She was even ready to give him first aid. But there was no need for this because the paths came out on their own, and the wounds healed. Su Shin didn't believe it, so she began to examine the guy and found no wounds on his body, although they definitely should have been there, although a small mark still remained on his hand. During the examination, the girl was cutely embarrassed, and Chenbai decided to tease her a little more. He liked the blush on her cheeks, so he offered to eat her to fully restore his strength. The effect was just right. The blush on the beauty's cheeks became brighter, although she understood that she was not in any danger, but the duality of the situation added a certain piquancy. True, this is where she was mistaken, because the young man was simply waiting for the right moment to bring his shameful fantasies to life. And Sushin herself wasn't particularly against it, especially after the hot touch of lips to lips. The love affair was pleasant and long-lasting. The main character reflected on the fact that strange events began to happen in his hometown even before the awakening. And the incident in the hospital was the first of a chain of incidents that shook the public. After this, in theory, there should have been a bombing in one of the city's districts, and then an invasion and a fight with monsters. The problem was that in his past life he was not particularly interested in these events. He knew about them, but nothing more. True, he was not the only one who was not interested in the details of these strange events. The rest of the city's residents, by and large, did not care either. The guy's head even started to hurt from thinking about it, so he called Sushin, with whom he had moved in together, when suddenly she told him that two guys with a gangster appearance had come to them and said that a certain Song Zikyong wanted to meet the guy. And it didn't look like a prank, so the main character was going to come home as soon as possible, but the guests had to wait for him outside. Chenbei knew who had come to him because Song Zikyong was Songge's mother, who persistently tried to win him over, and did not hesitate to use various methods to do so, even involving her mother this time. If so, then you can go visit the woman. Besides, she was not as simple as many thought. No one denied that the woman made herself, built a business, but not all of it was legal. In addition, after awakening, she received A-rank abilities, which allowed her to gain power, and after winning the competition, she became the recognized queen. And in his past life, the main character could only rely on her. But now events are developing according to a slightly different scenario, and if he manages to persuade this strong woman to his side now, then before the awakening, he will already have secured some privileges for himself. It was time to start negotiations, and if Mrs. Song understood perfectly well that she had not acted quite correctly when she brought the guy to her warehouse, then he was interested in why this had happened and what she wanted from him. As the guy had previously assumed it was in Songge, it turned out that the girl called her mother in a panic and asked her to find the young man who had disappeared in the hospital. And she found him, after all, as a loving mother. She cares about the tossing and turning of her child, so she needs to understand what is so special about the main character. But this was just a prelude. Madame Song was offering Chenbai to become her son-in-law if he and her daughter were in love. It sounded good, but Chenbai doubted that this was the purpose of his coming here. And he was right, because the woman did not hide the fact that she knew what he did in the hospital and would like to have such an ally. But this was already alarming because the guy remembered that he had destroyed all electronic sources of information in the hospital. So the question was how Ms. Song had figured him out so quickly. It wasn't difficult. Her people were keeping an eye on the young man. And the whole point is that she has her own eyes and ears everywhere. One of them is Ali, who was hiding in the hospital from the zombies, and told the lady that the main character killed all the monsters, and she is alive and well. It was this same Ali who filmed the main character and the nurse leaving the hospital. Overall, Madame Song was pleased with how the stars aligned, as she managed to find Liu Feng, who was well acquainted with Su Xian. At that moment, the guy remembered this man because it was he who first tried to rape the girl, then feed her to the zombies. But it turned out that trying to escape, he got stuck in the window. So it would be nice to kill this vile doctor, and for such a thing, it is necessary to know where the survivors in the hospital are. But Ms. Song was not going to reveal all her cards yet. But the main character had his own trump card, so he, showing his claws, told the woman that under such circumstances, she had better not insist that he become hers. Song Zikyung wasn't stupid, so she immediately realized that this was a mutation of the zombie virus. But this was not entirely true, although the main character could show and tell her everything, but only if she became his, and not the other way around. It sounded tempting, but you can't intimidate or win over a woman like that. And besides, the guy already has a young nurse at his side. Why would he need her? She's no longer a pretty girl. But here she was wrong, because everyone has both positive and negative sides, and only Mrs. Song, such a strong, beautiful, unapproachable woman, can help him on the threshold of the global apocalypse. Compliments are all well and good, but both the guy and the woman were business people, so she offered him her resources in exchange for his information about the future. Now that's a different story. The deal was made, and Chen Baiyu will now have to try hard to resist the queen. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted, but Mrs. Song managed to tell the main character that Commander-in-Chief Huang approached her yesterday and sent Commander Zhao for negotiations, after which they privatized part of her warehouses and placed zombies there, which they could not kill in the surviving people. And now the sounds of gunshots were coming from the direction of those very warehouses, but there were 5 zombies there at most, and they were guarded by almost an entire company, so what could go wrong? Now that was interesting, and Chen Bai was surprised because he didn't expect the military to understand so quickly that zombies slow down under the influence of low temperatures. But extreme conditions increase the risk of their mutation. And if you think about it, there are zombies here, there are refrigerators, and there are definitely military personnel, which means that a bombing from the future could happen here too. Everything was going more than well for the main character. He was almost shaking with anticipation. He was curious to see the zombie mutation, but no one else shared his enthusiasm, and the military tried to kill the monster. But even grenades thrown directly into the mutant's mouth did not help. He was too tenacious. Moreover, it seemed that the monster was only becoming larger in size and more aggressive. Obviously, the military's weapons weren't working, so Commander Zhao ordered his men to stall for time by any means possible and distract the monster until reinforcements arrived. At this moment, Ms. Song appeared in the arena and asked the man to stop firing and step aside. This was not part of the military's plans, but his firepower would not be enough to even scratch the mutant's skin. So the rational solution would be to retreat to more advantageous positions to preserve personnel. And it wouldn't hurt to get the warehouse workers and the surviving people out of the hospital, although the monster was too fast and controlled the entire perimeter. And while the woman and the man were talking, a real threat loomed over poor Lu Li. The girl could have died, but Chen Bai made it in time and attacked the mutant before he could harm the girl. The military had to drag her to a safe place while the main character dealt with this colossus. But he clearly wouldn't get far with brute force alone, so he resorted to claws and agility, which had never been done before. But even this attack did not particularly harm the mutant, and it was necessary to urgently come up with a new plan. True, nothing was invented, and the monster began to behave extremely strangely, not attacking the enemy, but breaking through the wall of the building. And he did it for a reason. There was meat stored there, and the monster wanted to eat. But Chen Bai got ahead of him because spending a valuable resource on a big guy would be a complete waste. It would be better to absorb everything himself. Resentment, that's what the monster felt when he realized that his prey had slipped away from under his nose. But the main character didn't care about the mutant's mental anguish because after the absorption, he not only restored his strength, but also increased his level, so he didn't feel sorry for his opponent at all. Besides, the guy had an advantage now, and he was going to use it while the monster didn't care about him and was looking for food. It was a great moment for a control strike. Chen Bai hit the mutant right in the head, at least in the part that was supposed to be it, after which he activated absorption, enveloping the mutant in black tentacles. Commander Zhao's life had clearly not prepared him for such an impossible performance, so he stood there like a statue and could only blink his eyes. The man couldn't believe his eyes because, logically, an ordinary person would not be capable of something like this. So he decided that he needed to kill both, the monster and the man, and the best way to do this was to correctly launch several cruise missiles at the target. And this could have been the case if it weren't for Ms. Song and her insistent request not to make the situation worse, since this guy is now saving Commander Zhao. But the military didn't care. 10 minutes later, they had the main character surrounded and were holding him at gunpoint. Moreover, Commander Zhao gave the order to reload the weapons and prepare to open fire. However, he hesitated, as he had promised Lady Song to restrain his impulses until the boy himself crossed the line and attacked people. This was not really part of Chen Bai's plans. He was busy absorbing, and everything was going quite well, because he was able to increase the initial level of the virus by 500 points. But this was only the beginning. A couple of minutes later, another function of the Virus King was unlocked, and now he could infect other people with the virus. Moreover, the Darkness and Light virus mutated, and now the hammer function was also available to the guy. Overall, the guy had mutated quite a lot, and the hammer felt quite strong. But trying it out now would have been too much of a pain, so he decided to hold off on it. But his main trophy for today was the mutant core. And it is not surprising, because it was a very valuable thing. With its help, you can build walls of flesh and blood that will expand infinitely, and also make a lot of different useful equipment. The guy even came up with a cunning plan in his head on how to check all of this. But Mrs. Song approached him, and he had to put it off until later. It was time to introduce Chen Bai to the girl he had just saved. The guy knew Li Lu in absentia because she was a rather popular journalist, and most likely his photos from the hospital were her doing. The girl did not deny this, after which she thanked the guy for saving her. Chen Bai wasn't even angry with her, and would have been very happy if she had given him the recording of him killing the mutant, although the journalist had most likely already deleted it. Although maybe there was a copy left, he would have to look for it. The conversation could have lasted longer, but Commander Zhao really wanted to ruin it. So he interrupted the lovebirds, saying that Mr. Huang was waiting for the guy on the couch, and he had better hurry up and tell them everything in detail about the incidents and about himself personally. He didn't want to go to the meeting because the guy couldn't forget the name of Huan Xinchu, just like him, because it was he who tested the awakened, and locked those who were weak in cages and treated them like cattle. But that was much later. At first he was fair, or at least seemed so, but the more time passed, the more he became intoxicated with his power. Chen Bai experienced this man's fairness firsthand. He worked every day without rest, and he was not even given much food. But even escaping from Mr. Huan was impossible. He called such a person a traitor to the homeland, and execution awaited him. True, by some miracle, the main character was able to leave the city. Remembering all this, the guy didn't want to go with Zhao to Huang, and Mrs. Song wasn't happy with this order either because she couldn't guarantee the guy's safety. Therefore, she decided to outplay the men, telling Commander Zhao to leave here in good health because he was not such a big shot that he could order her around and be rude, and if Mr. Huang needed her protege, then let him come here himself, they would probably wait for him. The man wanted to be indignant, but problems rained down on him one after another, and now a riot had begun among the surviving people in the hospital. And the most violent among them was Dr. Liu Feng. It was the doctor's bad luck to rebel just when Chen Bai was here. The guy really wanted to talk to him personally. There was no reason to deny him this pleasure, so they brought in an impudent doctor who immediately began to threaten everyone with the name of his father, the hospital's chief physician, Liu Huainong. Nobody had heard of Daddy and nobody had contacted him. And the doctor began to understand that something was wrong when the main character approached him. He didn't yet know that he had been infected with a zombie virus. And no one knew this. From the outside, it looked like the main character needed several answers to several questions, so to speak, nothing complicated or dangerous. True, he quietly conveyed to the man a fiery greeting and wishes for a speedy death from Su Xin, who almost died because of him. Liu Feng did not believe what he heard, and he did not immediately realize that he had begun to mutate and turn into a zombie, attacking people around him. This is exactly what the main character was waiting for. Now he could legally kill this man. True, the new zombie turned out to be strong, and the guy asked Mrs. Song to wait in a safe place, and as soon as he finished with everything here, he would report to her in all the details. But she wasn't going to leave so easily. Moreover, she would like to take their partnership in a slightly more interesting direction, and she could start with an informal approach. This scenario was entirely possible. Everything depended only on the woman. On that note, they finished their business at the warehouse and went to another place. Overall, Zikyung understood that she had invited the guy to lunch at the right time. That's right. Chen Bai also understood that luck was smiling on him. It would be even better if he received some other reward for killing the mutant. Opening the rewards panel, the guy saw that he had received 2 skill books. So the first skill was bloodthirstiness. However, this skill is unlikely to be useful to the main character, since the benefit from it was significantly less than the cooldown after its use. The second skill was skin growth, and also not very useful since it gives a lot of strength but practically zero dexterity. But on the other hand, they could and should have been held back because situations are different, and they can also be used, so it was necessary to think about allies. But here the 6 gold coins that he received for killing the mutant would come in handy. They could be used to organize the first chat. And if this is done now, then the people could be recruited in the most necessary way, because after the awakening, everything will become much more complicated. So the chat was created. Besides, the guy knew that this was only the first step towards his goal. He would rebuild his white castle and make Erlos his slave for all the good she did to him in his past life. But these were just plans for now. Now the guy was sitting on a soft sofa in Zeke Young's house, and the woman was digesting the information she had heard about the future apocalypse. Chen Bai, of course, did not tell everything he knew, but this should have been enough to gain an advantage in the future. But only he thought so. Mrs. Song went on the offensive. She wanted to understand the reasons why the guy came to her. Did he really want her to just work for him, and that's it? And all and not all at the same time on the one hand. He needed her strength and influence on the other hand. The woman had to become like a domestic dog, faithful to its owner. It sounded interesting, everything except the point about loyalty, but she had more than enough strength, wealth, and influence. This was for now, but after the awakening, Chen Bai knew very well that everything would change. And everything that the woman had now would not have much meaning later, because she could easily be made into a slave. This turn of events, of course, did not please Mrs. Song, but she did not see the difference between the main character, who offered her to serve him, and the people from the future who would also want to make a toy out of her. There was still a difference, even though the young man was stronger than the woman. He didn't care how she would live, as long as she would fulfill the responsibilities placed on her shoulders, that is, no one was going to deprive her of her freedom. The offer was tempting, and in fact the only normal one, so Lady Song swore allegiance to Chen Baiyu. He was pleased with the outcome of the negotiations. After all, this woman was useful, and he didn't want to lose such a resource. Yes, and the guy was not against getting to know her better, but before that she had to do something. So the woman sent Ali a message asking to send Lu Li home for a few days to rest. But first the girl must send them a video with Chen Bai, after which the assistant needs to find a person who will manage social networks about the guy on a permanent basis. The wish was a little strange, but what wouldn't you do for your beloved boss? Lu Li herself wasn't against resting, although she wasn't as tired as she had been the day before when she first encountered the zombies. Meanwhile, it was time for the protagonist to talk to Song Yi. The girl answered the call, but she was sure that she was talking to her mother and did not understand why she had to go back home. But it was clearly not her mother who was speaking to her, and Chen Bai was in no hurry to explain anything. But Song Ge had to come home immediately, since he had one important matter to ask her. If so, the girl did not resist, but promised almost all the punishments of heaven for the fact that the guy did not respond to her messages. At this point, the guy ended the conversation, and all his attention was focused on Zi Kyung, who asked him to protect her daughter, but the protagonist could not promise her this, because he knew that Song Ge was weak. But after awakening, he could prevent her from turning into a monster, but this was on the condition that the woman would try hard with him. A new day had come. Song Ge returned home and drove with her mother to the secret warehouse. The woman asked her daughter to show at least a little common sense and keep quiet as soon as they got out of the car. Meanwhile, Ali and Chen Bai were already sitting in front of the building that the girl had found yesterday. She said that it used to be a casino, but then all its workers turned into zombies. And according to her calculations, there should have been about 160 people inside, but not a single mutant. It was interesting, and it made me think that someone had gathered all these monsters in one place on purpose. Perhaps this someone was the same pioneer as the main character. Oddly enough, this whole situation stirred the main character's blood, so he was ready to rush into the room and show what he was capable of. But as soon as the doors to the hangar opened, a whole crowd of zombies tumbled out. It looked terrifying and incredible, but the main character remained calm and stood, waiting for the moment for the best attack, after which he began to knock out the enemy one after another, delivering precise blows. Su Xin and Song Gu watched what was happening with silent horror and delight, while not forgetting to film everything on their phone camera in order to later post it on social networks. This went on for some time, And at the end of the whole event, the main character received a notification stating that he had killed more than 300 zombies and received a new rank. Now he was an E-class zombie killer and received 5 points to all stats and 5% to damage against zombies, as well as 500 zombie viroids, which allowed him to exchange these very viroids for zombie blood serum into a revitalent. And this was already not bad, because in his past life, even after awakening, he still had a chance to catch the zombie virus. But now everything had changed, and he could gain immunity against the zombie virus and not get infected with it in the future. Now, after he finished all his main business, he called the girls to come in and practice killing monsters. Mrs. Song, unlike the others, was cold-blooded, even a little joyful, realizing that killing a zombie with a cold weapon would reduce the chance of it turning into a monster after awakening. The main thing was to kill it with your own hands, avoiding bites. That was the theory. Now they had to demonstrate their skills to the main character in practice, and the girls had to do it one by one in rather hothouse conditions. The first one to decide to participate in this event was Leng Shuang. After all, she already had some experience in gangster showdowns. She didn't even pick up a bat and was going to kill the monster with her bare hands. One precise throw was enough for her to throw the zombie over herself, knock out a couple of his teeth, and break his cervical vertebrae. This girl was definitely fast and cruel, and that was what Chen Baiyu liked. Next to demonstrate her skills was Miss Song, who used a bat. In her case, the result was worse because the girl was unable to kill the zombie in one blow. But she dealt with it in 10. The situation was even worse with Su Xin. The nurse was too weak to fight off the zombies, but she knew very well how the human body works. So she was able to somehow kill the enemy while she herself looked no better than a zombie. The latter was supposed to demonstrate her skills to Songyi, but the girl was too scared, cried, was capricious, and refused to participate in all this. The main character did not bother to persuade the girl. Now he was worried about something else because the evening before Leng Shuang had gone around all the places where zombies were rumored to be, but everything was in vain, so Mrs. Song had to personally double-check everything today. In addition, the woman was now training her own daughter, since the main character had neither the time nor the desire to deal with such a useless person. Miss Song would have been willing to do all of this, but she didn't have the strength to cleanse the virus, so the guy handed her a piece of paper. And it was not just a sheet of paper, but a detailed, beautifully written instruction of the genome, although its structure was too complex and tricky. But with the help of this genome, it was possible to fight the zombie virus. And besides, a woman could create her own by replacing some elements in this one. And this was the value of the formulas for all kinds of potions. For such a valuable gift, the woman was grateful to the guy for the pogrom of her life, but he did not need these thanks, and he would not refuse to complete the task. Meanwhile, the guy himself began to study the statistics of his message on the forum. A lot of people wrote to him, some of them were pioneers and quite a large part. But among them, there were those who stood out from the crowd, and not in a good way, since they were obvious perverts who had nothing better to do. But among all this dross, there were also diamonds. For example, a guy who called himself a pioneer, who really didn't like the fact that the main character didn't respond to his message. After reading Han Xiao's kilometer-long messages, he still added this guy to the general chat. The guys immediately started a dialogue. It turned out that Han Xiao was a pioneer, but she didn't know much about the current situation. But he was interested in another question: could he add other people to their group? Because a little man named Mizukawa appeared, who was very curious to know what it was like to be a pioneer and everything connected with it. But this was the jackpot, because in the future it was Mizukawa who received the title of the strongest Lord of Water of all. And it was absolutely perfect to get this person into their team. Besides, the main character gave his new acquaintance the go-ahead to join the group of all the pioneers he could find. Meanwhile, Lu Li continued to investigate, and it turned out that the head of the government was gathering all the zombies and sending them to a warehouse at the pier. The girl sent her people into the building to gather more information and is now waiting for them to return. But the guys are late and she is worried about them, so she is going to go and check on them. But she had thought too long, and there was no point in waiting any longer since all her people were killed and thrown at her feet. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, so she was very scared. That's why I didn't immediately notice that this whole situation had a culprit. And it wasn't a zombie, but a completely living person who didn't feel a drop of remorse. And this was even more frightening than the presence of a zombie in the warehouse, because it was unknown what was on his mind and what he was trying to achieve. Meanwhile, the protagonist received a message from one of the pioneers. Someone asked to look at and advise him on the dark places in his talent. It was interesting. So the protagonist began to study this issue. This guy turned out to be a C rank, but it turned out that activating his ability was too expensive. Because if his intelligence was below 3, he wouldn't be able to use the tree skill at all. But the principle of his talent was simple. Pumping up his strength is the base, so he shouldn't immediately get excited about other abilities. The conversation ended there, but Mrs. Song approached the main character. She looked very worried, which indicated that something very unpleasant had happened. And he was right. It turned out that Lu Li found out that someone was collecting all the zombies in a warehouse at the pier, but her squad was trapped, and now they are being called to negotiate. Now this was interesting. The question remained, why did these people contact Mrs. Song and not want to talk to the main one, that is, to him? And at that moment, it dawned on Mrs. Song that the guy considered her a traitor. So she fell to her knees in front of the young man and began to ask him for forgiveness, assuring him that she had raised the girl on her own and did not believe that she could betray her since Louis was in charge of the operation, which meant that one of her people had set her up. This explanation completely satisfied the main character, at least for now, so he agreed to help the girl and save her. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Xing was trying to persuade Lu Li to become his subordinate, because he had made it clear to her employers that he would not lay a finger on the girl, but she would better submit and surrender to him right now. Besides, he liked the girl's appearance, and he wouldn't mind if she became his toy in a horizontal position. But she refused not only to become a toy, but also to accept treats from his hands, because you never know what he could have mixed into her glass of wine. In fact, he was so engrossed in his harassment that he didn't notice Chen Bai appear in the hangar. Meanwhile, the guy cut off a nice piece of meat, tried it, and decided that Lu Li could use a little refreshment too. This behavior impressed the man, and Chen Bai guessed that the guy in front of him was also a pioneer. But the main character didn't pay any attention to him at all, untied the girl, and asked her to leave silently. As soon as she did this, the protagonist stayed to talk to the kidnapper, who understood that it was this guy who had given up Madame Song without a fight. And this led to the idea that the guy had special methods of coercion. And if that's the case, then they should have joined forces. And if one of them conquered cities and the second was able to conquer the queen, then it would be easy for the two of them to deal with the military. And in general, if the main character helps the guy become the king of the city, he will receive all the benefits of the world for this. But Chen Bai categorically refused such a generous offer. This angered the kidnappers because he believed that since he had an S-rank talent, he could do whatever he wanted, but others had no right to answer him or refuse him anything. But the main character didn't really listen to him, noting that Sun Man was collecting zombies in this warehouse, as well as ordinary people whom he also turned into zombies. And it was sad to see that people like the kidnapper were given great talents, but over time they became worthless individuals. Therefore, Chen Bai believed that such people were unworthy of his attention and help, because he had a higher rank. It sounded like a challenge, so Xing Meng activated his skill and started bragging about how he could absorb the stats of the monsters or people he killed, which would make him grow in strength. That's why it was strange for him to hear that some unknown guy thought he could resist him, because the guy had never met such people before. But the main character did not comment on this, but began to analyze the situation, realizing that the guy can not only absorb characteristics, but also pump them up. And the guy's hand is his weapon, with which he does all this. But the time for talking had come, and Xing Meng attacked the protagonist, intending to take all of his points and stats. True, he rejoiced too early, and the young man easily dodged his attack, having activated his skill beforehand. However, Chen Bai was a little disoriented by what the opponent was telling him about the features of his talent. It was extremely strange because fighters keep such information to themselves. But this one was talking about it so openly, so he had to be extremely careful. However, all his good intentions went to waste, as the enemy attacked him again and he had to defend himself. The fight was in full swing, and the guys were not inferior to each other in strength. But it seemed to Xing Meng that the main character was already at the limit of his capabilities. Although he could not deny that he was a good man, by and large, Bai was on the defensive all the time and he did not attack first, but only held back his opponent. But this was only at first glance because the guy always had a secret plan, which he had already successfully implemented. Such speeches really irritated his opponent, so he used a little more force and threw Chen Bai into the wall, concluding that the guy is approaching him in speed. It seemed to him that he was about to win, but something clearly went wrong, because a person who wins will not cough up blood. Meanwhile, reports came in that the following debuffs had been placed on him: fear of light, hydrophobia, thermoregulation failure, slow reaction, loss of strength, and other delights of life. Meanwhile, Chen Bai was already standing on his feet, grinning as the infection of the enemy was successful, but he couldn't deny that the guy had held up very well and for a long time. But Xingmeng was not going to put up with this state of affairs. But his desire didn't interest the main character at all, and he hit the enemy with all his might. Overall, Chen Bai believed that everything that happened here was solely Xingmeng's fault, because he warned him that they were on different levels and didn't want this fight, but the guy didn't believe him. Fedya now, all that awaited him was absorption and disappearance from the world of the living. Meanwhile, the protagonist received a notification from the system, which said that the initial awakening of the light and darkness virus had been completed. The obtained characteristics had completed the formation of the King virus base. The absorption skill was strengthened, and it became possible to choose a development path. From memories now, the bonus to characteristics upon activation became passive, and the main character's skill was pumped up quite well, and he received additional points for agility, intelligence, and regeneration. Overall, he had reached the basic level, and it seemed like there was very little time left, and even normal people with stats below 5 were already too weak for him. Yes, he admitted that Xing Meng's equipment, plans, and supplies were not bad, and although he killed many zombies here, he could not reach the level of the young man. In general, now all this equipment and the glove, that is, the zombie claw, now belonged to the main character, and along with it the revived nightmare, the S-rank blueprint, which included the zombie claw, the bones of the Barden, the hearts of the traitor, and the brain of the chief manager. Luck was definitely on his side. It was all his, and then the day came when he rose to SSS rank in the past 3 days. Now the fate of the city and Songge was in his hands. Besides, in today's world it no longer makes sense to deal with monsters before the general awakening. In his last days he will prepare to meet the new world. And now the day X has arrived, the day that will change the world forever. The protagonist was in the house of Lady Song, who, along with Lu Li and Su Xin, had prepared everything he had requested for the moment. These were topographic data, and the populated areas that were located in the center were confirmed within an hour after awakening. They had already gained control over it. I was going to check the veracity of the data in the bathhouse, because he trusted the girls 100%. In total, there were 10 minutes left until the start. So he once again reminded the guys and girls from his chat that they should not all go into hell at once. They should remain calm and not make any risky moves, because he did not want them all to be ground into dust in 10 minutes. Time was approaching inexorably. The awakening was just around the corner, so the guy turned to Mrs. Song and recommended that she put everything aside for a while. And then that very moment came. Everyone froze in anticipation of the changes that were inevitable. Songgo was the one who was most worried and anxious, because she didn't know how all this would end for her. It was too late to be afraid. The Great Awakening had begun. The end of the earth was in full swing. People were turning into monsters and killing other people. But there were those people who did not turn into monsters, so they became awakened, receiving unrivaled talents and the ability to pump them up, becoming stronger. And at that moment, the greatest battle for life began, and anomalous places, crevices, appeared all over the earth. It was hard to tell whether this was a blessing or a curse, but people, including Chen Baiyu, had to control themselves and move forward. And at that very moment, the system began to bind the hourglass to the body and essence of the protagonist. And this was a problem, because no one was supposed to know about this watch. Everyone was supposed to think that it was a banal pendant. But no one will know because only the guy remained active, and the girls turned into living parts of the film. True, not only did the girls stop moving, but even the falling plane froze halfway to the ground. This all meant that time stood still for everyone except Chen Bai. But if this was the first surprise, then after the second the guy was sucked in by the purple glow. After which the system reported in detail about the functions of the watch, and it became clear that the guy was able to be reborn because he moved in time. In addition, he now had access to the save archive, which added to the piggy bank of useful things. The binding was complete, and time resumed its course for everyone. So Mid-Song asked the young man again how she could be of service to him. She and the other girls had to go and check the safety of their home, because when the sun sets, dark times begin, and they must be ready to defend themselves. A new day began. Monsters attacked the house in crowds. Mid-Song was quite good at killing them, because after awakening she received the S-rank ability of the Amethyst Eye, meaning she could turn objects into amethyst and use it to attack and defend, and it also increased her spiritual powers. And with the help of the rock crystal function, she could calculate her opponent's weak points for effective elimination. And then it's a matter of technique. One swing of the sword and your head is off your shoulders. Leng Shuang received the A-rank abilities of the Path of the Assassin, which suited her perfectly as it concealed all sounds and increased her agility and strength. In one attack, she could kill a dozen zombies and not even break a sweat. Meanwhile, Ms. Song's surviving workers carried their other surviving colleagues into the house. They were handled by Su Xin, who had received B-rank abilities and could restore even very serious damage. But first, the guy needed to be given a cure against the zombie virus. The day passed at such a frantic pace and evening came, but Chen Bai was satisfied with the results, because everything was going quite smoothly. And since that was the case, he had time to take care of other important matters, and Li Lu would look after the rest. The guy was moving along a mountain path, his speed was high, and it was quite possible that he would make it to the desired place. The bad thing was that after waking up, the transport was useless and did not work. Nevertheless, the guy ran, he needed to get to the university, over which a strange mark appeared even before his rebirth. Then he was late because he understood its meaning too late. Now he knows everything and won't miss his chance. Morning came and Chen Bai reached his destination, killing a lot of zombies along the way. It was all not in vain because a deity was supposed to appear here. The only question was which one. But everything could not be so simple. And a merchant appeared in front of the guy who had an offer for the guy that was impossible to refuse. And the guy wasn't going to refuse, and he always knew how to bargain, and besides, he looked at this mark day and night and anticipated this meeting. After all, it's not every day that you meet the deity of trade, Lado. The deity also sensed a kindred spirit in the boy, and even immediately offered him a gold card for a 12% discount at the goblin market. It was surprising why Lendo would give him a gift, since in his past life no one could appease him, but the guy didn't really want to find out, accepting the card with gratitude. But this was only the beginning. God was ready to continue bargaining, because he had very rare things in his bins that would be useful to the main character. But all these items were beyond Chen Baiyu's means. But God had no intention of lowering the price, even though he understood that after awakening, no one would really have any money. But his product was of high quality and worth every coin requested. The young man did not argue, but he still had no money. But he knew perfectly well that the gods cannot personally influence the course of the test on Earth. So they come to this world and look for followers whom they sponsor, because these are the people who will then bring them profit, so most likely Lado is here for this reason. That's why Chen Bai offered his candidacy to the man. He needed the treasures of God, and God would not spare using his skills. Everything is simple and honest. But Labo didn't understand why the guy thought he would be so useful and would be able to earn back the money invested in him. The question was logical, so Chen Bai showed the God part of his abilities as collateral. But this was curious because as far back as God could remember, he had never seen such a high rating of abilities, and it was possible to make good money from this, which was of primary importance to the god of trade. So he was willing to give the main character one chance, so that his future was in his hands. And Chen Baiyu now needed to actually show his power. And only if God was satisfied, the guy would get the scroll he wanted. To do this, he must accept the conditions and complete the first task prepared for him by God. After completing the task, the guy will be able to call on God by tossing a special coin. He did not limit the main character by time, but hoped that he would cope with the task quickly. And for greater motivation, Lado showed the guy the scroll of the second profession, according to which the player can have a second profession in parallel with the first. It was obvious that God and man understood each other and could now part for a certain time. As soon as God left, the main character saw the text of his new task. He had to find and kill all the creatures that were hiding on the territory of the university, take the loot, and take it to Lado. If Chen Bai put in all his efforts and tried hard, he would receive a higher reward. But now he had to decide what to do. In his past life, he didn't know anything about the copy of the university. Most likely this information was classified. Meanwhile, a trademark no-holds-barred fight was taking place in the gym. Some guy considered himself almost a god, beat up other guys, and gave orders to girls as if they were his slaves. But the beaten guys tried with all their might to protect the girls. Obviously, this was a failed undertaking since the forces were unequal and the aggressor was going to kill them. True, his girlfriend tried to stop him, but she didn't succeed either. And Tom took out his displeasure on her because she dared to interrupt his fun. And everything could have ended badly for the students. But at that moment, Chen Bai appeared in the hall spectacularly. And now he was going to have fun, but at Tom's expense. And the loser had to run, but he decided that he was the smartest and strongest, not knowing that he had made a fatal mistake. After all, a second later death came to visit him. Someone else rushed to help the leader, but he also went to heaven, and the main character asked the students for help. He needed someone with medical training to search for one thing. No one wanted to admit who had studied at the medical faculty, so it was unanimous to hand over to the main character one of the girls who had definitely studied there, but kept silent. The girl was scared. She thought the guy would kill her, so she asked for mercy because she transferred to a Chinese university only because she loves dragons, and her heart is filled with light. Her words seemed stupid and funny to many, and the guys laughed together, but Chen Bai was serious and silent. His reaction caused even more fear in the girls, and it is not surprising that they asked for mercy more and more actively. But they shouldn't have worried, because the main character himself understood perfectly well that they hadn't done anything bad to anyone, and their willingness to fulfill any of his requests was to his advantage. So he asked the girls to stay, the rest were free. Moreover, he sent them to go to Dongshan, but at the same time to be careful and avoid the zombie corpses that he left on the road. Upon arrival, if they said that they were from him, then they would be let into the house where they would wait for him. And they have nothing to fear. By and large, he killed almost all the zombies along the way, so if there are a few left, they can handle them. But it was necessary to go right now since the monsters began to develop quickly, and they would not have a second chance. This was understandable, so the brunette was the first to decide on a small hike. Everyone else followed her, only the red-haired girl stayed with the main character. She didn't quite understand why the young man needed her, although many guys at the university liked foreigners. Perhaps her savior was one of them, and she herself was not against such a turn of events. True, his girlfriend misunderstood him. He needed an ordinary escort to the medical faculty. At that moment, the girl realized how she looked from the outside with her assumptions, and began to prove that she was not like that. And in general, she had never had a boyfriend, and if the main character did not believe her, then she would readily prove it. It sounded tempting, but first things first, and it didn't matter that the girl was tired and wanted to rest at least a little. And now they were standing near the building of the medical faculty. They would hardly get to the third floor since it was only for professors. But the path to the rest was open. There were even samples of different bacteria and viruses in the laboratory. But on the lower floors, there was not a parking lot and a garden as everyone thought, but a waste incineration plant. And the administration was hiding something else, but no one knew what exactly. Everything became more and more interesting. The first thing the guy did was go to the chemical laboratory and was pleasantly surprised because there were so many useful things for him there. The system was also not asleep and sent a reminder about the task. Although Chen Baiyu did not need this, he himself happily absorbed the found flu samples. Thanks to this, he leveled up and received the flu skill, which would be useful to him in the future. Overall, everything was going well, and this situation made the guy pay attention to the tree of viruses. Look at it from a different angle because before he had not taken into account the viruses that existed in real life. But now he saw that they would also be useful, only their pumping would take more time. But Chen Bai would think about this later. Now it was better to invest the points he had received into strength and bingo. He received 2 new skills, flying over walls and combat concentration. His new acquaintance watched all his manipulations from the side, amazed by his strength. Chen Bei himself was amazed, as he could now control every muscle in his body, and even if he did not have the strength, he would still be able to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the girl, noting that she was red as a tomato. And it was not surprising because there were so many dirty thoughts about him in her head that it was better for him not to know and to think that everything was fine with her. He didn't bother to find out the details. If everything was okay, then it was okay, and besides, it was time to go to the teacher's storeroom. But there was a surprise waiting for them, so the guy asked the girl to wait for him in the corridor. After all, a special quest from God awaited him ahead, and the guy had 2 days to complete it. And these 2 days might not have been enough. But Chen Bai was confident in himself, even though he had already been attacked by monsters. The main character was attacked by monsters from all sides, and he had to fight them off at once. The guy understood that if he killed a level 5 teacher, he would receive 400 experience points, so he put in maximum effort. But I didn't expect that these monsters would possess not only enormous strength, but also certain magical abilities, which made the task more difficult. But now it was clear why the opponents were taking a wait-and-see attitude. But even despite this, the monsters' movements were quite easy to predict, and therefore kill. So another centipede flew into the wall, letting out a heart-rending cry of a dying man. For killing this entity, the main character received 1,000 experience points, which was very nice. However, there were quite a lot of people who wanted to resurrect and attack the guy, so it was necessary to act faster. And then the bloody massacre began. The main character no longer counted how many monsters he killed and how many experience points he received for their deaths. At some point, he received a warning from the system that he had reached a new level and received 2 free attribute points. This was also a pleasant surprise besides. Among all these resurrected ones, there remained only one monster who was hiding, and the guy even promised that he would not torture him if he showed himself. And the monster appeared. Only unlike its relatives, it was not a spider-like mutant, but something more like a fat, huge worm. But the strange thing was that this piece of flesh simply exuded danger, so it had to be killed before it transformed into something more unpredictable. So he attacked the monster first, but it managed to defend itself. A mutation of the flu went on the hunt, but the latter never reached its target. Now the monster has attacked the guy. Although it was quite dangerous, Chen-bai even felt some satisfaction and excitement from the situation. After all, before him was a biochemical monster with a high regeneration rate, a worthy opponent for the king of viruses. The man and the monster attacked each other with equal speed and aggression, and it was unknown which of them would emerge victorious in the fight. While both of them were alive, and Chen-bai understood that since he had been reborn, he had not spent so much of his strength in any of his fights. Most likely in just a few minutes, his muscles would become stiff, since the strain on them was too great. However, a brilliant idea came to his mind: to use the powers of this monster to restore his own. This went on for more than an hour, and the guy was already tired, not understanding when the monster's regeneration would fail. At some point, the status changed, and the young man thought it was time to check how immortal his opponent was. Another hour passed, and now it was safe to say that the monster was having problems with regeneration. And an hour later, his opponent turned into a shapeless puddle on the floor. And this is despite the fact that the main character was just beginning to get the hang of fighting. And after another hour, the monster turned into a small worm, but it seemed that he would soon regain his strength and abilities. If so, it was time to end this fight, even though it was quite fun. So, without thinking twice, the main character crushed the worm. A second later, the system sent a message that he had killed a level 8 biochemical monster and received 10,000 experience points. And his level had also been raised to 5, and 2 new attribute points had been received. And also the dungeon was successfully cleared, and he could leave it at any time. And if the guy does not want to download his passage of the dungeon, then the loot received as a result of the passage will go to the one who completed the download. He could also hide his face, number, and name, and also set the viewing price, which the guy did. Meanwhile, Ms. Song and Su Xin, while at home, saw an announcement in the group chat that the protagonist had released a video walkthrough of the secret dungeon, Bloody Trash Incinerator. They became interested, so they turned on the playback. However, it was not only them who were curious, but also many other pioneers who were in the group chat. It was obvious that the main character was fast, and some even had to slow down and even stop the video to understand the details of what was happening. Others understood that overall Chen-bai was excellent, and even if he was compared to other evolvers, one could conclude that his regeneration level was higher than everyone else. Meanwhile, the protagonist received a notification that the top-class mutation prizes had received 300 exclusive points for summoning the Light and Darkness virus, which was different from the points of other viruses in any case. It was not a problem for him because he received plus 300% to restore life. He can also now use cell regeneration, meaning that if he spends a certain amount of his own physical strength at high speed, or the remaining energy to restore, for example, a severed limb, he will be able to turn this ability on and off on his own. After which, 3 precious items appeared in front of him. One of these items was a biochemical demon scroll, which absorbs the power of other living beings to improve itself, and has the ability to stimulate the growth of its own cells to greatly enhance the strength and capabilities of its owner. The guy's gift was so much Gina B Class C, the ideal elixir after using which his physical form will improve significantly, and the guy will be able to take it and use it only once the essay was not provided. Indeed, he has already been able to upgrade and improve his performance. And if the first 2 positions were interesting and useful, then the third looked extremely strange. But if you think about it, then the skin of the faceless one could also be useful. For example, it could be given to women. Basically, if he needs to use this attribute, he will be able to change the shape of his body or another attribute. At that moment, He saw that he had picked up a lot of different loot from the killed monsters. Все эти предметы были сделаны из кожи, поэтому смысл и польза от них будет, если носить их под одеждой. Но даже среди всех тех предметов привлекала внимание книга навыков. Это был активатор клеток, который увеличивает активность клеток на короткий период, а также повышает способности к восстановлению, но для личного пользования главного героя она не подходила, но ее можно было выгодно продать. С этим всем он разобрался, и пора было уходить, так как подземелье скоро исчезнет. В целом парень был доволен собой, ведь бог вряд ли ожидал от него настолько быстрого выполнения миссии. Только уже собравшись уходить, Чэнь Бай остановился. Ведь было в этом квесте что-то странное. Не могло быть все так просто. Не был Лэйдо, похож на того, кому нечего делать, и он хочет поиграть. Должна была быть причина, по которой он пришел именно в университет. Очевидно, что, скорее всего, главное предназначение бога было охранять настолько особенное подземелье. С другой стороны, вся ценность этого подземелья заканчивается на опыте, который он получил здесь. Да и монстры резко не оживут. Или же он что-то важное упустил. Чэнь Бай привык доверять своим инстинктам, поэтому и принялся осматривать помещение. И нашел то, что так пытались скрыть. А именно тайный ход через мусоросжигатель вниз. На первый взгляд там не было ничего особенного. Но оставалась еще труба, и парень решил полезть туда, чтобы потом ни о чем не сожалеть, ведь там могло быть что-то ценное. Но пока не было, а вот длина трубы поражала, ведь парень пробежал уже примерно 50 метров, не меньше. Только в конце не было заветной двери или приза, а находился тупик, в который не хотелось верить. И не стоило, так как из стены высунулась желтая голова, пугая главного героя. Именно эта маска была основной проблемой этого подземелья. И, скорее всего, именно эту вещь ищет Лэйдо, так как маска, очевидно, была самого высокого ранга, либо же принадлежала какому-то божеству, теперь же нужно было придумать способ передать ее богу. Поэтому парень забрал маску и вернулся в коридор, где его ждала иностранка, которая наблюдала за его прохождением подземелья и явно была под впечатлением. Но ему это все было неинтересно, ведь ему нужны были монеты, которые не так быстро зарабатывались, поэтому нужно было повременить с прохождения задания, чтобы выиграть себе время. Возвращаться домой тоже сейчас было небезопасно, поэтому идеально было бы найти место для ночлега. Вот тут девушка решила блеснуть, так как она знала несколько хороших отелей недалеко от этого места. Там удобно, и так как не сезон, то много свободных номеров. Один это была хорошая идея, поэтому они сняли номер в одном из отелей, только вот девушка поняла парня неправильно и принялась его соблазнять. В целом Чэнь Бай был не против, хоть и считал, что образ медсестры не особо подходит новой знакомой. Только вот и наряд полицейской парню тоже не понравился, а вот вариант милой и покладистой кошки главному герою очень даже пришелся по душе. After moving in with the cat for a while, the guy decided to get down to business and called Lado. Suddenly he remembered that in the past there were rumors about Lado. They say that God liked to provoke his subordinates into emotions, and for this purpose he often changed the rewards for the work done. But more important than that was to gain his trust. But the guy's thoughts were distracted by the voice of a man who didn't think that he would be called up so early. But the main character wouldn't be himself if he didn't give it his all. He even brought a part of the main monster to prove what a great guy he is. Yes, the conditions were exactly like that, but this part of the body looked unpresentable and did not inspire confidence in God. And all because the guy completed the task yesterday, but for some reason did not call the patron, and he was interested in what reason prevented him from doing this. Chen Bai paused for a moment, then answered his question with a question. He didn't understand why Lei Duo hid the true value of the dungeon from him. Besides, if he were of a lower rank, he would definitely already be feeding the worms. God understood the guy's indignation, but he had reasons to hide some details, since no one except the main character should get this body part. It was so important. Moreover, as an apology, the guy can choose a reward for himself. But there will be another part of the task that he will have to complete in this dungeon. Chen Bai, however, did not refuse this offer. Now the guy could choose any attribute of Class B, but he had to do it wisely, because there would be no other chance. The choice was difficult, but interesting because among the many positions it was difficult to find the one, but the guy found it. And it was a scroll for finding an ancient city. God didn't expect this, but now he definitely saw and understood that this guy was smart, and therefore he could handle the new stage of the task. The game had begun. Now it was clear how God brought out people's emotions. Now the main character had to choose only one of the scrolls since they were both SSS rank. This shouldn't and couldn't happen, but it did. And Lado didn't even hide the fact that he wanted to have fun at the guy's expense because the prize at stake was not the most ordinary. Meanwhile, in the Dongshan area, the monsters were feasting to their heart's content. The rat had mutated, it was now around level 5, and it was obvious that Leng Shuang and Song Ziqiang couldn't handle it, and their team couldn't either. They didn't know what to do. They could only watch, and only until the rat sensed them and attacked. If it weren't for Shuang's excellent reaction, then Mrs. Song would have been dead, but they were saved. But for how long? Because it was too late and there was nowhere to run, the rat was faster. And as proof of her words, the monster jumped on them. And at this moment, Chen Bai, who had finished his previous mission and now returned home in the midst of the party, came to the aid of the girls. His strength was enough to knock out the rat and save his subordinates. Now he had time to talk to them. It turned out that during the time he was not here, the girl was killed by all the zombies, but mutant rats appeared, who managed to destroy several of their warehouses and kill about 100 people. This was all clear. The guy was going to finish off all the monsters himself, so the girls could go and sleep for now, and then, with renewed strength, find out where these rats came from. But Mrs. Song didn't want to rest in splendid isolation today. She wanted to spend some time with the main character and introduce him to someone. This person turned out to be an attractive young girl, Qin Ling Yu, an acquaintance of Mrs. Song. She used to work as a lawyer, so her knowledge would not hurt them, and she was ready to get to know the guy better. Oh, how interesting. If that's the case, then Lin Yu could stay and everyone else had to leave. They had an exceptionally good time, and everyone was happy and contented. And now it was possible to talk about work, since the main character didn't need freeloaders. Only the girl misunderstood him and expected the banquet to continue, for which he had to apologize and activate the special ability concentration, so as not to fly away in thoughts and perception to an incomprehensible place. Now she was ready to listen to the guy, and the first thing she needed to do was to look at all the areas of the city. It is for these areas that Lin Yu must come up with uniform rules and force people to follow them so that unnecessary conflicts do not arise. Overall, the task was clear and not complicated, so there was no point in discussing it for long. But it was high time to test the limits of the new subordinate's special skill. The inspection took the whole night, but a new morning came, and the whole company came to the sewers because Chen Bai found time at night and reviewed the city plans and compared them with the points of appearance of mutant rats, and came to the conclusion that they lived right in the tunnels. In general, he himself could go inside, but he needed strong men on the team who could protect others when he was not around, and here they would learn a lot and improve their skills. Each of those present understood the correctness of the words and actions of the main character, so they did not contradict him and prepared to enter. But the entrance was blocked by a grate, which Chen Bai easily broke down. And at that moment, all the participants of the expedition received a notification about a special quest, one for all. According to the message, they had to kill all the mutant rats and find the source of their mutation. For completing the task, they would receive rewards accordingly. And it was interesting, so the guys, without thinking twice, went ahead. But they couldn't walk calmly for long. The rats flew out in a crowd from around the corner. The first to react was the main character, who was anticipating a heated battle. He cut down everyone that came his way, asking his subordinates to be careful. One guy even had some equipment for processing rat skins, and he wanted to use it to prevent the goods from going to waste. Nobody was against it, besides the others were resting after the battle, and they had practically reached the end of the tunnel, clearing it. True, there was one last rat lurking around the corner, and Mrs. Song decided to finish it off. But as always, something didn't go according to plan, because this was a level 7 boss, and clearly beyond her capabilities. So she froze in place, not knowing what and how to kill the monster. So Chen Bai took matters into his own hands. One blow was enough for him to kill the monster, for which he received the Plague Boots Award, which in the wrong hands could become a dangerous weapon, but he will not give his to anyone. The level of the boots was not particularly high, however. They were distinguished by enviable durability, which could not but please. Now it was time to start looking for the source of the rat's mutation. Otherwise, there would be no point in killing them all. They walked for quite a long time, but there were no rats or anything else along the way, when suddenly the main character noticed a green fog and did not allow the others to go forward, while he himself absorbed the plague fumes and received points for them. Realizing that the others would die from this, he wouldn't die. But the interesting thing was that this was the first virus he felt after Judgment Day. But if the rats breathed it in, they would most likely mutate. If that was the case, then Mrs. Song and her squad had to leave the tunnel. The guy would deal with the rest himself. After some time, Chen Bai reached the source of the infection and felt like he had entered heaven. Now it was possible to say with certainty that all the problems in the area began precisely from this place, and all the information about the incident and the viruses were stored in the scroll. True, the records did not contain any attribute or instructions on how to use this virus and this scroll. It was said that once upon a time there lived a priest who sacrificed his life to leave this blessing to his descendants, believing that the great god would one day light the divine fire on this test and ascend to his highest level. In addition, these people believed that after completing the test, they themselves would turn into gods, and their spirits would live forever, and their names would be known to everyone on this sinful earth. I should have read something like that, but there are different people with different mental problems, but the virus was not the best. But even with its absorption, the guy's strength will be able to grow by several levels. Only at that moment something went completely wrong, causing unpleasant and painful sensations in the young man's body. However, the system was pleased, reporting that the sewer master's special mission had been completed, and the protagonist received experience points and a few random rewards, such as a plague virus scroll. But before moving on to studying the awards, the guy noticed that a strange sign had appeared on his hand. It was the seal of the plague, which belonged to members of the plague cult and was capable of burning the skin or changing its color if new epidemics or diseases came to the world, or if a person with the same mark was found near the guy. If he thought that this was the end of it, he was deeply mistaken, as the next task did not take long to come, and it was of increased difficulty. During this mission, the protagonist had to undergo certain tests in order to find out whether he is the true god from the prophecy of the plague cult. Now, this was interesting because if someone becomes the god of plague, then he will be able to become infected with the plague nose face to face, which means it will be easier for him to take revenge. And in order to do all this, it was necessary to enter a new dungeon. And it wasn't just a simple dungeon, it was hellish. And the guy had 29 days, 23 hours, and 58 minutes for everything, which spoke of a rather high level of this dungeon, and it was impossible to predict whether the given time would be enough for the main character to complete the missions or not. Meanwhile, the rest of the group also saw a new dungeon, but it was simpler, of medium difficulty, and the recommended levels were from 1 to 10, with a general entry limit of up to 3 times a day. At this moment, Chenbai appeared in the tunnel, saying that the dungeon could then motivate many adventurers who were between levels 1 and 10. This was a truism that even Miss Song understood very well, so she divided all the party members into smaller groups to enter the dungeon and try to clear it to improve their own skills. Overall, she did a good job. The rest of the instructions were taken over by the main character, saying that this dungeon only seems simple at first glance, but it is quite intricate. So it is best to go in groups of 4 or 8 people, and remember that lives are more important than leveling up. They must also remember that in a real fight, each of them will have no one to rely on, which is why the young man will not help anyone, because this is the only way they can learn something useful. After which he began to gather his group, and there were scandals. And the first one to make such a scandal was Mrs. Song's daughter, because she also wanted to get into his group but did not get in. And all because it was his personal team, and only loyal and capable people could join it. And he was not going to invite a little girl who was deathly afraid of zombies. The little princess definitely didn't like this attitude, because she made her choice. She came here and he dared to talk to her in such a tone. In that case, she could choose the equipment and enter the dungeon with him. Only then would he be able to evaluate her skills and abilities. The girl made her choice, but she really had to fight the mutant rats alone. There was another girl on the team whose talent was B-level illusionary image. She could create a phantom from her imagination, but in battle, her was practically useless. Perhaps if someone else was the commander, it would be so, but if you combine the talent called a Rank S Genius with Lu Li's skill, you could create an excellent combination. Meanwhile, Songge dealt with all the rats that attacked her and was very pleased with herself. And the main character also saw the girl's progress and was not against taking her into his team as an exception. At that moment, Mrs. Song approached them and asked the protagonist to stop teasing her daughter because she really wanted to get into their team. The guy really liked this intercession, so he stopped teasing the princess and sent her an invitation. The girl was happy, and Mrs. Song and Chen Bai were also pleased, especially with what they would do after completing the mission. Meanwhile, another beautiful girl was relaxing in her hotel room, realizing that such comfort during the end of the world was only possible thanks to the leader she worked for. At that moment, she received a notification saying that the main character and his team had cleared another dungeon and offered a video for preview for 10 coins. The girl really wanted to start watching this video as she was a fan of her leader, but the price was already too high, and if it continued like this, she would go bankrupt. Nevertheless, everything was paid for, and the video was available for viewing, but the question arose as to what kind of girls surrounded the main character. Another young man looked at the video thinking that the ladies surrounding the leader were very talented and beautiful, but at the moment they were practically useless in a real fight. The young man did not pay attention to the beauties but looked closely at the monsters, who were of a fairly high level and who were not at all easy to defeat. But there was another group of young people who thought that the main character turned out to be very strong, although you couldn't tell by his appearance. But at the same time, they believed that their leader Tom would be stronger than the stranger. But the boss understood perfectly well that Chenbai had killed the main monster in a matter of seconds, which showed his real strength. Meanwhile, the blue-haired beauty was thinking that she really wanted to be in the place of the girls from the leader's team. She would show the highest class in everything. Meanwhile, the protagonist gave orders to Lady Song to sell the low-level equipment they obtained in the last dungeon. Besides, he had something special for the woman. 3 items that he had personally obtained in an individual quest. Ms. Song had never seen anything like it in her life. The first thing she saw was a piece of flesh, a special material for building walls with the to grow, because its strength indicators were simply off the charts, and monsters would definitely not be able to pass through such a wall. The second item that ended up in the woman's hands was a scroll, the effect of which was difficult for her to even imagine, as well as how many lives it could save. And thanks to all this, they would be able to become the only rulers of the city. But the woman liked the second skin the most, which did not escape the attention of the main character. And this, despite the fact that he didn't really understand women's clothing, but he was curious whether Ms. Song would be able to surprise him. Only today it will not be she who will surprise him, but her daughter, after a little preparation. Today the girls really showed themselves very well, but all good and sweet things come to an end, and it was time to get down to business. That's why the guy was going to visit the sewers again, because in the 3 previous times he only got one thing from the awesome set, and he wanted to collect them all. After all, if you think about it, if you visit the dungeons every day, then the set can be collected in 3 days, but this is if each time one valuable thing drops. At this moment, he received a message from Meng Meng, who needed advice because she watched his video about the cleanup and realized that she also needed the leader's advice. But in order for him to give her advice, he needed to know her attribute, and the girl sent them all to him in one message. Although if you think about it, in his past life he knew nothing about this person at all, and he didn't need weak individuals in the group. As soon as he saw her glasses, it became clear that this girl was just like his. After all, she had an infinite growth of abilities, but this ability cannot be borrowed. So it turns out that she was reborn not for the first time. It turns out that she had the ability of the butterfly of dreams, that is, she could penetrate into the world of dreams similar to the real world. She could also penetrate into the dreams of other people and transfer things from these very dreams. She could also change some details of dreams, but at this stage it was something insignificant. Moreover, she could also invite someone into a dream with her, creating a dream totem. The main character did not expect such a turn of events, and based on this data, he concluded that the girl was practically invincible. And in order for everything to go successfully, he only needed to protect her sleeping body. Besides, the girl could invite him into her dream right now, and in order for him not to be afraid, she was ready to sign Svolver's contract. Moreover, the girl understood perfectly well that those monsters that she killed in her sleep died in reality, and she earned all the coins that she was ready to spend on this contract, if only the main character would accept her as a student. Moreover, she was ready to give him the mental perception of the D-level skill book. Moreover, the girl also felt that if she did not improve her abilities, she would die sooner or later, even at such a high rank. If so, he was ready to compromise and train the girl if she signed the contract. He didn't want to let such a powerful ability like hers slip through his fingers. Therefore, after a few seconds, he received a signed contract and postponed his trip to the dungeon, since in order to move in the girl's zone, he needed to relax and not think about anything else. Although it was quite difficult to do this, the guy finally relaxed, and after a while he was transported to Meng Meng's bedroom. He didn't expect to see such a sweet and innocent creature in front of him, who began to explain the semantics of her name to him from the very beginning, hugging a plush toy. Having examined the place where the guy ended up, it didn't look like a training ground, which raised questions. But they would obviously not be training in her room. The girl said that she had cleaned up the gym, which was located not far from the clock, and they would now go there together. It was hard to believe that the dream world of this fragile girl was so huge. But this was not her own world. It existed separately, and she could only enter it and begin to explore it if necessary. Now Chen Baiyu understood everything more or less clearly, and he could move on and train further. So they found themselves in the school gym on the basketball court, which seemed a little absurd. And I didn't believe that the girl was still a schoolgirl, and she didn't deny it, saying that until the end of the world she was a writer. This explained a lot because sometimes she behaved too affectedly and pompously, but that was all just poetry. Now it was necessary to conduct a small sparring session in order to evaluate her fighting skills. She didn't refuse, and in the dream world her attributes had been raised to the same level as her mental abilities, and were now at around level 48. The sparring began, the first attempt was missed, as the girl had an unstable center of gravity, after which she tried to hit him, but that didn't work either. It looked like a 5-year-old child was waving her arms. Therefore, she needed to first learn to control her center of gravity, because she can't attack now, or even just stand on her own. Secondly, she shouldn't try to just hit the other way around. She needs to aim at the enemy's vulnerable spots. At the same time, it is necessary to observe the enemy, focusing not only on the attack. At the moment, these 3 rules will be enough to remember because now he used the speed for the attribute indicator of about 20 units. And the girl was unable to react in any way, so she needs to work on her reaction, among other things, so as not to repeat such stupid mistakes. At this point, the training was over and the boy woke up. Mrs. Song was already waiting for him in the living room with a report that the rules and laws of Dongshan had been published, and a volunteer was also tied to each of the boards with the rules, who could explain them if necessary. It was good, moreover, in the last few days the main character was able to clear the area around their area, but it was not the end. He needed to leave for a while. So he left the leadership of the group to us, a woman. This news unpleasantly surprised the woman, as she thought that Chen Bai would be leaving for his trip in a few days. Even in his awesome kit, there were a few things missing. That was all true, but he had already wasted too much time collecting this unfortunate E-Class kit, and there were many more valuable treasures that could be appropriated for himself besides this kit. Now it wouldn't hurt to call all the girls together and make a plan for any unforeseen situations that might occur during his absence. They made this plan until the morning, so the girls were exhausted and did not notice how the main character left the room. Only in the corridor, Chen Bai was intercepted by Leng Shuang. It turned out that someone was causing trouble at the foot of the mountain. In principle, the situation was under control, and the girl knew very well how to deal with the rebels. Many of them considered themselves the protagonist's classmates, so he decided to sort out the situation personally. It turned out that these people were not satisfied with the tax of 1 coin per day. They also wanted protection, although they refused to pay. Chen Bei himself did not understand what these people had, because they already received a reward of 1 coin for killing just 1 zombie. Even with the condition that someone could not kill the unfortunate zombie, there were many simpler and safer jobs in the camp, so he did not understand why people were causing trouble and what they were unhappy with. But according to the rebels, it wasn't about money, but rather that since the end of the world had come, people should help each other, especially those who had resources, so Chen Bai would not be harmed if he helped his neighbors. But the main character was not going to listen to all this nonsense because rules are rules and they must be followed. And if someone does not want to do this, then they can either leave or die at his hand. The guy wasn't going to repeat his request twice, so Leng Shuang had to be ready to act. But Chen Bai's old acquaintance did not appreciate the noble warning, because he was sure that the guy would retreat since the majority was on his side. But he was wrong to think so. For example, the security people supported the main character and his rules, and they were not going to protect lazy people for free. Now the ardor of the rebels had calmed down, but they did not stop threatening Chen Baiyu even though they had already agreed to leave the camp. The main character was not going to tolerate such impudence and ingratitude, so he stopped the guy and showed the others by his example that he was not to be trifled with. After all, he had no intention of having anything to do with the dregs of society. And while Chen Bai was busy with his demonstration, time was ticking away and the rest of the conspirators had only 1 minute left to escape. So, one by one, the guys began to fall to their knees, beg for forgiveness, and bow their heads in submissive acceptance of any punishment for the trouble they had caused. This was an expected reaction, so Chen Bai did not intend to kill unnecessary people, but they would have to pay 5 coins each, and in a month they would be able to leave the camp in all 4 directions. The guy had done his part of the job and was now free. Only at that moment he received a message from Meng Meng. The girl was very worried about the fact that she had no success with her combat skills. Despite the fact that her level of intelligence was high, and the guy gave her a couple of pieces of advice, but soon she would need to come to him. Overall, Chen Baiyu liked this idea, and it wasn't far to go to pick up the girl. Yes, and in his past life, he had once completed a high-level mission in Wuchang, so now he could combine the pleasant and the useful. Meanwhile, a group of 12 people had gathered in one of the city's hotels, but they were in bad shape as their food supplies were running out. And the situation wouldn't have been so bad if it weren't for a special monster that was waiting for them downstairs. And as soon as the guys went down to the 10th floor, the big guy tried to catch them and kill them. It is not surprising that the boys began to have thoughts about death. Suddenly they noticed some chaotic movement around the monster. From such a distance, it was difficult to say exactly what they saw. That's why fear made the guys close the curtains, but the girl stopped them, because she was sure that there was a person in front of them. And although the guys didn't really believe her, Wei Shui knew what she saw and what she said. She was not mistaken. It was none other than Chen Bai, although he did not expect that a despot would come his way. But it was even better this way since he had one interesting scroll in reserve, for which this monster would be useful. The plan to kill the monster immediately matured in his head. The ideal option was to deprive him of his head so that more material would remain for further use. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaowei and her friends watched the fight. It seemed to them that the person in front of them was no longer a human because humans did not grow claws, but this individual had them. But the next minute, the girl was able to see the face of the main character, who had already killed the monster and was absorbing his flesh. After which he received bonus points and the blacklight virus acquired a new form of muscle strengthening. In addition, he also gained a shield function that was much stronger than his previous defense. And at that very moment, a girl whom he could not see in the hotel window called out to him. Moreover, the girl was pulled away from the window by her friend who did not trust what he saw, believing that there might not be a person down there, but a monster pretending to be a person. But he had the opportunity to check his guesses since the main character, like Spider-Man, was hanging in front of their window because someone had called him a minute ago. And at that moment, Wei Shui broke free from her friend's grasp and ran to the window. Now Chen Bai also recognized her as Junior Miss Song's friend. The meeting was unexpected but quite pleasant, which meant that it was possible to devote a little time to conversation, during which the main character said that he had organized a small guarded settlement near Song's house, so everything was fine with Wei Shui's friend. The guys found it hard to believe what they heard since, in their opinion, the queen of the city could not help an ordinary guy. But Chen Bai didn't try to convince anyone now. If someone wanted to check his words, they could go to the settlement and not waste his time on nonsense. At that moment, the doors to the room opened with a bang, and Cheeks-jung burst into the room with a joyful cry. But he was not alone, but with his friends Li Feng and Zhao Mu. It turned out that the guys knew the main character. Moreover, they could be considered friends. Chen Bai was glad to see them, so he suggested that they go to the settlement with the other students. After all, it was much safer there than here. True, in the settlement you have to pay 1 coin per day for living, so the guys had to correctly calculate their strength and capabilities so that there would be no misunderstandings. They will be able to pay, but the road to the end was difficult and dangerous, and it would be great if the main character took them there. But this was not part of Chen Bai's plans, and on the way he only encountered the despot among the dangerous monsters whom he himself killed. However, he decided to share with his friends the gear he wasn't using to make their journey a little easier. Now he could go on with his business with peace of mind, as time was running out. He moved quite quickly and had already come a long way when Meng Meng suddenly sent him a private chat, saying that the Han King was complaining about something and her abilities could help calm the guy down now. She briefly explained what was going on, so the guy, without thinking twice, returned to his friends, which surprised them quite a bit. Everyone had one question: why did he come back? Was there something serious going on around? It turned out that he just needed a room. And this was the perfect place. In that case, Chi-Cheng took his friend to his room, promising to sit in the living room while Chen Bai went about his business in the bedroom. But before that, they all exchanged their numbers to always stay in touch. 10 minutes had passed since then, and the boys still couldn't believe that their friend had become the very first pioneer. Moreover, Zhao Mu suddenly realized that Chen Bai knew about the beginning of the end of the world long before it happened. So he advised them to improve their physical fitness, which ultimately helped them a lot. Only now did Cheek-jung realize that this was indeed the case. At this moment, Wei Shui blushed, stood up abruptly and went to the bedroom even though Chen Bai asked her not to. But she didn't care because, after the correspondence with her friend, various vulgarities involving the main character came into her head, which she couldn't get rid of. However, the flow of thoughts interrupted the conversation around the corner. Li Feng did not believe Chen Baiyu, thinking that there were too many holes in his story, which meant that he was deceiving them. After all, Queen Song couldn't help the guy manage the force. They were of different levels. Meanwhile, Meng Mian transferred the protagonist to Han Xiao's house. A colorful group had already gathered in the living room, and they were all just waiting for Chen Bai to appear. The guys had not personally met the main character up to this point, so they began the conversation by introducing themselves and telling him about their main abilities. It turned out that Crow had the SS rank ability embodiment of fear. Meng Meng could boast of an SSS rank ability, but Han Xiao was almost in tears as his mental control was only S rank. In general, he didn't need to grieve so much because if all this had happened to him the day before yesterday, Meng Meng wouldn't have been able to help him. But now things were different. True, the girl won't be able to keep them all together in the dream for too long, so Han Xiao must quickly tell her what he's unhappy with. It was about the guy's special mission, but since the place where it was taking place was far away, it would be better for them to talk on the way. After some time, they were already standing outside the mental hospital, where they had to solve Han Xiao's family secret about her aunt and her illness. In truth, Han Xiao only dared to enter the room once and immediately left. The problem was that he couldn't defeat monsters from level 5 to level 12 on his own, so he abandoned this hopeless task. But the system didn't like it and added unpleasant conditions to the quest. Overall, Chen Bai understood what was going on, so he took charge of leading their group to carry out this mission. And now they are already inside the hospital. A zombie nurse immediately came out to meet them. It was clear that she was not alone here, and they had to be extremely attentive and careful. Raven decided to take on this monster. As soon as he activated his ability, the zombie fell to the ground and immediately lost all her momentum. But that wasn't enough, and the guy added the rhythm function, and the zombie began to bend at different angles. A moment later, the monster died, and the guy received a mental skill as a reward, which he didn't need, so he gave it to Meng Meng. With this skill, the girl could lure the monsters out of the chambers, and although she was afraid to do it, Chen Bai convinced her that everything would be fine and she had nothing to fear. She obeyed him, and within a few minutes, a crowd of monsters had arrived in their homeland. This time, there really were a lot of monsters, and if the other guys were worried about this, the main character didn't even blink an eye. After all, it was a great way for him to hone his skills. Overall, this stance inspired Han Xiao, and he rushed to attack. Raven kept up with him, his dark verves working like clockwork, leaving no chance for the monsters to escape. Surprisingly, even Meng Meng did her part of the job well. After all, it was her dream, and in a dream she could choose any weapon. And what could be better than a grenade launcher in a situation like this? That's right, nothing. In a word, she had fun as best she could, and the guys realized that in her sleep she could create anything, even a grenade launcher or a giant robot. And this was understandable, but Chen Bai's inaction raised questions. He would have been glad to fight someone already, but the charging speed of the new skill was too slow, so he had to waste time in vain. However, the charging was successful, and now the guy happily activated the Earth Spike, which lived up to all the guy's expectations, as he killed all the monsters in the hospital yard with one attack. But in the hospital itself, there were still monsters that crawled out even after the last attack. True, Chen Bai had foreseen this moment, moreover. He had deliberately left them alive for his own needs. In this way, he leveled up his blacklight skill, and now he could even read the memories of the monsters he killed. He hadn't used this opportunity before, but today he wanted to try it. But he saw something strange. All these girls turned into zombies not by their own will and not by the order of the system. They were made that way by the doctor of this hospital. He needed servants and victims. He got them. The memories ended abruptly, but this was enough for the protagonist to remember something about the demonic seal. In his past life, he was a demon hunter, and this hospital was connected to them. They said that these creatures could be summoned here, but at that time, his level was already above the permissible level. So he read an article about the hospital and forgot about it. Now this information was very useful. Perhaps it would even help in completing the mission. But it didn't help. The guy spent half an hour but didn't find a single clue except for the number 16. Yes, and the dungeon boss hid and did nothing. Perhaps he was afraid of the main character, but that was not certain. And as soon as Verona spoke out, they heard the terrible, cold voice of a man who was afraid of nothing. After all, what could the director of a psychiatric hospital and part-time messenger of a higher demon be afraid of? That's right, nothing. Moreover, if Meng Meng is an obedient girl and becomes his master's concubine, she will not only remain alive but will also give birth to his child. The girl did not appreciate this offer and sent the director himself to give birth. But Chen Bai was actually going to show the lower demon who was boss here, because he never liked empty talk. He was used to resolving controversial issues by force. The demon was sure that people did not understand anything in this life and could not boast of their intelligence, but he would generously correct this. But without the support of his master, he himself was nothing special. The power of the supreme demon was truly enormous, and Han Xiao was twisted in half. After all, he was a mentalist and felt this more than others. Meng Meng was also very ill, but she was still standing on her feet. And it wasn't easy for the main character either. The demon was constantly putting psychological pressure on them all, and even though the guy had high intelligence, he didn't have the skills that were suitable for the situation. In that case, he had to act quickly while he still had the strength to resist the pressure. Only physical strength was not enough to kill the enemy with one blow, and he had to go on the defensive. But the guy's persistence even delighted the demon, because for the first time in a long time, he was having fun. True, Chen Bai will hardly be able to pass through Hellfire, and if he does, he will come under psychological pressure. The situation was developing in such a way, and the demon was having fun, he wanted to see despair in the eyes of people. But it was not to be. Han Xiao had a little secret, and he was able to dispel the demon's psychological pressure. The guy himself didn't understand how he managed to pull this off, but the hospital director seemed to understand everything, calling him a relative of his boss. And in general, the blood that flowed in the guy's body gave him some advantage, but the demon was not going to retreat. He still had hellish fire, burning everything in its path. None of the guys wanted to be burned alive, so diplomacy came into play. Han Xiao did not understand why the demon would kill his master's relative. It was simple. The demon considered the guy's family traitors, and if he killed at least one of them, he would receive a reward. So he was going to release Hellfire. But something went wrong, and he started sneezing, and he no longer cared about the fire. No one except the main character understood what was happening, but the guy was smiling, even though he had expected the result a little earlier. Still, the demon had a small immunity, so the flu virus affected him with a delay. But he dealt significant damage to the enemy. On the second stage, the demon lost half of his health and continued to sneeze without stopping. But this was only the beginning, and after a couple of seconds, the demon lost the ability to breathe, suffocating. And in just a minute, he was lying dead at the guy's feet. And Chen Bai received 30,000 experience points to his account. At that time, the protagonist's friends behaved strangely, turned pale, covered their faces with their hands because they did not want to catch the virus and die themselves. True, this was impossible unless the guy personally infected them, and he had no intention of doing that. So the guys breathed a sigh of relief, although the mission was not over yet and they needed to find clues to solve the hospital's main mystery. But before that, he confronted the guys with the fact that he wanted to post a video of them going through the dungeon. And if they didn't want to show their faces, he would hide them. To be honest, they weren't chasing popularity, so the guy had to hide his friends' faces before uploading the video. But even so, it did not become less popular, and there were plenty of people willing to watch it for 5 coins. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Chen Bai's friends watched the video he took part in, recognizing his actions and appearance. But while the girls responded positively to this issue, the guys became tense because they claimed that the main character was deceiving them. After all, they saw inconsistencies that couldn't be ignored, since the guy was sleeping in the next room, which meant he couldn't have taken part in that video. But even if we assume that the video really was the main character, this only proves his strength, but not that there is a large group of survivors somewhere. However, it can be assumed that Chen Bai only organized the group to support himself and nothing more, which is why he is so strong at this stage. But unexpectedly, Wei Shui began to defend the guy because she knew very well that Li Feng and the main character had a bad relationship, so the elder was jealous of his friend. Therefore, it would be educational for all of them to watch one video that the girl's friend Songge sent her. In the video, the girl talked about how in their settlement there is a wall of flesh and blood, which was the protection of the settlement, which the main character spoke about. It feeds on corpses, so it looks quite scary. But if you put aside the fear of the wall, you could see that inside there was a really comfortable settlement where survivors of different ages lived, and although the video was short, it was enough to prove the words of the main character. There are the most people at the foot. The price of their protection is 1 coin per day, but if someone for some reason creates trouble, it will cost him his life. Moreover, on the other side of the mountain, people live with their entire families, and the leader of the settlement has plans to expand this territory. After which, Songge showed the villas on the top of the mountain and pointed to her house, which was the safest area, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter here, so there were very few residents here. But if Wei Shiwei comes to their area, then she will most likely live here. Although Chen Bai has not confirmed this yet, but most likely it will be so. After which the girl assumed that her friend would be in the same close relationship with the main character as she was, which confused her greatly, and the thought came to her mind that it would be better to first watch the video herself and then show it to others. Now the boys looked more favorable to the main character because until this moment they had no idea how powerful their classmate was. And if Li Feng was ready to compromise and discuss the details, then his friend was not ready for dialogue because he believed that Shi Wei could not become Chen Bai's woman. The girl didn't like this statement at all because she had already rejected Jiang Luping 100 times. But even in this situation, he continued to hit on her, saying that he was much better than the main character and would love only her. It's time for him to stop all this, because she categorically doesn't like him in any way and doesn't need him. Meanwhile, Chen Bai and his companions continued to inspect the hospital grounds. The first thing he decided to do was to absorb the blood factors that affected the light and darkness virus, and also extract these same factors to obtain the blazing hellfire skill. At that moment, he received a notification that the blood factor had been isolated. Now he was the owner of thickened devil blood, after absorbing which he would receive weak devil blood for his full and unlimited use. Meanwhile, Han Xiao found a rank A message scroll and a black flame skill book of the same rank, and Meng Meng found a blueprint for a piece of D-level equipment. After reading the list of materials for Hellscream, the protagonist realized that he knew where to find the devil horns, after which he decided that he would take the drawings himself, take the scrolls, and the others would get the equipment. The guys liked this distribution. There is one last step left to complete the mission. You need to find clues that will lead to the disclosure of a terrible secret. In addition, he presumably found a room where they could be located. But as soon as he opened the door to the room, a real, huge, scary demon appeared in front of him. It was lucky that it was only a statue, but even this statue looked impressive, because it belonged to the 16th pillar among the 72 pillars of Solomon. But the reason why the statue looked so terrifying was because the demon's power was inside. About 100 years ago, a girl from the Han family fell in love with a member of the Hai family. Since then, in every generation of the Han family, twin dragons and phoenixes have been born. Girls from this family became brides of members of the Jai family. The boys got married and started their own families. But more than 10 years ago, Han Xiao's father somehow learned of the family's legacy, and in order to avoid his fate, as well as to prevent his daughter from being forced to stay in that hospital for the rest of her life, he decided to kill her. Only the director reported everything to the Jai family, so the demon family punished the man for betrayal and breaking the agreement. After this, the Jai family took the girl and raised her as their own child. The story was written in the diary that Meng Meng found, and further in her notes, the hospital director curses Han Xiao's father for being stupid. But there were also notes about merits and awards, and other notes and personal thoughts of the slain demon. Meanwhile, the guy had the next task, but before getting acquainted with it, the guy thanked the girl for reading the story. He personally could not read much, since he began to have severe headaches every time. Meanwhile, Chen Bai studied the statue until he found the lever that opened the door to the secret room. They were curious about what was behind that door, so they went down, walked for a long time, and there was no end in sight to the stairs. They did not go down further, and returned to the room where the statue was located to confer and decide what to do next. There were some unclear points. For example, it was hard to believe that Han Xiao was a descendant of demons, and that he somehow had or has a sister, because if you think about it, this whole situation arose long before the start of the apocalypse, if you believe the diary entries. But by and large, it didn't matter when it all started, because there was already a certain result. And it was important for Chen Baiyu to know what the guy knew about the situation that happened to his father. If you think about it, the man was a pretty ordinary and boring person all his life. And the most unusual thing that happened to him was that he turned into a zombie who was different from others. No, he didn't become a zombie demon, but something really weird happened to him that had to do with a demon. The man turned into a zombie covered in purple and green things. They scared the boy so much that he didn't even dare to approach his father. Because of this, he learned to control his skills so quickly. It felt like his father was teaching him his last life lesson at that moment. Meanwhile, listening to his friend, the protagonist came to the conclusion that his father had turned into a plague zombie, and most likely it was somehow connected with the chemical plant and the SSS rank mission. And it was really interesting, so Chen Bai would love to go on a tour of this very chemical plant when he was in Han Xiao's hometown. With this, Han Xiao completed his mission, and Mean Meng returned the protagonist to his body from his dream. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his friends who were coughing non-stop. He didn't understand what had happened because he had asked no one to enter the room while he was resting, because he had released several viruses just in case to protect himself. It was no wonder that the guys got infected. But they were lucky. The main character gave them an antidote, which meant the guys would soon regain their strength. And he was going to figure out everything else right now. And there was something to deal with, since his old friend Jia Luping was going to kill the main character. And all because he, along with Li Feng, does not believe the young man's words about the safety of the settlement. So Shiwei asked Songge to make a video to show good intentions. But the girl went a little overboard. After which Jiang Liuping began to shout, get indignant, and put pressure on Wei Shiwei, not accepting her refusal, after which he promised to kill the main character, believing that all his problems were because of the guy. There may have been some logic in this, but it was somehow perverted. But what can you do if the guy was obsessed with a beautiful girl, moreover? He threatened all her acquaintances, and some even transferred to other educational institutions. And if Songge hadn't intervened in the situation at the time, the guy would have continued to impose himself and behave inappropriately. But now she really had nothing to worry about, since the stalker had fallen into the protagonist's trap, but had not yet died, but was close to it. Besides, the girl hated this guy very much, and decided to finish him off by openly kissing the main character. 2 days have passed since those events, and the main character set off on a new journey. And at that moment, when he was in the forest, he received a request to start a voice chat from an old friend. It turned out that it was Miss Song who called him to report that their people had met Shiwei and company and were now heading home. At home recently on the forums, people began to discuss a mysterious group of experts, and the members of this group proved to everyone that their leader is the main character. And this despite the fact that in this group, half of its members have not yet awakened their skills. But to tell the truth, if we were talking about Group 001, then everything is correct. It was the main character's group. Now these people had to join the main group of the protagonist, and with all the messages that were posted on the forum, when there was time, he himself would personally deal with them after getting acquainted with them. After reading several messages, Chen Bai came to the conclusion that the Group 001 needed to be renamed, which would help him gain additional influence and support because the more members the group had, the better. And everything was fine until the moment when things turned bad, because the green forest suddenly turned red and frightening. It turned out that the young man had just entered the secret demon village. It was in this place of his past life that he received the S-rank mission for demon hunters. So now the same thing happened. He received 3 main tasks. The first is to prohibit the villagers from performing the demon summoning ritual. The second is to kill the infected villagers. The third is to kill all the demons and infected villagers. In his past lives, in order to earn some gold coins, he believed Brother Tassian's lies and joined him in coming to this location. But his old friend made a mistake then. Because of him, the residents summoned a demon, and the guy himself escaped with the team, using the lives of the others in order to weaken the demon. When everyone realized that they were trapped, the brother had already taken action and surrounded the battlefield, killing everyone who wanted to escape. If you think about it, there were no more than 100 players then. Some fought alone, some united in groups, realizing that otherwise they would not survive. But this did not help, and many died. Some fell at the hands of a demon, and some at the hands of a man. But despite this, people fought for their lives. No one wanted to die. And only when the last man fell, the brother led the team to the tired demon. It's good that the guy didn't realize that Chen Bai was alive and was hiding the whole time, waiting for the right moment to escape. The main character understood that he would end if he showed himself to the eyes of embittered people, so the only correct option for him was to escape. To do this, he used a mechanism by which, after completing the first and second tasks, one could find oneself at the edge of the location. Moreover, back then, he was lucky enough to become the owner of the mission scroll for passing on the job of a demon hunter. Now the situation was completely different. It was the main character who was on horseback today, and recalled his past with a sly smile, because his brother had been looking for him for a long time to take the scroll away, but he hadn't succeeded. But everything turned out a little differently than he thought. By some ridiculous chance, he came across a human corpse, concluding that he was not just dead, but infected with something. The question immediately arose as to who and why opened the secret location so early. He had the opportunity to answer this question literally sometime later, since in the next location, a group of people were killing demons and infected, intending to leave this place, as Brother Changlu suggested to them. But everything was not as they wanted. A demon attacked them from behind and Chen Bai approached them from the front. Nevertheless, the guys still decided to leave, leaving the main character alone. They didn't care about the boss, and the young man could do with him as he saw fit. The people left, only the demon and the main character remained. The demon was even somewhat surprised by the fearlessness of the little bug, who decided to die before his time. Only today it was not a young man who was destined to die, but a demon. Basically, Chen Bai could predict every move of the demon, find every weakness, see the location of every muscle, and therefore deliver accurate blows. In this way, he killed a level 11 enemy without even trying, and received 13,500 experience, as well as a demon blood potion. At this point, the other players who were also still in the dungeon received rewards after the boss died, so their leader decided to go and see if the stranger really was able to defeat the main demon. The main character was studying his awards, but turned around abruptly when he heard movement behind him. He expected something like this. These people had all their actions written in big letters on their foreheads. Chang Lu smiled and tried to show friendliness, which was not really there. Overall, his words seemed quite truthful, but the protagonist knew the true face of this man from his past life, and did not believe that he could change dramatically in this one. However, he did show the loot that the monster dropped. There was a BA-level potion as well as an S-level mission for the demon hunter. Chang Lu's eyes lit up, as did his comrades, because everyone wanted to get such products. Nevertheless, he decided that he could curry favor with the main character by giving him all these potions, even though his hands were itching to take them for himself. Chang Bai took what essentially belonged to him, but he didn't believe that these people came here just to congratulate him on his victory. It was obvious that they had ulterior motives, like making friends with him or something like that. And he turned out to be right. My brother tried to feel him out, so he said that he didn't know anything about it, except that there was a gym there, and he lived in a completely different place. However, he did not step aside, did not go his own way. He smiled and offered the main character to take part in clearing this territory since he was such a strong player. The main character was in no hurry to accept this offer because he knew very well that clearing the territory meant, translated into common language, murder and capture. So it could be concluded that Meng Meng was in danger, since she lived not far from that place. It was at this very moment that he received a message from a girl. She said that a lot of players had come to her area, and most likely they would soon be at her house. This was bad news, so Chen Bai asked her to sit quietly at home, not to respond or react to provocations, since there were indeed many players in her area who were clearing not only monsters, but also other weaker players. Having finished writing a message to the girl, the protagonist turned to his old acquaintance and activated his absorption skill, believing that this person must definitely die so that he could not harm anyone else. Before completely absorbing it, he decided to read some fragments from the guy's memory, because in order to find out where the ill-fated gym was located, and therefore where Meng Meng lived. But he will think about this a little later because now the main thing is for him to survive. The person who told him about God seemed to know a lot. Meanwhile, Meng Meng locked herself in her house, but bad people had already come for her soul. She didn't open the door for them, but the guys were determined to go inside, and they didn't react to her words and requests that they should leave. Moreover, they felt their superiority because there was a girl behind the door, which meant easy prey that they could have fun with. Meng Meng was going to defend herself by any means necessary. Therefore, she activated one of her mental skills, which had a deadly effect on men, but the impact from it was not small, because it requires physical support. This skill lasts only a second, but at the same time, the girl managed to lose her voice, and her energy was now practically at zero. In the corridor, out of 3 people, only one was conscious. It was he who conveyed the message to his brothers that they should go to the 12th floor, but be careful, because the girl can attack with mental skills, and his entire team is now dead. He is still conscious, but for how long is unknown, so the toadstool had to be captured and punished. 10 minutes later, a new group of bad guys started breaking into the girl's apartment. Meng Meng didn't open the door, so they didn't think long and broke down the door, and were pleasantly surprised because the cutie couldn't fight them back. She understood that she was in a dire situation. Her body did not obey. She had one interesting technique in reserve, but whether it would work or not, that was the question. But in this situation, the risk was justified, and the black flame worked as it should. Only after that she felt even worse and came to understand that Chen Bai was right. The 4 attributes should complement each other. It's bad when one of them is higher than the others. At that moment, 3 more guys entered the apartment, and noticing her poor physical condition, they offered her to either die or beg them for mercy on her knees. She didn't have the strength to resist, but she couldn't allow the guys to do indecent things to her either. but what could a fragile girl do to strong and grown-up guys? And at that moment, the main character flew into the room. The girl's offenders were very unlucky to get to know his fists and viruses. The boys had to realize that since they raised their hand against his favorite student, they would not separate so easily and would not leave here alive. But the young people believed that they could defeat the main character because there were more of them. It soon became clear that the boys were very wrong, and one after another they were sent flying to another world. By and large, none of the guys had a chance to stay alive because they raised their hand against Meng Meng. The fight didn't last long, but the problem was that with each passing minute, the girl was getting worse and worse. It turned out that physical and spiritual exhaustion led to hallucinations, so she began to rave and call for the main character, not seeing him nearby. That's why I took her hand, at least through tactile sensations, to convey to her my warmth and confidence that everything was fine. At this moment, more bad guys appeared in the room, but they all met a sad fate. After all, Chen Bai gave his word that no one would dare to harm her, and he keeps his word. As the entire hour passed, Meng Meng calmed down a little, and her complexion became a little pinker. Meanwhile, none other than the brother came into the apartment, who did not expect to see mountains of corpses of his comrades. It was as expected as his team was completely wiped out. For what reason this guy didn't come up with, his plan was to attack the main character, and now all of Chen Yiqiang's relatives and closest friends were destroyed. This was all clear, but the question of what happened to the traitor's relatives and friends hung in the air. Now the guy was really scared, because he only had a wife and a child, and everything bad that happened to him was only because of his research talent, because he was threatened, blackmailed. So he joined the bad guys so that they would not harm his family. After all, if his talent was ordinary, like all his neighbors and friends, but his life took a different path and his skill is not like everyone else's. Chen Bei understood this guy, as well as the fact that he had an unusual talent, and he was grateful for the fact that he warned him to be careful with the boss, so he was willing to offer a place in his settlement. Well, if Zhang Long doesn't want to follow him, then he won't insist, because everyone has the right to choose. To tell the truth, the guy wanted to go with the main character, but at the same time he doubted, because he used to be on the team of a person who used people and oppressed them just as much, including his family. So it was extremely difficult to trust someone else. Chen Bai understood Zhang Long and he could accept his family into his settlement. But there would not be enough room for all the people there. So it would be better to stay here and stabilize the situation, and then they could move. But before that, he decided to stimulate his new acquaintance a little, and gave him a potion that increases strength, and also sent him a request to add him as a friend, so the guy can write to him and report on the situation in the city. And when everything returns to normal, he can decide to stay here or move to a new city. Having received the potion, the young man left. Meng Meng was still sleeping, and the protagonist decided to check his inventory. Of all the things, the strangest looking was the mask, which changed after he received the potion for Luna. The guy remembered how he hid the items, and then the mutation had not yet happened, after he put the mission task and other things in the inventory. So it was interesting to experiment a little with all the objects and change their places, observing the result. And as soon as he did this, the mask changed its expression again. Now it was obvious that it was the demon's blood. The mask's eyes always look at this potion. Moreover, it opens its mouth as if it wants to take this potion, but cannot do it. But if that was the case, then it was possible to continue the experiment. Because the lower lands were useless to Chen Bai, he could feed them to the mask and watch the result. Perhaps some new, interesting, and useful functions would open up for him. So he took out the mask. Then he took out the potions and stuffed them all into the object's mouth. The mask looked painfully happy, despite the fact that the guy fed her all the potions he had, but nothing good or bad happened. Perhaps he was wrong in his conclusions, because the mask spat out a very valuable item. It was an ordinary censer of demonic blood, which bores the body of demonic blood purified by a special method and has a stronger effect when used simultaneously, and also opens an inexhaustible supply of demon blood essence for the young man. It turned out that Chen Bai was in such a hurry to help Meng Meng that he didn't even have time to look at the scroll to receive the S-rank quest. So, this scroll drops once after killing the first pure blood demonic entity, but in order to turn into a demon hunter, you need to complete the quest. But it won't be possible to do this quickly. You can't joke around with the abyss, after all. That's where all the demons live, and the guy will need to kill 200 of them, the lower and the fallen. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't immediately notice that the girl had woken up. But as soon as she came to her senses a little, opened her eyes and realized the situation, She immediately began to hug the guy who did not abandon her in trouble and dealt with everyone who tried to hurt her. She wanted to become stronger, but at this stage, it was difficult to achieve, so she should continue to do the exercises that the young man had shown her earlier. But to upgrade, the girl needed to gain a lot of experience, and in the dream world, she killed almost all the monsters in the area. If so, Chen Bai was ready to take the girl with him, because in his city, there were enough different dungeons where she could get the necessary experience points. Meng Meng immediately agreed, but getting there on foot was irrational, and the main character came up with a plan. The only thing was that the girl had to trust him. He carried her in his arms, and after a while they were already in the forest. But as soon as they walked a few meters, they found themselves in a secret demon village. The girl needed to learn the difference between secret places and dungeons, because only cleared places will be secret. In this case, the player will receive a notification about the entrance. This was understandable, but both the first and the second were not the world of dreams, so the girl had to wait for the guy at the entrance for his peace of mind. Meanwhile, Chen Bai had already entered the village and started the final cleanup. In fact, the third task had changed a lot, and it was not a fact that he would receive a blood potion at the end. But he won't know this until he kills the main boss, who was already waiting for him in the main square. The priests and others considered the guy easy prey, right up until the moment he began to absorb the first of them. His main goal was Qian Dahan. If he were to absorb him, he could obtain the necessary blood, so he was not going to be kind. But he still had to get close to him, and along the way the guy killed other lower bosses, and they also dropped blood potions, and their quality was no worse than what could be obtained from the boss. It was also possible to extract a potion from elite monsters, but it was not possible from ordinary ones. From a safe place, Meng Ming watched all this. She was amazed by the protagonist who dealt with the opponents so quickly. Suddenly, she heard the guy's voice asking her to get ready for something. He ran towards her and asked her to attack the monsters that were chasing him with her strongest mental attack. She had nothing to worry about since they were all pretty battered. She didn't have to be asked twice, and the girl activated her skill. So, the monsters were killed, the task was completed, and the girl and the guy increased their levels. At that moment, the guy received a private call from Ms. Song, who said that the god of commerce had arrived in the settlement and was demanding the main character. As soon as Lady Song stayed in the settlement for one day, Len Du found her and said that he had come with an order to build a city. But there is one condition. A goblin chamber must be created on the territory of the city, free from paying taxes for the entire duration of the city's existence. The task was interesting, and the gods did not give such orders often, and for the performers it was a great opportunity not only to show themselves, but also to invest profitably. But you need to start carrying out the order immediately. Chen Bai understood this, as well as the fact that the city would be besieged by various monsters that the residents of the settlement themselves would not be able to cope with, but there was no need to worry too much. In a day, he would be home. Therefore, Mrs. Song can readily accept the god's investment. Moreover, it will be beneficial for her to mention the protagonist's name and praise the god in every possible way in conversation. At this point, the conversation ended and the guy called Meng Meng over and asked her to choose something from his equipment that would improve physical characteristics. This was necessary in order to protect the girl because an emergency had occurred in the settlement. So he would be moving at maximum speed on the further route, and she simply might not be able to withstand it. Now everything was clear and Meng Meng got dressed and was ready for exploits. Meanwhile, Lady Song informed Lei Do that she accepted his proposal. God was not surprised by her decision, because only a strong and determined girl could organize such a large settlement after the end of the world and manage it so effectively. Ms. Song was pleased to hear the compliments, but in truth, the god of commerce's ability to manipulate the masses was far superior to her own, so she was honored to work with him on this project. In addition, there is a man in her settlement who has long admired the god of commerce. He even gave up exploring the outer territories when he learned that Lei Do was visiting them. Moreover, God is well acquainted with him and even invested in him, after which she named the main character. But this news was unexpected for Lei Do. He was not going to withdraw his investment in the city, however. Since the main character also manages this settlement, then everything could be adjusted a little. Now it was a golden order to build an S-class city. Neither Chen Bai nor Madame Song could refuse the offer now, and if he returned, she would have a chance to fight off the monsters. If not, it would be the end for her. It would have been possible, of course, to choose a mission of a lower rank, but the size of the proposed city would also be smaller. However, the woman chose a gold rank mission because, as long as the main character is on her side, she is not afraid of any danger. A day later, the main character returned home. But the journey took longer than he expected, so today he will have to clear the roads of monsters. But for now, he was going to put Meng Meng to bed and listen to a report on the situation in the settlement from Madame Song. There were 20 minutes left before the monsters began to attack the settlement. The residents had organized 3 lines of defense around it. Overall, the guy felt that his girlfriends had done a great job while he was away. In addition, the girls cleaned out the sewers and assembled a completely awesome set for the main character. It was a great gift, and the guy was convinced that his decision was right. He never regretted choosing this woman for his retinue. But that was poetry. Mrs. Song should remember that Meng Meng is not just a girl, she is his student, moreover, equal to him in strength. So she must be treated properly. Moreover, it is Meng Meng who will be the key to protecting the settlement from enemies, so she cannot be neglected. It was time to meet the monsters' attack on the city, fully armed. There really was a huge concentration of monsters of different kinds near the city wall. Looking at them, the main character remembered that in his past life his city was only Class B, and comparing the number of monsters that attacked then and now, one can safely say that there were more of them now. In principle, there were only 3 minutes left before the monsters stormed the city, so Ms. Song informed all the residents of the community that they would have to resist the monsters for 5 days and 5 nights, but they needed to try not to worry and remain calm and sober-minded. In addition, the city's walls were quite strong, perhaps even the strongest in the New World, and they also had the widest range of resources, the most metallized military support. They also had hundreds of B-class talents and about 10 A-class masters, and there were also those who were S-class players, but also 2 with the strongest skills in the world. Therefore, there is no need to worry about defeat, because in a few days they will take possession of the best and largest territory in the whole world, by which time the people defending the city will be able to enjoy a variety of amenities at the most favorable prices. Besides, there was only 1 minute left before the attack, and everyone had to earn money and experience. Such a motivational speech could not help but touch people's hearts. Everyone was ready to fight for their happiness. Madame Song was inspired to give such a heartfelt speech by the protagonist and Meng Meng, who returned home on time. At this moment, Luli approached them and reported that she had selected the best cameras for live broadcasts, as the protagonist wished. That was good. We could start the live broadcast. There were only a few hours left before the battle itself began. It was obvious that the monsters were getting closer and closer to the wall, so the main character activated his skills, preparing to accept the fight. And now the time to prepare for the defense against the siege of the city has passed. Somehow the monsters were strengthened, grew in size, and attacked people. Leng Shuang watched with all her eyes as she did not expect the navigators to start getting stronger, because at the beginning they were supposed to start killing the still weakened zombies, and now the plan was falling apart before her eyes. But the main character and Mrs. Song were prepared for such a turn of events. It was now obvious that the monsters' stats had doubled, but the golden experience they received had also tripled. The main character infected enemies with my inflicting continuous damage and weakening the characteristics of his enemies. It was definitely a good skill, although the damage wasn't very big, but having a powerful infection ability coupled with weakening characteristics made defending the city several times easier. At that moment, the guy noticed that the infected zombies began to gather together, while the others kept a decent distance from them. This suggested that among these zombies, there must have been a lord who could control her. It was no wonder that they did not push anyone or trample each other, but carefully moved forward. It was obvious that the first thing to do was to find the lord, and when he did that, it would be much easier to deal with the zombies who had lost their leader. But the location of the lord was unknown, but it would take quite a long time to find him. Besides, it was clear that if the guy went to look for the lord, he would not be able to destroy a large number of approaching monsters, since the lord controls the flow of zombies, forcing them to attack with all their might. If you don't find the lord and don't kill him, when zombies from other directions will threaten the last ones and his people will run away and he won't be able to leave anymore. It looks like Chen Baiyu will need Meng Meng's help to resolve this situation. That's why he passionately wanted the girl to wake up as soon as possible. And just as he wished for it so much, Meng Meng opened her eyes and looked in surprise at Song Ge, who was fussing around her. Now Meng Meng had to take her bags and go to the dream world in order to find one zombie and help the main character destroy it. Meng Meng quickly got to work, although she didn't expect there to be so many enemies. But this didn't particularly frighten her, since in her dreams the girl was practically omnipotent. Now it was time to begin searching for the zombie lord that Chen Bai had spoken of. While the girl was looking for the main zombie, it was getting close to evening. The main character was a little tired, but thanks to his efforts, no one on the front line was hurt, and near the wall itself, only a few people received minor injuries. The damage to the city walls was minimal, so the guy could rest a bit and let the others do their job. That's what he would have done. But they weren't in the easiest situation. Today, they were attacked only by strengthened zombies, but there weren't that many of them. Even at first glance, it was clear that there were more of them, as well as stronger individuals. It felt like the Lord was hiding and gathering strength for the main attack. However, the guy really needed to take a break, so he went into the house where Meng Meng was running towards him. So he asked Madame Song to ask Lu Li not to film it. It wasn't a matter of indecent behavior, but rather that Meng Meng had too unique an ability for other players to know about. Unfortunately, she was unable to find the Lord. Yes, she received several response signals to her actions, but she did not determine the exact location of the monster, and she also did not have the skills to pursue. However, despite this, the girl was able to identify and mark on the map several points where large numbers of special zombies gather. Moreover, these were different types of zombies that belonged to the second stage of evolution, and they accumulated throughout the territory, which meant that one battle was planned in which they could win. After all, they will not attack the main character, but will make every effort to destroy the city. And with the proper management of the Lord, only 10% of people in this battle will be able to survive. Mrs. Song, hearing all this, was initially frightened, but then pulled herself together and asked to find a person in the settlement who could track down the monster. But she didn't need to rush. Chen Bai had a great option for this role, even though this candidate was still reluctant. Nevertheless, Han gave in and decided to help the main character, and he didn't expect that the place where he lived was so clean, well-kept, and big. Besides, if the guy wants, he can choose any cottage on the top of the mountain after the mission and live there. But first business, and then everything else. So the girl and the two guys went to the TV tower because first they had to kill the zombie hunters who are not stopped by walls. Moreover, these zombies were a valuable asset to the Lord, so he would not allow them to be destroyed, and would definitely appear. Then it would be Han Xiao's finest hour. In the meantime, Chen Bai and Meng Meng were going to create the right atmosphere for the implementation of the next steps of the plan. The explosion of the girl's scream had a deadly effect on enemies, but some monsters were too fast and were able to not only dodge her attack but also attack her. The best thing the girl could do now was to freeze in place and let the main character act. It didn't take long for the guy to secure Meng Meng and kill the enemies who attacked her. Now together they dealt with zombies left and right. The last one of this group of monsters remained, and Chen Bai was going to absorb him. They had done a great job today, but we must not forget that this was only the second day of the siege of the city, and the number of elite zombies was growing. They obviously came from the nearest cities, and this was not the end. So they needed to lure out and kill the Lord, because without him, even the elite fighters would become blind kittens. And at that very moment, a knife flew at the main character, which he caught with 2 fingers. So Han Xiao gave them a message saying that he knew the location of their enemy. It turned out that the Lord hid behind the lines of military action, which indicated a high level of mental abilities. This meant they had to think through the next step, and they would only be able to fight the boss in the real world. It was possible to kill him in the dream world, but you can't start a live broadcast from there, and such events were important for growing popularity. Although Han Xiao won't be participating in this event, he has helped Chen Baiyu a lot, so if he finds items or skills that are suitable for the guy, he will give them to him. Now it was time for him to wake up, and the girl and the guy had to destroy the squealers, since this type of monsters did not have hand-to-hand combat skills, and the guys would be able to suppress them with their spiritual and mental energy. After telling everything that was necessary, Chen Bai went about his business. He felt that there was what he needed down below. A virus, strong and delicious. Suddenly a zombie jumped out at him and attacked. Its speed was even higher than that of the hunter. It was clear that these zombies loved to fight very much and acted as guards for the Lord, and were not inferior in speed to the main character. So he decided to pretend to be weak, to flaunt his shortcomings so that his opponents would come close to him and attack him. This was the only way to avoid prolonging the battle and not lose the Lord. The opponents fell into his trap and paid for it with their lives. After the battle, the guy, as always, absorbed the zombie mutants, received a lot of experience points, and as a bonus, pumped up the Light and Darkness virus. Now the virus of Light and Darkness has acquired a new form, the Sharp Knife. At this moment, a lord appeared in Chen Bai's field of vision. The guy thought that he had run away, but this was even better. He wouldn't have to run after him anymore. In general, everything happened quickly. A jump, a blow, and the monster lies at the feet of the main character and groans. He does not look like the main boss. But something was wrong. Some kind of pink haze enveloped the guy, and in this haze his women appeared. It was good that Chenbai himself understood that all this was not real, but he gave credit to the Lord who calculated and identified his weaknesses and preferences. But these were illusions, and generally not of the highest level because they could not defeat the guy's logic, which means he was smarter than the zombies. Meanwhile, the second type of zombie evolution began to storm the city walls with a crazy fat man. Lady Song fought off the attacks and led the combined forces that held the city's defense. They were assisted by the B-class talent's Throw Master, which was good at throwing and increased the hit rate of thrown items, as well as increasing the damage of the throw, and the S-class talent Arrow Master, which changed the direction of arrows and was good for damaging enemies at long range. They were accompanied by the S-class talent Invisible Resistance, which increased the air resistance in a certain area. When they all worked together, the effect of the attack was maximum. But among the zombies there appeared a specimen that possessed mental attacks, so the people had a hard time. Thus, the fourth section of the city wall was destroyed, and zombies began to accumulate there. And while the ordinary players were panicking, Ms. Song covered their backs, forcing them to hold their positions. The woman used an amethyst spinning blade against her enemies, which allowed her to kill a large number of opponents. Lang Shuang didn't lag behind her either. The women needed to hold out a little longer because very soon the main character would have to destroy the Lord, so if they held out now, they would definitely win. Meanwhile, the main character had another problem with another strong zombie despot stalker. Nevertheless, he walked towards his goal with 7 league strides, killing the Lord's guards one after another. Now only a mountain of meat remained in front of him. And for this enemy, the main character prepared hellish fire to roast him well and forget about him. Having killed the last guard, the guy got close to the Lord and cut him in half. The fight ended and the main character stood in a clearing strewn with the corpses of slain zombies. The protagonist knew he was lucky because he didn't think that the materials he wanted for so long could be collected by completing a single mission. This high-level equipment was even a level higher than what was required in the blueprint, so he knew he could combine them and get the result. But the most interesting thing was that he received a biochemical disaster. That is, a special S-rank glove weapon that could increase all characteristics by 35 units. In addition, because he had absorbed several high-ranking beings, he could now constantly control 3 beings whose spiritual power did not exceed his own, and could also increase his agility and strength by 30%. Who is the husband of the heretic's heart, which he also acquired, releases an offensive and defensive spiritual field, and also protects from spiritual attacks and releases from spiritual oppression. In a word, this equipment causes a rare effect, and also gives a special opinion. If all the conditions are met, it will turn into a Horcrux form. Now that the zombie absorption was over, it was possible to check the status of the Light and Darkness virus, as well as the skill panel. The picture was quite interesting. Chenbai first of all wanted to spend special points on the Light and Darkness viruses. He was the owner of an incredible treasure that could evolve into a Horcrux with a number of new abilities, so he couldn't wait to try out the resulting effect. Lu Li was monitoring all of this with cameras and drones, so she told Mrs. Song that the protagonist was heading to the city wall, as he had killed the Lord, and was ready to clean up the city further. This was good news, as Mrs. Song had recently been injured and had been forced to leave the battlefield to heal her wound. But it wasn't just the woman who had problems during all this time. Su Xin had never had a chance to rest, so as soon as the new wave of monsters subsided, the girl would be able to catch her breath a little. The nurse insisted that she was still fine, and that during the final offensive many wounded had appeared, so she could not leave her workplace and leave people without treatment. However, Miss Song felt that this was wrong, because it wasn't only the girl who had the talent for healing, so she needed to set her priorities correctly, because if she got exhausted, Chen Bai would be very upset. Besides, if they don't have the opportunity to use her recovery skill for the celebration after the city's defense is over, their sisters will definitely go wild, because they have very big plans for that day. At this moment, another girl entered the hospital tent and passed on a message, which said that the order to jointly attack the zombies had lost its power after the Lord's death. And the zombies that were at a great distance were no longer moving towards the city at high speed. However, there were still monsters that were at a distance of up to 1 kilometer from the city who had regained their rage and were continuing to actively attack the settlement. The most terrible thing was that even though the high-level zombie mutants gathered by the Lord had lost their commander, they still stuck together. And according to the general data of the protagonist's investigation, the three members of the city wall were about to be broken through. At the moment, the most dangerous areas were considered to be the western zones 6 and 8, where tanks were concentrated and human firepower was unable to stop them. There was, however, some sad news, so Ms. Song immediately contacted Shiwei, who reported that she had analyzed the 6th section of the wall with her ability and had come to the conclusion that it could hold out for another few minutes. But after that, it would need help since the wall of flesh and blood was being devoured faster than it could recover, and people would not hold out for long. It was all sad, and the girl's condition was not satisfactory because, from the very beginning of the general offensive, she had used her skill to observe the battlefield and help in command, and now she was holding on only on sheer enthusiasm. In such a situation, Madame Song could no longer sit in the rear and went to the front lines to help. But she alone would not be enough. It was necessary to find someone to help. Meanwhile, things were really not going well at the front line. Leng Shuang was holding back the monsters as best she could, but there were too many of them and they were fast, so Song Ge, who came to help, was just getting in the way. However, the princess wanted to help her friend, but she was stopped by Chen Bai, who just appeared on the battlefield. The only thing the girl could do now was to convey the main character's message to the others, because he killed the Lord and takes on all the other monsters. What the guy did was incredible. Every attack he made was colossal and left no chance for the zombies to survive. The opponents suffered no less from Lady Song, who crushed them with an amethyst cone. The cutie Meng Meng was not far behind her, burning her opponents with hellish fire. 4 days passed at this pace. The losses in the battle for the defense of the city turned out to be much greater than the protagonist expected, and the city wall was almost completely destroyed. The problem was also that they overestimated their resilience and underestimated the intensity of the battle, and if Chen Bai and Meng Meng hadn't helped in the end, then Lady Song wouldn't have been able to handle it on her own. Everything was so, but Lei Do was amazed, because although the battlefield looked very tragic, the number of deaths was much less than he expected, so he congratulated the woman and the guy on the successful completion of his mission. Now is the time to take charge of the new city and turn it into a new state. Now it was time to go to where Lady Song could use Lei Du's order. And indeed, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered around the heart of the city, who, although they wanted to touch the object, were not yet able to. Chen Bai was pleasantly surprised by the place where the girl decided to place the heart of the city. Perhaps this was the best place for activation. In general, there were mountains here that could act as protection for the city, the rest of the terrain was flat, plus there was a river here that would make it easier to transport people and things. Once again, the main character was amazed by the intelligence of the woman who had calculated everything. Now, all that was left for her was to build a city. She was flattered by the praise, but what Madame Song wanted more than anything else was for Chen Bai to become the head of their new city. And she asked God for this. He didn't care, because the woman had already received the heart of the city and could do with it whatever she wanted. The main thing was that she built the goblin chamber in the designated place. Since that was the case, Mrs. Song calmly transferred all powers to the protagonist. Having received all the powers, the guy went to build a city called Baidi City. The universe accepted the boy's will, and the heart of the city became one with him, recognizing him as the only head and manager. All the people were happy about this event, and it was understandable. It was not clear why Lei Do was so happy. It was simple. Chen Bai became the mayor of the city. Madame Song could govern the city as the guy's deputy. God got the Chamber of Commerce. Everyone profited. A perfect deal. Thus, the investment was successful and the result was more than good. At this point, Lei Duo took his leave, and Chen Bai handed over to Lady Song the rewards he had received for building the city, and she was to arrange them in the best possible way. With these scrolls, their settlement would go far, as there was transport, firearms, and many other useful things. The girl needed to understand that many things, including firearms, were now radically different from what they were before the end of the world. They didn't have many plans for the city now, but in the future there would be many more, and the woman wouldn't know where to look. For example, the S-Rank Biological Reserve Center blueprint will be able to clone a woman's body and give her a second or even third life. With such knowledge and technology, their city is destined to become the most powerful in the New World. At this moment, Meng Meng was already running towards them, boasting that she had obtained 3 new skills in the dream world. All 3 skills were actually useful for actual combat, especially when combined successfully to attack. But there was a third skill that the girl herself chose from the skill tree and just unlocked. It was a movement ability, that is, If the girl puts Han Xiao to sleep, she will be able to move to him or move the main character there. Chen Bai was proud of his student because she had become much more conscious and thorough in choosing her skills. But she needed more training, so he sent her to the training ground on the mountainside, where he himself would soon come to check her progress. True, in order to evaluate Meng Ming's skills, the guy asked Ms. Song to find several trusted people and send them to the training ground. The main thing is that they have different levels of abilities. Meanwhile, at home, the girls were preparing a surprise for Chen Baiyu. The surprise was to the protagonist's taste, and he was now relaxing with Ziqiang when suddenly Meng Meng wrote to the woman asking her to find a dungeon for her to earn experience points. This shouldn't have been a problem, but it wasn't just the cutie who needed the protagonist's advice on choosing skills and selecting training. Sangha wouldn't mind a few tips and lessons either. But it was strange because the girl's skill tree was largely empty, so it was unclear what kind of advice she wanted to receive. However, he took pity on all the girls and decided to look through their skill trees. He liked the first tree quite a bit because Lady Song was a head taller than the others, so Amethyst Eye had roughly several development paths. And since she was a queen and not a warrior, she needed to develop this particular skill. Moreover, if you combine the Amethyst Eye with the endless depth and noble gaze, you will get a lethal combination. The woman will be able to understand the enemy and control his abilities. Now Chen Bai wanted to see Shui's A-class skills. Yes, the girl didn't have many of them yet, but first of all, it will be useful for her to unlock the all-seeing eye, which foresees dangers. After that, she needs to unlock See What I Do so that during the battle she can share her vision with her allies, which will become indispensable during the battle. Lu Li also had an interesting skill that could create realistic illusions. Because if the enemy believed that all this was actually happening to him, then he was completely at the mercy of the illusionist. But since the girl cannot disguise her aura, her illusions can be easily detected, and everything will depend on the technique she uses to create images. Sushin had a different situation. She needed to distribute the points she received equally between stamina recovery, flesh recovery, and mind recovery, since her skill initially affects her and then spreads to others. Before Chen Bai could finish with the nurse, Song Ge hung on his neck, because it was her turn to listen to her older brother's advice. But the guy didn't listen to her and moved on to Ling's talents and her concentration of attention. Her ability only accelerated the thought process. Therefore, she needs to further choose skills that will help her make decisions in battles. She also needs to learn how to choose the right object to focus her attention on, otherwise her talent will become a curse for her. Overall, the girls heard good advice and were full of enthusiasm to develop, which was heard by Leng Shuang, who passed by their room. That was the end of the pleasantries of the day, and Meng Meng trained her skills on Chen Baiye and Han Xiao. She was able to transfer the protagonist to her friend in the blink of an eye. The girl managed to do this, but now, due to the greater teleportation distance, she felt bad, since she spent a lot of spiritual energy. The girl needed to rest, and the guys could discuss the reward that Han Xiao received for killing elite zombies during the siege of the city. Only Han Xiao killed only one monster because all the others screamed at the same time. He flew for a long time, couldn't concentrate, got mental exhaustion, fell, and died. On the one hand, it sounded shameful, but on the other hand, only Meng Meng knew about it, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. And besides, the main character was not angry with his friend, who promised to show him the chemical plant where his father used to work. Finding himself in an abandoned chemical plant, the protagonist realized that up until this point he was afraid to check the mask for fear that God would find out that he had hidden it. But now he saw that it possessed a high-grade demon bloodline essence, and there were no restrictions on its use. But this could be thought about a little later because now it was more important to find out about the situation inside the chemical plant, but unfortunately Han Xiao did not have this information. It would have been better if the guy knew something about the factory, but it would do anyway, and Chen Bai was happy to go forward. But his friend was not thrilled with the idea of going there because he had a bad feeling about the fog and mold. But these fears were in vain because as long as he is next to the main character, everything will be fine. At this point, the protagonist felt that the plague mark had been activated, and the next task was loaded, in which it was necessary to find the source of the plague mutation. In general, it was possible to start this quest, because after the guy reached level 10, his abilities improved, and he can now control viruses much better. In addition, all infected organisms within a radius of 10 meters were under his control. Meanwhile, Han Xiao watched his friend, once again convinced that he enjoyed all sorts of strange things. And then, after a few minutes, They saw the first monster in the sky, which looked like a huge mosquito. And a minute later, the main character killed him. The mosquito was gone, and now it was possible to take a closer look at the cute green mushroom that the mosquito was guarding. Only this mushroom looked cute, but in fact, if you smell it, a person will start to rot. First the lungs will rot, and then each organ one after another until the person dies. But what was fatal for Han Xiao was dessert for the protagonist, because he had immunity to such things. Besides, eating mushrooms was much more enjoyable than killing zombies, and the effect of these activities was the same. Now Chen Bai felt great, and his mood was also great, and he could visit the factory and look for something interesting there. Han Xiao had to check all the areas where his father worked, but after examining he didn't find anything interesting. It seems like the clues for his quest should not be found here. If that's the case, they could search for the source of the plague together with Chen Bai. But if the protagonist tells his friend to run, he will immediately run away. And after just a few minutes, the main character found a place where the concentration of plague and viruses was at its maximum level. It was a wastewater treatment tank, and Han Xiao's father had only been there once because he felt uneasy from the lack of air. But when Chen Baiyu opened the doors to this reservoir, he realized that he had entered a real paradise. And if for him it was paradise, then for his friend, this place became a real danger. So he had to surround himself with internal energy so that the plague would not affect him. Suddenly the boys heard a voice. It was a man who saw them as slaves of the virus. Chen Bai did not appreciate such familiarity, approached him, and hit him. The guy couldn't break through the strange man's defense, but he didn't even think of resisting, fell to his knees, and began to say that he would faithfully serve the guy. It looked strange. Although if we were talking about the plague cult, then this man could be its follower and worship the main character. But Kasim was already ready to give Chen Bai anything, be it life or soul. Moreover, he claimed that the main character was his deity, because the high priest helped him at the cost of his own life. And besides, it was the guy who received the plague mark at the beginning of the trials and should be the ruler of the plague. It turned out that the followers of the cult paid well to enter the upbringing early in order to accompany the main character. In addition, each participant who comes here can gift him with a treasure of secrets. Right now, Chen Bai was interested in the class change scrolls. Unfortunately, the man didn't have any of these on hand. For example, one of them was a plague knight of S rank and an insect lord of the same rank. But the most valuable of all was the SS rank Son of Fate. The set was, of course, interesting, but it slightly disappointed the main character. He hoped that his new acquaintance had something else in stock. After all, the main character needed a class change scroll of only SSS rank. On the one hand, it was sheer impudence, but the man was absolutely delighted, realizing that before him was a future god, and a man who would resurrect their entire sect. But unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable scroll with him, but he knew a way to get such a scroll. Yes, there were no guarantees, and Chen Baiyu would have to work on his own, but at least it was something. The new acquaintance could only open a special space that leads to the largest plague in the history of Blue Star. The guy must enter there, collect the plague seeds, and then create the necessary scroll from them. It certainly sounded adventurous, but if there was a chance that everything would work out, then the main character was going to try. And then the ritual began. Fukushima decided to sacrifice his life, strength, and soul to become a ladder for his god and pave the way for the plague, after which he was embraced by a green flame to open a passage to a new world. And just a second later, the main character received a system notification asking him if he wanted to enter an exclusive secret agency. The guy didn't think for too long and made the only right decision to go inside alone, while his friend was supposed to wait for him outside. The portal's opening time was limited, so Chen Bai said goodbye to his friend and asked him to leave this place to avoid being killed or bitten by insects. Han Xiao didn't have to ask for this twice, so he left the danger zone. Meanwhile, Chen Bai had already arrived at the appointed place at the appointed time. But what was surprising was that his hourglass had activated, after which he looked around, realizing that he most likely found himself in medieval Florence. Surprisingly, the streets were empty, and only in one of the alleys did he see a hunched figure. The figure tried in every way to drive the main character away, saying that it was dirty and cursed by the gods and afflicted with disease. But this never frightened the young man. Moreover, he absorbed the virus that lived in this man so that he could live. This opened up a side quest that required him to collect all the plague seeds. But he still had to figure out how to do it. At that moment, the figure took off its hood, and it turned out to be a girl who, after being healed, was ready to follow the guy to the ends of the earth. In principle, he was not against such a development of events, But the girl did not need to be baptized because he was the messenger of a different God than the one she was accustomed to believing in. Moreover, he was not any messenger, he was the god of plague, and he could rid any person of this disease so people could gather in the main square to get rid of the disease. Elena began to convey this information to people, calling them to the square, because a miracle awaited them there, deliverance from the plague. It is clear that it was perhaps difficult to take her word for it, but everyone could come and personally see for themselves that she was telling the truth and become healthy. Besides, everyone knew that her father had donated a lot of money to the church, and she had not been known to lie, so by her own example she showed that the plague could be cured, because she was now healthy. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood in the main square, thinking that judging by the situation in the city now, it must be around the 14th century, a time when people relied on bloodletting and faith to treat the Black Death, which is why so many people died then. Suddenly, a huge number of people who needed help arrived at the main square. This was what was needed, and Chen Bai began to play her role as the god of plague, beckoning the unfortunate to come closer to them. He began to absorb the plague virus that had settled in these people. They were cured. He was well nourished. After some time, people became absolutely healthy and happy because they felt a tremendous relief. They no longer had a cough or fever, and their strength returned to them. People began to fall on their knees and thank the protagonist for saving them from the plague, so they swore allegiance to him. But the young man didn't need such bows and scrapes. He asked everyone to get up because people could still feel some discomfort, because the plague had affected their health. So people needed to rest for a couple of days in order to fully recover. Moreover, the young man did not need servants and blind worship. The only thing he wanted was for people to be freed from torment. At this moment, Elena asked all her friends not to interfere with God's fight against the plague. The recovered people should follow her across the bridge of the Arno River to tell the rest of the inhabitants of Florence about the people and the miracle that happened to them. At that moment, knights of the church appeared on the square and were informed that there was a man here who imagined himself to be God. The young people were clearly unfriendly because the main character undermined their authority with his statements and actions. The knights believed that the plague was a punishment from God, so the god of plague could not exist. This was the moment of truth, and the chance that Chen Bai had been waiting for. Right now, right at this moment, he could become a god. Meanwhile, the knights believed that the heretic was finished, but they did not understand why people did not repent of their sins and bowed down before the one who deceived them. The only problem was that the main character didn't have a single scratch, even though the knights had pierced him with 3 swords. Meanwhile, Elena picked up the stone and wanted to rush at the knights, because they dared to raise their hand against God who saved her and other townspeople, but the guy stopped her. Besides, no one can hurt the main character, so there is no point in punishing the knights who try to do their duty, because no matter how many times they hit him, he will continue to free everyone from suffering. Exactly 3 days had passed since then, and it took Chen Baiyu the same amount of time to get 90% of the city's residents to believe him. So only 7 people came to the service on Sunday. The young minister of the church was annoyed because Bishop John did not allow the main character to be killed that day in the square. And now everyone took his side, and only a few knights loyal to the church remained, which were not enough for even basic protection of the temple. But Bishop John remained firm in his opinion. He was sure that they had done the right thing 3 days ago. It was foolish to deny that a guy who appeared out of nowhere was able to cure the plague, and it only took him 3 days to do it. In addition, Chen Bai taught his followers how to prevent the disease and control its spread. He led people along the path of fighting the disease and took care of people who had not yet recovered, and this is worth a lot. Even though the young man's teachings are difficult to understand and include all sorts of words like microorganisms and bacteria, the boy says nothing about restrictions for his followers and the obligation to make a donation. Moreover, the main character said that a merciful God would never force people to kill each other because of faith. And if the bishops had killed him that day, the townspeople would have immediately understood who the demon was, who God was. Bishop Haken could not accept the fact that Bishop John spoke as if he believed in a plague god. But this was not so. Bishop John believed that the Almighty God and they, as his followers, should not worry about higher powers. They should worry about themselves. So he sent a message to the Pope and told him everything that happened in Florence. Meanwhile, Chen Bai was in the royal chambers examining the plague seeds, which were a concentrate of all the viruses he had absorbed in Florence. At that moment, Elena entered the room, saying that his followers were already waiting for their god. People were happy to see the main character because it was thanks to him that they could smile and live happily and not feed worms in the cemetery. At this point, the protagonist told the people that the plague in Florence was over and he was going to go to other places. But before he left, he would leave them a plague pillar, and those who would pray before this pillar would be cured of any disease. But one could not rely too much on this pillar alone because the day would come when the guy would rid everyone of the plague and leave this world and take the pillar with him. And the inhabitants would have no medicine left for all diseases, so people should remember what he taught them earlier. Elena promised that the people would always remember his teachings and the plague doctrine, and would try to build a cathedral here and spread the greatness of the cult, remembering what Chenbai did for them. Meanwhile, the final time to say goodbye came, and the main character wished the townspeople to no longer suffer from minor illnesses. He soon left the square, but even outside the city walls he could hear his followers shouting and praising him. This was basically what he needed, and it was what would help him collect the seeds of the plague. And if you think about it, popularity will direct people to him, and will make the process of collecting plague seeds easier, because if he had not become famous as a god, this process would have taken him 10 years, but this way it would have been possible to save time. Several days passed, and in the Vatican, the Pope summoned one of his followers to talk about the failure of the Eastern campaign, which had disappointed the gods. It turned out that the demon took advantage of the opportunity and prescribed something to bring pain to people, and in such a serious situation, the heretic used something to steal the minds of believers. The leader of the Templar Order, Sauron, immediately realized that the Pope was talking about a man who claimed to be the god of plague. The most interesting thing is that this man cannot be called a fraud, because after he appeared, the plague really did disappear in Florence. The knight was stunned by the news and could not believe that this was possible. But this happened, which means it was not a man, but a demon, since only a demon could have unleashed the plague and then returned it back, making it look like a miracle, wounding the believers of the Holy See, using them to prevent the unfortunate from getting to heaven in the future. Now this heretic arrived in the Vatican, but the Pope had a plan, so he ordered the main character to be brought to the palace and even decided to gather people. The knight's task was to bring the spear of Longinus and kill this heretic demon in front of all believers, thus cleansing the world of evil. Meanwhile, the main character had indeed already arrived in the Vatican and asked a local boy to tell the locals about his arrival. He meekly agreed and ran to carry out the task. It was interesting, since he was simply not allowed into other cities, but here even a healthy child ran out to meet him, and it would have been nice if they weren't going to kill the guy later. Meanwhile, people really started to gather in the square. Some claimed that the main character could really cure the plague. Others did not believe it, because if it were so, then the Holy Church would not hunt him and try to kill him. At that moment, the Pope came to the square with his faithful knight, who was carrying a spear to deal with the demon, who was believed to be Chen Bai. But the main character played the role of God, saying that he descended into this world to save ordinary people from the plague. So he was offended that holy people called him an evil demon. Dad was sure that the guy was a demon who first released the plague to harm all living things, and now cured it to deceive everyone who does not know the truth so that they would forget their faith. At that moment, a woman appeared on the square, clutching an infected child to her. She was crying and did not understand why the church could not allow the guy to heal her child and then punish him. He had no intention of deviating from his plan, saying that if Chen Bai had silently healed the people, the Pope would have spared him, but he had done otherwise. So his main crime was deceiving the people. At that moment, Sauron activated his spear and attacked the young man, demanding retribution. But on the task, Chen Bai stopped the spear with one finger without putting in any effort at all. The knight was taken aback. His head could not comprehend how this could happen, because he was sure that there was a demon in front of him. While the knight was recovering, the young man went to the Pope, saying that all the way from Florence to the Vatican, he tried to understand why the church did not allow him to get rid of the plague. And now, when he saw the messenger of God in front of him, everything finally fell into place. And he decided to clearly show who is the demon and who is God. With one blow, he knocked the spirit out of the Pope, forcing his loyal knights to come to their senses and throw them into the driving seat, because now it became clear to them that the main character was a demon. Only there was a mistake that convinced everyone that Dad was not who he claimed to be, and began to change his appearance. Now he had grown horns and he had a desire to kill Chen Bai. And all this was a well-thought-out plan of the guy. His power was too great for the people of this century, and he decided to use this opportunity, making everyone believe that he is God. After which he introduced the essence of demon blood into the Pope's body, as well as a zombie virus for insurance, in order to turn him into a real monster in front of the locals. So now no one doubted that Dad was a demon who spits out hellfire. Congratulate the demons with Horn's hellfire was the work of the essence, but this drug also had its side effects. The man's body will soon begin the process of self-destruction. This was not quite the main character's intention, so he pompously declared that since this demon had brought confusion into the hearts of believers, he, as the true god of the plague, must rid this world of filth and killed the Pope. People began to grumble. They believed that Chen Bai had killed the demon. Even Sauron fell to his knees before him and began to swear an oath of eternal loyalty and ask for forgiveness for believing in a demonic creature and raising his weapon against the main character. After this, the rise of the main character as the god of plague in the Vatican began. Here, soon, the role of the church quickly began to decline, and the guy's activities became legal, and all of Europe learned about them. The pillars of plague were erected in all the cities and villages of Europe, but the concentration of plague seeds was still not enough, and the guy had to continue his journey through Africa, Asia, and Eurasia. 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days passed in wandering, and only after that the task was completed, the plague seeds were collected, and it was possible to collect the plague from the pillars. But what's done is done, and it was time to finish this mission, and therefore collect all the plague changes from all the pillars. The first to be consumed was the plague pillar that was in Florence. Elena was surprised, but at the same time she understood that God had finished all his worldly affairs and was returning to the world of the gods. Finally, the girl decided to pray to her God once more, saying that they were called the Plague Cult, not because they believed in catastrophes and extinctions, and not because they honored corruption or death, but because they wanted peace and happiness on earth. They wanted people to be joyful and healthy. They needed to understand the plague so that it would no longer cause harm, so they wanted to control diseases because this would help them learn how to destroy sins and evil. But now they have known the plague and must no longer hurt each other, not the enemy. In the future, they will fight side by side to overcome the plague, and it will become their weapon. They will fight to protect life, to make the demons who sent the plague tremble with fear. This will frighten the bloodthirsty and brutal evil spirits and destroy the enemies. But all things in this world will rot and decompose, but billions of lives will work together to live forever and never die. But we must remember that all creatures perish, but all living things are immortal. The main character heard all these voices, as well as what they said. They believed that their God would always illuminate the world with light. There was warmth coming from these voices because everyone who prayed did so from a pure heart and not because they had to. The mission ended, and the protagonist returned to his time at the chemical plant and received a life and death class change scroll of SSS rank. It didn't seem like an option since the guy really wanted to change jobs, but Lei Dou's mission required 2 SSS rank scrolls. At that moment, he received a notification that the Plague Factory mission had failed, despite the fact that the guy was sure that he had found the source of the disease. The thing was most likely that when Chen Bai found the Zhumi spider, there was no notification that the mission had been completed, meaning the source of the plague that needed to be found was something that had changed due to his presence, and after he sacrificed himself, the source lost its power and dried up, so the mission was a failure. But there was no time to be sad. It was necessary to find out what was happening in the city of the White Emperor. Things were going well in the city. Mrs. Song was busy with reconstruction, and in addition, nothing could have changed dramatically in 4 days, which was a surprise for the young man because he thought that he had spent a year and a half in the dungeon, but time was distorted due to his hourglass, which became one with him. After that, the young man decided to check how the situation was in the group chat, and everyone there felt sorry for him because of the failed mission. But there was no need to feel sorry for him because he still received a SS rank class change scroll, which he bragged about. In addition, he suggested to all the guys who were in the group to give it a small upgrade and turn it into a league, so everyone had to express their opinion. But for now, he needed to rest a little, and Han Xiao recommended him areas with cozy villas. After conducting an initial scan, the guy realized that there were not only beautiful buildings there, but also safe ones. Meanwhile, 2 sisters were sitting in the basements, shaking with fear because someone had disturbed their peace. Lying on the bed, the young man thought that the modern world was much more comfortable and that he could finally truly relax after releasing a little virus. He also decided to use a medicinal pillow made according to a traditional Chinese recipe that he brought from the dungeon, as this thing should make his sleep much better. The most interesting thing is that now from the simplest healing pillow, it has turned into an expensive artifact that helps to strengthen and increase moral strength. I was curious what happened to the other things in the inventory. It turned out that more than half of the things from the dungeon became objects. Until that moment, the guy had never heard of anything like that. From the last dungeon, the young man also captured an SS rank Longinus spear. The most interesting thing is that the spear also became an object. Overall, this spear originally existed only on Blue Star, and now it has become an item due to the will of the universe, plus on top of that, it has hidden characteristics. Chen didn't know the reason for such changes, but he understood perfectly well that such a powerful and unique spear belonged to him. But it wasn't that simple. The guy's palms began to burn madly. It seemed as if the spear was rejecting him as its owner. It seemed to classify the young man into one of 5 types: evil, darkness, abyssal corruption, or filth, which meant he would not be able to use the weapon because it would constantly burn him. So he decided to keep it in his inventory, so there would be one less threatening thing in the world. At that moment, the young man heard some strange rustling noise followed by a whistle. But thanks to his excellent reaction, the guy was able to intercept the knife flying at him. The most interesting thing is that he was unable to see the attacker either with the virus detector or with the thermal imager, which means that the knife was controlled by a low-level spirit. Such creatures were no match for Chen Baiyu. He could use fire to get rid of the interference, but then the room he was going to rest in would also burn down. Nevertheless, he began to look for a way to defeat this spirit. But unfortunately, there were no viruses here, so he could not open the skill tree. However, he still had a little spiritual power, with the help of which the guy was going to fight the enemy now. Now he had enough points to carry out his plan. At some point, the attack stopped, and Chen Bai assumed that the spirit had fled. At this moment, the spirit-enhanced virus-exclusive skill Mental Mastery was unlocked, and Chen Bai gained mental vision. And when this happened, he was able to see 2 spirits of girls, one of whom wanted to kill the main character, and the second tried to stop her and prevent bloodshed. The main character did not expect to see this because in front of him was a full-fledged spirit, which meant that his level of intelligence was high. The black-haired spirit passionately wanted to kill the guy, believing him to be a burglar who broke into their house, while she possessed an S rank and 15 innate abilities. The fair-haired girl tried to calm her little sister down while her set of characteristics was identical to the brunette's. At this moment, Chen Bai thought about it. This was the first time he had seen players in the form of spirits. In principle, such a phenomenon was very rare even in his past life. Suddenly, Yang Qi attacked the young man, but he did not want to kill her, and gave her one last chance to calm down, pull herself together, and assess the situation sensibly. His strength was much greater than her own, and if she continued to do stupid things, she would die along with her sister. The girl retreated but did not lose her fighting spirit, although the main character promised not to touch either her or her sister. The guy didn't want to develop this topic further, so he decided to ask the girls a leading question, for example, whether they know and understand what happened to this world. The girls were well aware of the end of the world, and they were also active players and regulars of forums where current affairs were discussed. But the girls were only on the 2nd level, as they were afraid to kill monsters. In the opinion of the main character, this sounded stupid, because at any moment a monster or a person could appear who wanted to harm the girls. And what then they, with their 2nd level, would be able to oppose the villain? Obviously nothing. Therefore, the blonde must not let her emotions control her strength, and stop playing at being innocent. Now the twins had to close their eyes and feel the power and then take control of it. But the problem was that their moral principles were completely different from each other. So Chen Bai knew that if he didn't raise them properly, the girls would soon turn into low-level spirits that acted on instinct, and would turn into real monsters that would need to be destroyed. Training spirits full of emotions was extremely difficult, but not impossible. To do this, he decided to use telekinesis, combine playing with spirits, and his own training. The first thing he did was apply total suppression, and the girls had to resist until their strength left them. Yes, it was possible to take complete control of both girls at the same time, although the details were out of place in the overall picture. This could not continue for long, and the souls quickly became exhausted and did not offer resistance. Most likely, they accepted the guy as one of their own, and that's why they calmed down, not realizing that the situation they found themselves in was deplorable, and if they didn't learn to control their emotions, they would turn into evil spirits. In this situation, it would have been easier to kill them right now. But he didn't do it. And when the girls came to their senses, he asked them what they would do when they saw a zombie attacking a person. The twins were unanimous. They would kill the monster and save the man. This was a good indicator. The bad thing was that one girl was still kind and the other remained evil. However, it was workable. and each of them could absorb energy so the guy could teach them the basic techniques for it. The spirits had to release the energy that had accumulated, and then it had to be presented in the form of fabric. The remaining energy in the body should be distributed evenly after complete mastery. Then they can move on to the second lesson. And while Chenbai is resting here, he will definitely check the result. As time went on, the girls began to train their abilities in a mental hospital, killing zombies. The only thing is that their approaches were slightly different. Overall, the girls were doing well now, but they shouldn't have even tried to instill bad thoughts in him. At that moment, the young man received a message from Meng Meng. It turns out that the immortal swordsman asked them for help in passing the nightmare level dungeon. In his past life, Chen Bai had not heard anything about this guy, which means he died in this dungeon. After thinking for a while, he decided to take part in the mission, but for now he could rest. As soon as Chen Baiyu lay down, Meng Meng transported him to the dream world of Mount Shu. But the girl was not alone at the hut, but with Chensu Buxu, with whom she introduced the master. At this moment, Chu Zixiong, the immortal swordsman, appeared in the clearing like a jack-in-the-box. Now that the whole team was assembled, it was time to set out to meet adventure. The task didn't seem very difficult at first glance. They just had to climb the steps to the top of the mountain. But on the other hand, it was difficult to imagine what challenges awaited them ahead. For example, visibility became very poor due to fog. Suddenly ahead they saw a silhouette, seemingly of a man who repeated that this was a dangerous path. But as soon as Chen Baiyu approached him, this man was far away from him with a snap of his fingers. Bad thoughts crept into the guy's head, and he decided to test them using force, but he missed again, and the man repeated that the 5 elements would create different obstacles on the way to the goal. Now it was clear that this was an illusion, so it was necessary to pay attention and remember the words she was saying. It was interesting, and Bucks concluded that the fog most likely symbolizes water and is the first obstacle to the goal. At this moment, Chen Bai sensed that there was danger ahead and took out his biohazard gloves. And he was right, because knives started flying at them. The penetrating power of this sword was too high, so it was even able to pierce the protagonist's shield. It's good that only the shield was damaged, because the guy could have been hurt too. It was also bad that the guys couldn't sense where the enemies were hiding, so they had to activate the talismans. Maybe that would help. The protective dome was erected, and then Buxu was able to sense the approach of danger from the east. But it didn't help, the sword hit the dome again, and after a while the defense fell, but Chen Bai managed to suppress the enemy's attack and held this magic sword in his hands. After which the main character decided to show his friends why this sword was so strong. It turned out that it was the sword of the 5 elements. Overall, this sword would be perfect for Chu Zixiong, but Chen Bai couldn't give it to the guy yet because he controlled the spirit of the blade with special techniques. But at the moment, the guy could only control 3 swords. But if everything went well, he would try to collect all the blades. But now it was time to continue on his way. 10 minutes later, the fog began to disappear, meaning the company had overcome the first obstacle, but there were still 4 left. Suddenly, they met the woodcutter again, who was hiding in the shadows. A new obstacle awaited them ahead, a forest that was full of monsters, where it was not clear whether it was a blade of grass, a flower, or something deadly. This meant they were having a team battle with trees on legs. But besides the monsters, somewhere in the grass there was most likely also a sword, which was also a problem. And while the guys were thinking about something lofty, Chen Bai killed the first group of monsters. Moreover, he found the second sword and admired its characteristics, since with its help one could grow anything, penetrate any grass, and the camouflage was at a high level. Here the business was finished and the group went forward. Now they were climbing upward, and just then, another attack began. The dust and wind did not allow the boys to pass, and Buxu wanted to create a protective dome. But Meng Meng stopped him and suggested putting on a protective ski mask to protect his eyes from the dust. The idea was simple but effective. Now the guys didn't have to block their vision and sand no longer got into their eyes. But it was too early to rejoice. A rockfall and collapse began, and Chen Bai and Chu Zixiong fell down. Bucks froze, not knowing what to do because visibility was 0 and he didn't even see where his friends fell. But everything was fine with the guys, although Zixu swallowed some sand, but at least he remained safe. The spirit of the rock was aggressive, and it was necessary to think about how to protect oneself and pass the test. The problem was that the sandstorm blocked the flow of spiritual energy, so Buxu couldn't determine the direction of the upcoming attack. In this case, you need to ignore the wind and sand because when the wall wants to throw them down, they will feel the vibration, and then you will need to dodge. It was dangerous for the guys to go forward, so the main character asked them to stay put and wait for the attack, because it was better for them to stick together in any case, even if someone did not have time to react. Before they had time to discuss all this, the rock again tried to throw the boys down. Chen Bai noticed that everyone had done a good job, so he suggested finishing the level, and he didn't need the rock sword anyway. And since he could only control 3 swords, it was more important for him to get the fire or gold sword. After some time, the level was completed, and now the guys were burning under the scorching sun. The fire sword was the most insidious of all. Chen Bai was sure that it would all be over soon, as the fire sword was waiting for the moment to stock up on fuel and attack. And a second later, the sword flew straight into Bucks's face. But the main character intercepted him, and now he was ready to finish this mission quickly. True, before going further, the boys fell in the shade of a tree and began to greedily drink water, as they were very tired before that. Having come to their senses a little, the guys reached the golden sword, which, although it was able to radiate golden light, was clearly unfinished. The boys thought too much, and that was their mistake and their problem. Here they needed to fight right away and not think. It was during the battle that Chen Bai realized that the golden sword could recover from damage on its own. But to confirm his findings, the guy decided to practically break the sword. Indeed, even after such a strong blow, the sword was as good as new. So the main character decided to test the sword's physical properties once more and broke it with his bare hands. After that, the sword remained lying on the ground and Chen Baiyu's friends hurried to him. At that very moment, a woodcutter passed by the guy, saying that 5 tests had been passed but the road up would not open to everyone. It is important to have a strong heart, otherwise it is better not to start this path. However, Chen Bai had no intention of retreating, and since the road would be long, Chu Zixu would go ahead this time. Besides, the only true way now is up, although the woodcutter prepared the travelers for the idea that it would be better to go back. But the main character understood that if they did so, that man would destroy them. After 4 hours of travel, Zixu finally led his friends to the summit, which meant the end of the mission. At this moment, all players received a special prize, Shushana token. It was a nice bonus, but Chen Baiyu was more concerned about finding a second-class change scroll to change his job, as he didn't like the prospect of being stuck at level 10. So the guy woke up, but his awakening was not pleasant because of the evil twin, who did not want to understand that he was beyond her capabilities. But he had an offer for the girl. If she knocked him down, she would get a skill book that suited her perfectly. The twins still tried to push the main character, but they failed, and as a result, they fell to the floor without strength. This is despite the fact that the main character didn't even offer resistance. However, the young man saw that the girls were trying to fulfill the terms of the deal, so he decided to give them the skill book. However, the girls wanted to receive this gift, but they did not have the strength to use it yet, so they suggested waiting a little until they were fully restored. The girls could actually use the Book of Skills at any time convenient for them, but now the young man needed to go and do his own thing. Chen Bai himself was already at the level where he could complete the demon hunting quest. If he doesn't complete this task, he will be stuck on level 10 forever, which is something he really doesn't want. In truth, he didn't really want to do this quest since it was rumored that even gods couldn't complete it. But right now he had no other leads to get the scroll he needed to change his profession. Therefore, after a few minutes, he was transferred to the first level of the abyss. At that moment, he was attacked by 3 local furdoms, whom he sent to their forefathers without much effort. In truth, Chen Bai only used this scroll to enter. His real purpose was to test himself here. The mission began. 1 day passed. The guy was irritated that he could not finish the task because there were too many fallen and lower demons on the first level of the abyss, and they were so stupid that they could chase him endlessly. To top it all off, the abyssal well began to spew out flames and lava. It's good that the explosion didn't affect the course of the test itself, but this eruption will fill everything with energy, and all creatures with demonic blood will become much stronger. At that moment, the young man felt with his sixth sense that a sword was flying at him from behind. But the main character had enough skill to dodge this attack, but that was where his luck ended. His new enemy was the demon warrior Fergus. It was strange that a purebred demon warrior came here to hunt, because otherwise he should have been somewhere in the depths of the abyss. Chen Bai was right, and Fergus even liked the fact that the man in front of him was well informed about demons and could speak their native language. However, the demon was not in the mood for conversation, although he would be interested in hearing an explanation of why the lower and fallen demons were running after the main character before the guy died. The answer was short, quick, and clear, in the form of a brilliant counterattack by the protagonist. On the first floor, there was no one else except the lower and fallen demons, because the guy had already killed everyone else. Another 6 days passed, and the young man reached the Well of the Abyss, which turned out to be further than he expected. It was the perfect place to catch his breath a bit and do some manipulations, for example. He decided to feed the mass the pure blood demon potions he had collected over the last couple of days. Only things didn't go according to plan, and another demon appeared out of nowhere, attracting the guy's attention. A fish demon came to look at the main character, and the servant reported to him that the man who killed all the demons except the lower and fallen ones on the first level had come to the well of the abyss. By and large, this demon shouldn't have been on the first level, so it was obvious that it was necessary to get out the inventory and prepare to fight back. Since it was a fish demon, it used a trident and water element to attack. It was useless against the young man, as the flames of hell devoured everything around him, even the water. This angered the demon prince, because his father was the ruler of one of the circles of the abyss, and some pathetic man was waving a wretched hellfire and trying to prove something to such a great demon like him. But such statements did not leave the desired impression on Chen Bai, and he easily dodged another attack from the trident. Moreover, he seized the right moment and was able to reach his opponent with his hand and infected him with the virus, after which he slammed the fish demon's head into the ground. After that, he plunged his 3 elemental swords into it in order to draw blood, and feed this blood to the mask that was in his storage. And the mask was pleased with such an unexpected and tasty snack. This level was passed, and after certain transformations, Chen Bai received as a trophy a black water trident of the S rank, which uses the power of water and can deal a crushing blow to the enemy. Overall, most of the obstacles have been cleared and the main mission can now begin. But in order to get a clue, he needed to look into the eyes of the abyss. At this moment, a wave of panic arose in Chen Baiye, which was inevitable when the abyss stared back. But he absolutely could not retreat. Otherwise, he would be instantly rejected and there would be no second chance. She talked to him, noticing everything, that he hadn't chosen a class yet, that he didn't have someone else's cow, that he didn't have equipment higher than S rank, that he didn't rely on fleeting buffs, and that everything he had he got with his own hands and his strength was only his, and he could master the power of the abyss. Therefore, the abyss recognized the young man as worthy and opened the way for him to undergo its special test. If Chen Bai passes the abyss trial, he will receive a Abyss Lord rank SSS scroll. To do this, he had to jump into the well to start the test, which is what the guy did. During this test, the young man had to defeat the projection of the 10th level of the demonic lords of each circle. After each circle, he would have from 1 minute to an hour of rest. Everything would have been fine, but there was an error in Chen Bai's state and he could not be established before the peak. At the same moment, his hourglass activated, becoming one with him, which meant that the abyss could not discard this skill and the young man did not know what to do with it. However, by some miracle, the error was corrected and the young man's condition was restored, which meant the beginning of the test. In the first circle, the young man had to kill a lesser demon, the demon warrior, Lord Balker. The guy didn't bother too much, cutting his opponent into 2 parts with 1 blow. Without any significant losses, the young man completed 5 circles, restoring his strength to the limit after each murder of the ruler. Moreover, with each new circle, he got the hang of it more and more, reaching the 34th circle, and now he has already reached the 66th circle, where he was met by the demon lord of the Blood Armor clan, a 10th level demon swordsman. However, no matter how hard it was, the young man still managed to pierce this enemy with a blade, but he himself was wounded. It was good that the injury was not serious, so he actively continued the battle. But we must give credit where credit is due. This enemy was indeed very strong, and at some point the main character even felt uneasy, because he did not fully realize that he could die. After all, at some point the enemy pierced him with his sword. The flight did not last long. The guy fell to the ground, but the demon admired the strength and vitality of the main character, although he considered him unforgivably stupid. However, the main character was not going to give up, so the first thing he did was ask the system to analyze his condition. It turned out that everything was not as bad as it seemed at first glance. He had enough strength to get up and deal a crushing blow to his opponent. After this, the young man actively continued moving through the circles of the abyss and reached the 100th circle where he was supposed to meet the fallen swordsman Gilbert. The situation in this place was strange. Nothing and no one could be seen. It seemed as if the enemy was hiding. It seemed that this circle was meant to track down a fallen demon that was hiding in the shadow of a young man. At one point, it even seemed that this cunning demon managed to cut off the main character's head. After all, it was death. So the hourglass transferred the young man to the very beginning, and he also had to go through all the circles of the abyss from the very beginning. Therefore, now the young man was thinking about the fact that fallen demons were a lower race of demons, And in terms of basic characteristics, they were even weaker than humans, but they were still bosses of one circle or another. It was important to remember that one of the demons on the 72nd circle declared that the main character would die at the hands of Gilbert, a legend among his kind, a shadow swordsman. But this was very useful information, which led the young man to certain conclusions. After all, the profession of a shadow swordsman is only available after the third transition of a dark assassin with rank S, and in addition to the to instantly kill, he has insidious blows from the shadows that catch his opponents off guard. Against the shadow swordsman, Chen Bai unfortunately had no advantage, but against the fallen demon, his characteristics definitely gave him a certain advantage. At level 100, he will need to constantly monitor his shadow, avoid large shadows, and not stand in one place. Also, inflame the virus on the run, and if the demon pursues him, then this virus will definitely infect him. The only problem was that constant vigilance was very exhausting for the young man and prevented him from concentrating on what was important. However, Chen Bai was not going to retreat when suddenly a flash of light blinded him and a sword flew at him. It was good that although his reaction was a little slow, he was still able to dodge. Moreover, he felt with some sixth sense where the next attack would come from, so he managed to block the blow with his shield. And now, in a couple of moments, Gilbert stood in all his glory, admitting his defeat and the victory of man, because the limitations of the test did not allow him to reveal his full power, and the main character's virus had already infected him. Overall, he was pleased with the meeting with the young man. Moreover, if the guy passes the test of the abyss, then the demon will gladly meet him on the 100th circle, once again in order to cross blades. Chen Bai was also satisfied with the progress of this duel, moreover. He believed that he could pass the test of the abyss. So Gilbert must understand that sooner or later they will cross blades again. After some time, the main character reached the 200th circle and found himself in a magnificent palace, where the fallen angel Lady Elmaya was waiting for him. The woman suggested that the young man take on cleaning the palace, since this task was too boring and tedious for her. She was basically going to let the guy go on without a fight, but she was curious about something, so she asked him to sit at the table for a conversation if he didn't want to do the cleaning either. She wondered how the guy was able to reach the 200th floor with his strength. However, Chen Bai had no intention of sharing the details of his victories with the fallen angel. But this was not the answer Elmia expected. Nevertheless, she was not going to pry secrets out of the main character. She even offered him a glass of wine, but he did not really believe it, although he did not refuse the drink, and was even ready to tell something about one of the circles. But that was a different conversation, and the girl was eager to find out how the guy was able to defeat the demon on the 105th circle. The secret to his victory in that battle was simple. If the demon loved to eat well, then he had to be fed to the point that he would not be able to digest the food and would die. Thus the young man fed the demon 100 hands until he was poisoned, and eventually he himself became a pile of rotten muck. The story amazed the fallen angel. She did not expect such a thing, and it seemed to her a funny and non-trivial way of fighting. Equally interesting for her was the victory of the main character over the old man Kigu, who constantly hid in the sea and did not come out. It was all simple here. Chen Bai was able to win thanks to the demon's grandson, who gave him excellent equipment. But perhaps one of the most difficult circles was the 153rd, where Hardy killed the main character over and over again. Her heat completely neutralized his virus, and her lava body was almost impervious to attacks. Whenever she was wounded, she would dive into the lava to recover. Then Chen Bai fought with the demoness for 5 days until he filled the pool with lava, and she ran out of steam. It was quite an interesting conversation. So Elmia also asked the guy if it was really easier for him to defeat his opponent on the 186th circle. Yes, that circle was truly monstrous, because the stench that stood there still haunted the guy, and even wine did not help him forget about it. At this point, Elmia noticed that the guy was only pretending that he couldn't take a sip of wine because, before this story, he had never touched the glass. She was right about this. Chen Bai couldn't afford to take the risk of drinking the wine created by the mind of a fallen angel, because it could be certain death for him. And here he was, right. She could really put him to sleep and tear him into small pieces. But now she was too lazy to get up from the couch and waste her energy on him. So she decided to simply drive him away and spend her precious time on sweet sleep, rather than engage in meaningless expressions. Thus, this level was completed, and the guy had an hour to restore his own strength. But if he could cope with fallen angels and other demons, then in the future he was facing a battle with 6 gods. After all, each god had power over the laws of the universe. One can only hope that their power will not allow the young man to be instantly destroyed or erased altogether. Besides, as long as he can use the rollback from the hourglass, he will find a way to destroy even God. Some time passed, and the young man reached the 235th circle. And here he was unlucky enough to meet Salisbury, who tried to plunge him into an eternal sleep of illusion. The expression on the young man's face was now indescribable, and even the demon lord was curious about what interesting thing the young man was dreaming about. And he dreamed of his worst enemy standing before him on his knees, begging, swearing eternal loyalty, ready to fulfill any order and any wish. And around him stand and sit his beautiful and beloved girls. In essence, he didn't need a servant, a slave, or a toy. But if she gave him all her power and died, he would still think about her usefulness. No matter how much she cried and begged, the guy knew perfectly well who was kneeling before him. There was not a gram of sincerity in her words. They were saturated with lies and the desire to survive, and her ambitions do not know loyalty, and the word devotion never lived in her soul. However, he was ready to make concessions and accept her as a guard dog, as evidenced by the collar and chain at her feet. From the way she hesitated, Chen Bai knew that she didn't want to put this ornament on her neck. But at some point, the woman picked up the collar from the floor and fastened it around her neck, acknowledging her complete surrender. In real time, the demon was about to swallow the main character's soul, but he didn't have to worry about it, because he would always have sweet dreams. But everything didn't go according to the demon's plan, as the main character recognized the illusion and escaped from its clutches, not missing the opportunity to cut Salisbury with swords. Now the big guy became curious when the guy saw through his illusion, and how he was able to escape without even letting the demon notice. By and large, it wasn't difficult to see through the deception, since the demon couldn't recreate the divine aura. And breaking free from the illusion was even easier because the souls of the swords that belonged to the guy were not affected by this very illusion. Now Salisbury realized that Chen Bai could have killed him a long time ago, but he just wanted to play. But the demon was wrong. The guy didn't want to kill him. He just needed to rest a little, after all. More than 200 circles in the abyss had exhausted his mind to the limit. After all, during all this time, he made about 1,000 rollbacks coupled with battles, intrigues, and intrigues. They exhausted him mentally, and although it was possible to restore a little strength during breaks, the accumulated pressure and confusion did not go away, so without this illusion, the protagonist's will would be on the verge of failure. Therefore, this illusion reminded him of his original goal, preventing him from going crazy in the endless series of circles of the abyss. This offended the demon a little, but nevertheless he made the protagonist a little happy by the fact that there were not so many circles of the abyss left ahead. There were just under 300 left to go, but many of them were completely empty. These circles will indeed be completely empty because in battles of the mighty, sometimes several circles are destroyed at once, and the deeper, the more often this happens. This was useful information, so the protagonist promised him that if he passed this test, he would come visit him sometime. And then Salisbury promised to show the protagonist the most perfect illusion. And if he did not see through it, the demon would not let him out of his tenacious clutches. The demon's words turned out to be true, so the main character jumped over several circles at once. And he found himself on the 279th circle, where he was supposed to meet the Beast Lord Baphomet. Moreover, he will be a formidable operative, the god of the tribe, the Minotaur, the patron of the barbarians, one of the 6 true gods that Elmia told him about earlier. The main character didn't even notice how this very Minotaur appeared behind his back. But somehow Chen Bai magically realized that something was wrong, so he put up a shield and blocked the attack. He then pulled out one of his special plague swords to attack, transforming one of his arms into it. The blow was strong, and the Minotaur fell backwards under the onslaught of the man. Unfortunately, the demon did not die and began to sink into the quagmire of the floor, hiding from the young man. Something like this should have been predicted, but Chen Bai was relaxed, so he missed this little trick. He didn't expect, of course, that the demon would be able to dissolve in blood and disappear. It was a bloody double to detain uninvited guests. Unfortunately, the guy's knowledge of the Beastmasters was insufficient, and many of them were at the level of rumors. But not even 10 minutes had passed when a demon pounced on Chen Bai from around the corner again. Moreover, his blows became much stronger than they were before. However, the main character also had some aces up his sleeve, which he now began to actively use. However, this attack did not become the key to victory. But with each new turn of the labyrinth, with each new attack, Baphomet only became stronger, raising its level. Thus, the guy came to the conclusion that it looked like he would have to fight with different demons. But now, his opponent was level 5, and in terms of characteristics, he was practically not inferior to him. But now was not the time for worries. It was necessary to move forward no matter the cost. But it was very difficult, because the demon's growth with each level began to exceed all the expectations of the young man. Now the enemy's characteristics were 1.5 or even almost 2 times higher than the main character's characteristics. Therefore, it was necessary to gather more information in order to find a way to defeat the enemy. And now, the hourglass has moved the protagonist back to the very beginning. This time, he decided to check what would happen if he didn't kill the low-level Baphomet. So he decided to run away from the monster that was chasing him on the first level. And now, he has practically reached the place where the second-level Baphomet was supposed to appear. But the most interesting thing is that the enemy did not appear in that place. This could mean that the 7th-level demon zone was left behind, which needed to be checked urgently. But everything there was not as simple as we would like, and after a few seconds, his opponent materialized behind the main character. But this time too, things didn't work out for the main character. At the last minute, Chen Bai was able to roll back time, otherwise he would have turned into a pancake. It was definitely a level 8 or higher Minotaur, so why did the guy run into it right away when the labyrinth had always started with a low-level demon before? All this suggested that there was only one Baphomet in the labyrinth, and if it was killed at a low level, it would respawn deeper and only become stronger. And if not killed, it would pursue the young man. Suddenly, the guy had an idea that he needed to check if he had enough virus points to improve his own abilities and be able to resist the demon. And here he found the perfect option, because negative emotions and mental attacks should suppress the Minotaur's battle thirst hormone and reduce its gain, so the idea has already formed in the head of the main character. Once everything had come together in the young man's head, during a new battle he began to pull Baphomet's horns along with him. Thus, the guy dragged the enemy to the second level. Here the enemy should have become stronger, so there's nothing to worry about. And after just a few seconds, the Minotaur stood up, got angry, and was ready to destroy everything in his path. However, he didn't expect that he would get a lung infection, and his basic stats would start to decrease. Fatigue would appear, difficulty breathing, coughing, and a mental worm would also activate, which would create emotional interference. Basically, everything that happened was better than Chen Bai expected, as the opponent was unable to recover his strength and eliminate the negative effects. Now it was obvious that the victory was in the protagonist's pocket. An hour later, the protagonist and Baphomet found themselves in the labyrinth arena, where the guy forced the Minotaur to rise into the air to make it easier for him to deliver the next blow. But everything went a little bit wrong again, as Baphomet was able to block the new attack. It was surprising because up until that moment, the guy was sure that his opponent was holding on with his last strength. But it seemed that at level 10, his characteristics had increased sharply. The problem was that at the 10th level, the demon had an extremely powerful passive function. The divine body, it was no wonder that its characteristics once again surpassed Chen Bai's. Suddenly, Baphomet spoke, surprising the protagonist, asking why they should fight each other at all. The demon thought that battles were so boring and completely useless. Who would have thought that a mental worm would drive the Minotaur into depression? Moreover, the Minotaur didn't care about anything at all because his whole life was battles and preparation for them. Because of these very battles, even 44 circles of the abyss turned into nothing. And his life is complete nonsense, just a waste of air. From such torment, the main character was even ready to free the poor demon. But this was impossible in this situation. In the labyrinth, one can be reborn in full condition infinitely, and this applies not only to the demon, but also to the human. This forced the enemy to admit defeat. That's what real victory is. So the Minotaur even thought he was a little crazy. Therefore, Baphomet admitted his defeat and let the main character go further, and he will remain here, lie down, look at the ceiling, and reflect on the meaning of life. Chen Bai found himself in the restroom, thinking that the last battle was quite scary since the opponent's final stats were around 3,000 and his overall stats were around 500, so it was surprising that he was able to win. Time is up, and Chen Bai is now at the 350th circle, thinking about how he got a really cool mental worm. This time he had to deal with the demon, the Lord, the world devourer Vinny Fred. It was a legendary 9-headed hydra that had the right to devour, and the worst part was that the protagonist knew practically nothing about it. The first to enter the game was the 9th head, a girl. And as soon as the main character told her a bunch of compliments, her soul melted, and she let him go ahead, because he had passed her test. But there were still 8 heads left. Now it was the 8th brother's turn to take part in the test, and to do so he had to wake up. The eighth brother woke up and decided that his test would be an arithmetic problem. So he asked what 1 plus 1 was. Since Chenbai gave the correct answer, he passed this test as well. While the seventh brother was thinking about his task, the sixth and fifth had already come up with a task and were ready to voice it. Chenbai had to judge which brother was right, the one who claimed that water extinguishes fire or the one who claimed that fire evaporates water. The situation was stalemate. The main character could not support either of the heads, but he could not answer the question. In both cases, he was threatened with death. Suddenly, Chen Baiyu came up with an idea to cut off one of the heads to break the deadlock. At this point, everything could have ended very sadly, but the third head intervened, who said that the fifth and sixth brothers behaved unwisely because they gave the man an unsolvable riddle. It is not surprising that he decided to kill them. Gradually, it began to dawn on the fifth and sixth brothers that if they were to ask questions in this way, the person would answer incorrectly in any case. If so, then the two heads admitted that they were wrong and informed the young man that he had passed their test. This small victory didn't please Chen Baiyu very much, so he continued to provoke the brothers to sort out their relationship through combat. And now was the perfect moment, because at this level there was no physical body of the Hydra, but only its projection. In this way, they will be able to solve their dilemma rather than asking a complete stranger and demanding that he solve their problems. And the brothers were already ready to start sorting things out, but the first brother intervened and stopped the fifth and sixth. Meanwhile, the fourth brother came up with tests for the main character. It turned out that he was born in space and wandered among the stars. But before this test, he had never been to the blue star, so he asked to tell all the stories and tales about this place. The third brother was also interested in whether there were beautiful landscapes or delicious food on the blue star, and telling about this would already be his test. The second brother was curious whether people had famous thinkers or philosophers, and in general, all the brothers were interested in hearing stories about the Earth. But all these stories could drag on for too long, so the Hydra decided to ask the young man to stand still and not dodge when taking the blow. Chen Bai stood and waited, understanding that the flight of this ball was slow and the radius of destruction was limited, but the thrust was simply enormous. Perhaps it would be possible to stop it all with telekinesis, or maybe not, but it was worth a try. Only something went wrong, and nothing came of this idea, despite the fact that it was the initial version of the eating bomb, and the level is limited to only 10. But there was one small nuance. When the energy consumption reaches the limit, the skill explodes. Hydra watched the huge explosion, realizing that the damage was 3 times greater than the energy absorbed. And if there had been someone else in the place of the main character, he would have definitely died from this explosion, but it was not enough to kill the guy. At this point, the third brother's test was over, and the first brother pushed the youngest aside. After that, Chen Bai told the 3 brothers about the history of philosophy and culture of the Earth, and the first brother remained. And his test was basically quite simple. The guy had to survive the fight of the fifth and sixth brothers. The heads nevertheless began their confrontation. From physical actions, they came to a verbal altercation. By and large, this was all set up so that Chen Bai could move on because he had defeated Baphomet, which meant he had a chance to pass the test and a chance to become the Lord of the Abyss. But everything was not so simple because the God Jackal lived on the 375th circle. Meanwhile, the main character arrived here and was ready to accept the fight. The guy understood that he was the worst at dealing with the invisible killer, and the hardest at dealing with his opponents, because during a fight, one blow decides everything. And at some point, he was getting dressed and he fell into a hidden trap. And if it weren't for his innate abilities and trained instincts, he wouldn't have been able to avoid death. But having escaped from one trap, an unpleasant surprise from the second awaited him. But the young man was able to deal with this obstacle, although he understood that similar traps would be repeated over and over again. At some point, he touched a black circle on the net, after which there was an explosion. But even this could not kill the young man. He jumped aside in time. The problem was that he hadn't even met the main one yet. He already had to use state reading. At that moment, he stepped in and realized that he had fallen into a trap again. At that moment, he realized that he was not dealing with the god of murder, but with the god of traps. At that moment, he heard the voice of his opponent, but he did not yet see him. In order to discern at least some movement, he had to use one of his hidden abilities, only then did he notice the attacker. But he couldn't react, so he died and went back to the past, realizing that things were bad for him, because the enemy's basic characteristics were much higher than his own. Plus, he had to avoid endless traps, and his superpowers of stealth beat all records of problematic. Last time the main character didn't have time to release the virus, now he needs to think about this moment in advance. After all, if Yinoku catches the virus, Chenbai can track him down using virus vision. The first part of the plan was devised. The second part was to use one of the virus techniques to destroy all the traps at once. After that, the guy looked at all the broken magnificence, realizing that there were almost 100 different traps within tens of meters, and not one of them was repeated. At that moment, a jackal appeared behind the guy who was incredibly angry, because even if he could have tolerated the poison, he could not tolerate the destroyed forest of traps, which cost him a lot of effort. And again he was killed and returned to the past, realizing that from the very beginning the jackal was next to him, watching and knowing about his every move. It had to be admitted that Yinogu was a difficult opponent, so Chenbai was already returning to the past for the fifth time. The number of returns increased and the main character did not raise how he could defeat this enemy, yes. His strength was inferior to the Minotaur, but still surpassed his own. All the traps in the forest were dangerous, one wrong step and that's it. You can return to the past again. Moreover, as soon as the enemy notices the drop in characteristics, he attacks him and kills him. Yes. And the mental worm not only did not deprive the enemy of his fighting spirit, but also made him even more impatient. So the idea of combining the flu virus and the mental worm suddenly came to the young man's head. In addition, Jackal's traps could be used to stall for time and wear him down. The puzzle began to take shape the way the protagonist wanted. So he decided to continue and find out the position of the traps and plot a route. If he could reduce the characteristics of his enemy, he would be able to kill him. So far, he has only been able to anger the jackal. So once again, the beast killed the young man, sending him back to the past for the 10th time. History repeated itself all at once, and for the 23rd time, the young man found himself in the past. But the more he returned to the past, the better he oriented himself in the present, and understood that haste was the worst thing for jackals because he could easily fall into his own traps. And now the enemy is seized by an undisguised thirst for murder, and like all the times before, he does not restrain himself and falls into his own traps. But this time, the main character manages to survive after another enemy attack. And all because the power of this blow, as well as its characteristics, are already less than the characteristics of the main character about 2 times. But the jackal was already in a state where he felt nothing. He saw the goal and did not see any obstacles, even realizing that he was doing something wrong. Now Yinoku's stats had dropped below average and the enemy was generally pretty battered. So Chenbai had a chance to deal a fatal blow. Finally, the guy won, and the jackal's corpse began to disappear. It was time again for a little rest, and this time, the guy chose a whole hour to restore his own strength. This time, he was completely exhausted. The problem was also with his equipment, which was wearing out and did not make him invulnerable, but he had no other. This is despite the fact that he still has 3 gods to defeat, and this will definitely not be easy. Time passed quickly, and the main character was destined to face new dangers, and it is quite possible that his new enemy will be the Queen of the Succubus. But no, on the 400th circle, a demon was waiting for him. The ferryman to the kingdom of the dead, Gaber. But the guy wasn't scared, because he had a feeling that this would be the easiest circle after the Hydra. By and large, the young man liked it when monsters attacked him in droves. Then he just had to kill them and not think about anything. The situation was reminiscent of defending a city, but he didn't have to protect anyone. Plus, the new flying swords gave him more range, so his stats didn't decrease. Meanwhile, Gabur appeared on the battlefield. He barely managed to block the enemy's first attack, so he quickly regrouped and counterattacked, wanting to end this fight as quickly as possible. To be honest, the man didn't expect that the person would be able to figure him out. However, he recognized his strength and abilities, as well as common sense in any difficult situation. The carrier of the kingdom of the dead, Gabar, died. Now it was possible to move on. Now, on the next lap, Chenbai really did have a meeting with Mainshat. And if up until this moment he had to deal with demons who preferred fields and the like, then the succubus was waiting for him on a wide canopy bed. She was beautiful, looking forward to some interesting entertainment with a man who had challenged the abyss itself. The main character was a man, so he stared at the beautiful creature in front of him, his heart fluttering and his cheeks turning red. At that moment, the realization came to him that it was the girl's charms that were having such an effect on him, and that's why he almost forgot about everything in the world. But Mainshat continued to cast her spell, beckoning the young man to come closer to her because she felt all his desires and did not understand why he was trying to suppress them. But Chen Bai stubbornly stood in one place. And since this was the case, the succubus decided to come closer to him herself. And now, she is standing practically pressed against the young man, forcing him to kneel and kiss her feet. And if he is an obedient boy, then she will allow him to become her pet. And no matter how hard Chen Bai tried to resist her power, he couldn't, and he knelt down. He remembered that moment as he had one day talked to his former mistress about how her desire control method that she had taught him really worked, since the succubus he had encountered in that building had not posed any threat to him. But then the mistress told another very interesting story about the queen of the succubi. It turned out that long ago she fell in love with a young man, and when she received her power, she used it on him, and he, overcome with lust, humiliated himself, crawled on his knees, and begged her for at least a drop of affection. Since then, if Mainchat meets someone she likes, she turns on her charms to the fullest and tests men. They all failed, and she is disappointed in them. If Chen Bai were a little different, he would also have completely given in to the temptation. But he was different, and his goals were different. So now he broke free from the spell and attacked. But the attack did not produce the desired effect. The demoness easily dodged the blow and snatched her whip, ready to enter the fight. Moreover, with this very whip, she practically remembered the young man, forcing him to look at all sorts of obscenities. If she had just made up her mind to watch, but this whip was far from ordinary and caused a certain tremor in the young man's body. The girl not only entangled his entire body, he stood not only as a paralyzed log, but the pain gradually turned into tickling and other more interesting sensations. It turned out that this was the effect of the succubus's special ability, which forced the guy to give free rein to his instincts, and her control was not irresistible. But such a trick was not enough to make Chen Bai give in. He was even curious about what would happen next, because if that was all, then the performance was mediocre and earned a negative review. This was already starting to amuse the girl a little, because she expected that the blood would concentrate in the lower part of the guy's body, and he would not be able to think. But she was wrong, the man still had a sharp tongue. Therefore, it was necessary to add a little pepper to make Chen Bai more accommodating. A French kiss really did send a young man into space. Yes, he understood that he was under the power of this beauty, but sometimes it is not necessary to shackle instincts tightly. Sometimes it is useful to give them a little freedom. The main thing is to be able to curb them in the end, because the thirst for the virus to reproduce is the most unstoppable of them. Now he was ready to give Main a shot a rebuff. She had never in her life seen someone completely bewitched and still push through, and that was exactly what was happening now. Now the initiative was not on her side, but on her side was Chen Baya, who was behind her, ready to strike again. But instead of striking, he grabbed her by the neck, pinned her, and pierced her body with sharp spikes. And in just a moment, they found themselves on the bed in an ambiguous pose. The girl tried to resist and harm the young man with her tail, but at some point her tail slowed down, which meant that the succubus was giving him a chance. And if so, then he had no reason for unnecessary ceremony. Overall, if you approach the situation this way, she understood that her body was just a projection, so she was curious about what would happen next. The succubus and the human spent 3 days hugging and confronting each other, and now lay on the bed, exhausted. Eventually, this circle was completed, and the young man chose 1 hour to restore his strength. The young man stood up. He understood that he had already survived clashes with 5 gods and only one remained, and then he could consider the task completed. Meanwhile, in her palace, Mainchat was thinking about how she felt after her defeat, and whether she should go to the 500th circle right now to kill the guy who lived there. But at the same time, she wanted the guy to pass the test of the abyss and reach the level of the gods. Then she would be able to feel that same feeling next to him again. At this moment, she realized that Chen Bai would be in trouble, as he would have to face the Eternal Night Lord, who even she was no match for. Meanwhile, Chen Bai was already at the 500th circle, where Agaris was waiting for him, believing that it was here that the main character's winning streak would end. The fight began, but the problem was already that thermal vision did not penetrate the darkness, and mental perception also refused to work, which meant that he would have to die several times before achieving his goal. But here too, the young man was mistaken, because he stood and waited for an attack. But there was no attack from the enemy when suddenly the system reported that this circle had been completed, and the enemy had been defeated. The demon didn't die, but he still liked Chen Bai, so he would look forward to fighting him again in the future. The young man didn't understand why Agaris let him through, because it couldn't have been that simple, and besides, these mysterious expressions irritated the main character a little. Meanwhile, transitions from one level to another began without encountering any obstacles, since these levels were destroyed. And so Chenbai reached the 600th circle, but there was no lord here, so they were choosing a suitable demon lord to complete the quest. The most interesting thing is that this time the guy had to deal with Satan, the traitor of the abyss, the creator of hell. At that moment, a beautiful demon appeared in front of the young man, saying that he did not expect his consciousness to awaken in the depths of the abyss after so many years. Why this happened is a good question. Probably because someone passed the test of the abyss and reached the last circle. Meanwhile, Chen Bai looked closely at his future opponent, realizing that he was quite strong and very talkative. If the young man was ready to fight, then Satan was not interested. Because he never liked fighting, he was now more curious to chat with the main character, because his body had died long ago, and he would hardly be able to meet the guy anywhere else. Chen Bai was in no hurry to enter into a dialogue, which the demon did not like. So he decided that he would use force to achieve what he wanted, namely to see all the young man's secrets. But after the first attack, it became obvious that Chen Bai was using the power of hell to counterattack. It was quite funny and unusual because here and now a man used hellfire against Satan's hellfire. On the one hand, it was a smart move, but on the other hand, it was the stupidest choice of all. This was because Satan was the ruler of hell, so now Chen Bai couldn't even move a finger, nor could he extinguish the hellish flames that had enveloped his body. Therefore, the young man was already considering the option of turning back time, when suddenly Satan spoke and offered cooperation. It was quite strange, but at the same time it sounded like an offer that was impossible to refuse, considering that without a rollback and many attempts, it would be impossible to pass the level. Seeing that the guy was ready to make contact, Satan extinguished the hellish flames, allowing the guy to feel relief. The thing was, Satan's true body had long since perished, but the abyss had created a projection, preserving the life imprints of all its creatures. And if this imprint was preserved and carried out, then the demon would be able to be truly reborn. Chen Baiyu only needs to carry Satan out of the abyss, and no payment will be required for this. Moreover, he will receive a part of the hellish inheritance as a reward, as a gift from Satan. It sounded tempting, of course, but the guy didn't believe that everything would be so simple, so the details were important to him. At that moment, Satan handed the young man a ring, with the help of which he would be able to carry him out of the abyss, since his life imprint would be hidden in the ring, and the guy would only need to rush from point A to point B. And as soon as the young man takes it out of the abyss, this ring will become his property. Chenbai understood that Satan could not be trusted, but he could not defeat him. And he could not understand his true goals either. Obviously, there could be some kind of trap, but what exactly was the question? Well, the ring didn't work yet, and Satan couldn't prove his sincerity in any other way, because he was only a shadow born from a life imprint, and this ring was the only thing he had, or rather, was left. Now this looked completely suspicious, so Chen Bai decided to try his luck and attacked Satan. But the guy was wrong. He didn't know that as long as he had even a drop of hellish power in him, he would never be able to resist the god of hell. Besides, Satan did not want to kill the young man, because if he killed him, then who knows how long he would have to wait for the next person who could pass the test of the abyss. But Satan can hang around on this level with the main character for eternity until he agrees to cooperate with him. But the main character really didn't like this prospect, so he agreed to Satan's persuasion. After this, the system informed the young man that he had defeated all the lords of the abyss and passed the test of the abyss, after which he found himself in a rather interesting place, and in front of him lay a scroll. While the guy realized that he had achieved his goal, black vortices began to form a physical object. Now it was possible to catch my breath and check my condition, which turned out to be normal, as was the return to the past. Now it was interesting to talk to Satan. So the young man turned to the ring and asked the Lord of Hell to come out and talk to him a little. Satan himself was not averse to talking. Besides, he had interesting information, for example, about the scroll that was being formed on the altar. It was a scroll of transition to the Lords of the Abyss. It was time for the guy to get used to the fact that soon everyone in this world would know his name, even though they limited themselves to cooperating with each other. But the main character managed to defeat the supreme succubus, which others could not do. Now Chen Bai's daughter began to understand that Agaris was Satan's subordinate in the 500th circle, which was why everything went so quickly and smoothly. This was the true truth because among the 72 pillars of demons, the second most important was Agaris. Everything was clear with this, but regarding cooperation, not so much. And if the main character thought that it should end now, Then Satan warned that there was one more step, because the guy had not yet received the ring and had not tasted the hellish legacy. The Lord of Hell was ready to give his ring to the main character without any regrets, and he also guaranteed that his body would fully enjoy all future processes, because he was going to use it to enter the higher spheres. Now Chen-Bai realized that Satan's goal was to devour his soul and take over his body, but he had not foreseen this, so he was unable to protect his soul. Therefore, the only chance for salvation was to roll back into the past. But Satan did not expect such a turn of events because the soul of an ordinary mortal is not capable of performing such miracles. The obsession passed, the soul was in order, only a little blood was dripping from the finger on which the ring was. Overall, the situation was not so dire, but it was unknown whether Satan was alive or dead for good, so it was best to remove the ring now, destroy it, and not give in to the greedy impulse to own everything at once. And at the moment when Chen-Bai made the decision to destroy the ring, a mini-spirit of Satan appeared, asking for another chance to talk and find out everything. If up to this point Satan had tried to threaten the main character in some way, then after the latest events he decided to change tactics, said compliments, and asked to leave him such a tiny, miserable life. And in return he would give everything he has and even more. Well, this was all empty talk, but Chen Baiyu was interested in specifics. There were no specifics, but the guy didn't want to kill this little spirit, so he sent it to rest in the inventory. Now the young man needed to get down to business. He received a second SS rank scroll to change his profession. All that remains is to summon Lei-Do and complete the quest, after which you will receive 2 professions at once. Since the guy had no intention of leaving the abyss yet, he decided to summon the God of Commerce right in the middle of the first circle of the abyss. I didn't have to wait long. The coin worked like clockwork, and a business-like goblin appeared in the passage. Lei-Duo was unhappy that his subordinate had summoned him to such a lousy place. It turned out that the Goblin Guild had branches in hell, but it was the abyss, inhabited by stupid demons who do not understand at all what deals are and what they are for. Lei-Do skipped the long conversations and got down to business. He wanted to understand why the protagonist had called him here, since the coin he had used to do this was intended to complete the investment task. But the guy didn't lose his head. He was interested in whether the contract and rewards for completing the investment mission were ready. Everything was, of course, prepared and approved by the will of the cosmos. If so, then it was time to show the sponsor the scrolls that he had obtained in an unequal struggle. The first scroll that the young man showed was the power of the plague and impressed God since this profession suited the guy very well, but he wanted to look at the second scroll too. At that moment, the young man summoned the second scroll he had received in the abyss. Lei-Do obviously did not expect such a turn of events because no god could obtain this scroll, but his protege could. Holding both scrolls in his hands, the young man clearly felt the killing intent that emanated from the God of Commerce, which led to the idea that he wanted to take one of these scrolls, and it was obviously the scroll of the Lord of the Abyss. But Lei-Do quickly calmed down, smiled, and handed the young protagonist a double profession change scroll. Goblin calmed down for a reason because the investment will be completed, and after signing the contract, they became eternal partners. Meanwhile, the god asked the young man that if he mastered the abyss in the future, he would allow him to open a branch of the Goblin Guild here. This was a very tempting offer, so Chen-Bai had no intention of refusing, after which the business partners shook hands. But there was one more thing. The goblin really wanted to see how the young man would use the double curl of the profession transition, and he did not disappoint the goblin. And then a real miracle began to happen. Energy began to swirl around the main character and the scrolls began to spin in a way that only they could understand. And then the transition began, painful, bright, and powerful. At this moment, the protagonist's girlfriends received a notification that the will of the cosmos congratulates the player Chen-Bai, who was the first to complete the transition after the space trials, which enters a new phase and opens the regional ranking. Meanwhile, in the White Eagle Empire, in the dungeon of the transition, in the changeable amusement park, a battle was unfolding. Anthony Douglas, a SSS player, was testing his strength against a huge clown while trying to catch his breath against the wall. It was sad to realize that this monster had figured out all the young man's tricks. Nevertheless, victory went to the man who won the opportune moment and dealt the fatal blow. The young man received the scroll for the transition and was confident that he would be the first to make this very transition. Because up until this moment, Chen-Bai had always been in the lead, but now everything was about to change. But as usual, everything didn't go according to plan. And the first person to make the transition turned out to be the main character, defeating his simple opponent. Meanwhile, the protagonist received a notification from the system, which said that he had made a successful transition, and his default camp was assigned to Dragon Country. He can change the camp within 10 minutes. If within these 10 minutes he does not make a final decision, then he will need to pay a lot of money to change something. The young man, without thinking twice, confirmed joining the Dragon Country camp, where only players of level 10 and above who had completed the transition could get into the level ranking. Now it's time to look at the new abilities and skills of the acquired professions. The first profession was called Plague of the Living, with the help of which he received the right to own the plague, that is, all plague creatures and infected creatures with attributes no higher than his own are subject to complete control. Each controlled plague organism enhances the skills of the profession and the effects of viruses and fungi. The profession skill is the Plague Sun, which creates a plague sun whose rays instantly spread viruses. However, the description of the attributes and skills was rather vague, so the guy decided to test them empirically. With the help of the Plague Sun, the young man destroyed demons within a kilometer radius in 3 seconds. Now it was possible to read information about the Lord of the Abyss. Only here a surprise awaited him. There were no basic attribute bonuses when leveling up, and all abilities would be strengthened depending on the number of layers of the Abyss under control. But once he looked at the rights and skills of the profession, he realized that his future was limitless, since the levels would be hundreds higher than others. In addition, as a bonus, there was free entry and exit into the Abyss in any of its layers of 9 bloodlines, and resurrection. This was clearly no worse than an hourglass. At this point, Lado took out 2 glasses of red wine from where you were and offered to drink, since he saw that the young man had sorted out all the pressing issues, and it was time to begin the celebration. In addition, the goblin presented the young man with a goblin pocket store, where he could afford to buy the necessary goods supplied by the guild. Not so the mission ended. The young man climbed out of the abyss, realizing that he now has no layers of the master, so he can begin the conquest. He quickly went through the 1st to the 9th layers and received 245 points to his attributes. Natasha got to the 19th layer, and it turned out that he had failed to sing and had missed the 18th. This needed to be fixed, but before that he decided to test some of his abilities. For example, he took out a spear that constantly resisted him and burned him, and decided to apply the acceptance of the abyss to it and see what would happen as a result. But the spear continued to resist. It was not for nothing that this weapon had the potential for evolution, which meant it was a cut above the zombie mask. If this continued, the main character's strength would not be enough to transform this item. So he decided to try a slightly different approach. He took the weapon and threw it into the well of the abyss, which was able to suppress the power of the weapon, which allowed the process of transformation to be completed. Now it was the perfect weapon for the young man, and he could proceed to the 18th level. At the 18th level, Agaris was waiting for him, and he happily greeted the young man. It was not the right time for a celebration, so first the demon had to swear allegiance to the main character, and then it was possible to have fun. At that very moment, the second of the 72 demons, the Lord of Eternal Night, returned part of his soul to the Ring of Solomon. After which, Agaris happily presented the young man with the blood essence of the great Lord of the Demons of Hell, SS rank, in order to strengthen the power of the protagonist's body. It was a good thing that could help at least temporarily solve some of the main character's issues. At that moment, Agaris realized that it was not Satan standing before him, because at one time it was the master who gave his humble servant this potion, which in the future could help him return his physical body. Chen Bai had no intention of answering the question asked, because by and large the demon had already sworn allegiance to him, and there was no point in yearning for the spark of the former master's soul. Agaris was not going to give up, just as he was not going to serve the guy either, so he increased his resistance to the maximum. But Chen Bai wasn't afraid, because now he was the Lord of the Abyss, that is, he was the Abyss. And if he didn't attack the creatures, none of them would be able to touch him. Meanwhile, the young man addressed the spirit of Satan, saying that he was lucky with his subordinates, since they were so devoted to him even after his death. Satan believed that in the case of Agres, no sophisticated tricks were needed, because at the level the demon was at, devotion was just a step towards greater power. The demon froze, remained silent, did not attack, because he felt the aura of his master, and this meant that Satan was alive, but he was nowhere to be seen. The young man did not deny the fact that in the near future, perhaps both Satan and Agaris would serve exclusively him. After which he went on a date with the succubus, who was already waiting for him in her abode. The young man came to her because he needed someone who knew enough about the abyss to answer all his questions. The succubus was ready to happily answer all the questions that interested the young man, because he was the ruler of the abyss, and therefore her master. But boring and heartfelt conversations were not for her, so the young man needed to use more interesting methods to get her to talk. The conversation was long and not particularly interesting, so it ended rather quickly, and when it did, Manashat asked the young man to do with her real body everything that he did with her avatar. Besides, this funny game started thanks to the two of them, so let it stay between them. Besides, stop wasting time. The succubus is already waiting. Meanwhile, in the real world, player Wei Hao found the twins in their humble hideout. The girls tried to drive away the uninvited guests, threatening him with all the deadly reprisals they knew, so that he would leave quickly. But such threats had no effect on the young man, because he had the talent of the Ghost King's order and could kill creatures by increasing mental strength and turning them into his ghostly servants. So now there was a mental confrontation between the twins and this young man. Their tricks had no effect on him at all, but the man's mental attack worked on the girls in a jiffy. However, the girls managed to hide, so the guy went to look for them, saying that if they were obedient girls, they wouldn't even have to be punished. But Wei Hao's fantasies were not destined to come true, because Chen Bai returned home and hugged his girlfriends. Only Wei Hao could not realize and understand the full depth of his offense and continued to threaten the main character now that he would turn not only the girls into his ghostly servants, but him too. In his past life, this guy became the Ghost King, one of the 8 rulers of the 8 royal cities. But in this life, the main character was not going to give him such a chance, especially when he insulted him. After all, in his previous life, this young man loved to kill people and turn them into ghosts. Hundreds of players who were innocent had died at his hands, so in this life, Chen Baiyu had no shame at all in killing him. Besides, the twins were happy and grateful for the help. Moreover, the girls at this stage had reached the 7th level, so it was already possible to start looking for suitable scrolls for them to transition. And as soon as the guy opened the store, a young man appeared who said that he had practically conquered without, and the man could choose any place for himself to open a branch of the trade guild. In addition, the main character also wanted to select suitable transition scrolls for his assistants. Yes, God had suitable scrolls for the twins, and such an interesting case was suitable for his investment. So he pulled the scroll of Dika, tied to the earth, to the guy. This was an unusual scroll, as this profession had 2 development paths, and with the right approach, the girls could become the second after the main character, who would be the happy owner of a double profession. After that, Leidu left. The twins began to thank the main character for such a valuable gift, offering all sorts of things, but at some point the sisters' opinions on gratitude diverged. So Chen Bai and the eldest Yang sister were left alone. The conversation was quite difficult, because the topic was that not long ago the main character refused a certain gratitude, because those who walk with him through life must either sincerely love him by mutual consent or be absolutely devoted to him and ready for everything he asks. But he didn't like those who offered their bodies in exchange for benefits, and that's exactly what the blonde did. But in fact, Chen Baiyu was curious, because logically such actions, like using her body to pay off a debt or get closer to him, should be in the spirit of the younger sister, because she was the embodiment of evil thoughts, but not the elder who embodied good thoughts. The girl believed that the desire and striving for the best for oneself are not evil thoughts if they do not harm other people. It was quite an interesting point of view, so the protagonist was not even offended and sent Yang He to train because it would be useful for both her and him. When the girl left, the young man read the chat and remembered that in the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital, one can summon GPI, one of the 72 demons, who can strengthen the Ring of Satan. After which he sent a message and asked his friend to get ready, as he would go with him to the hospital. After which he returned to reading the chat where a very interesting name appeared. Ding Ding, a player who in the future, or rather in a past life, was quite famous, nicknamed the Puppeteer. This ended the study of the group chat, and after a while the protagonist, along with Han Sao, came to the entrance of the hospital. There was a fair amount of people crowding at the entrance, and it was not surprising, because many knew that the main character had recently undergone one of his trials here. So the place had become quite popular. Suddenly someone called the young man in a simple way, but it turned out to be not someone, but something. A huge doll behind whose back a cute girl was hiding. Han Xiao was frightened, but Chen Bai remained a rock and was not afraid of such antics. They were about to enter the dungeon when another player approached them. It was some Alun whom the guys should have heard about for some reason, but they hadn't. At that moment, Tinkerbell remembered that in the magical city there were 2 ordinary dungeons and 1 hellish one. to which someone named A. Lung had recently come. This man gathered a team of brave guys and believed that only they could pass the Red Star dungeon. However, this demonstration did not impress Chen Bai at all because he thought that although this guy did not look evil, he was too self-confident that he would play a cruel joke on him someday. But when the man realized that he was trying to show off in front of a high-level player, he immediately became embarrassed and lost all his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the dungeon itself, the main character's group was attacked by monsters, which he asked Tinker Bell and Han Xiao to deal with. He also sent Yang Qi to help the boys. The girl was happy that she had the honor of showing the main character her new technique. At this moment, Chen Bai felt that the fire that the girl was using smelled like hellfire, which was probably the work of Satan, because the guy put it in the ring after leaving the abyss, and the ring was placed in the inventory, which started a chain reaction. This made one think that Satan taught Yang Qi a new technique just to please him. But to confirm his thoughts, he decided to talk to Satan. And he was absolutely right. The spirit believed that the girl's talent was very high and her evil thoughts were so pure that they surpassed even the natives of hell. So he taught her a new technique. In addition, Satan in this room felt the aura of Jipei, one of his subordinates. Meanwhile, the two girls and Han Xiao had finished clearing the area, and it was time to move on. But before that, the guys had to leave 16 monsters for the main character, who was going to transform Jeepy, after which the most interesting part would begin. But the girls didn't have to worry because the maximum level of this dungeon was 12th, which meant the demon's power would be limited. Tinkerbell was indeed feeling a bit nervous, but since the main character would be with her, her excitement began to calm down a little, and she could move on to bringing this crazy idea to life. Meanwhile, they collected the required number of monsters and dragged them into a secret room, where they fixed them on crosses near pentagrams for summoning. After that, he let the blood of these monsters flow down and connect into strange symbols. At that moment, a notification came from the system, stating that the Red Star Psychological Hospital had activated hidden conditions, and the difficulty had been increased to hell. And a few seconds later, GP appeared in the room, outraged that such tasteless monsters were sacrificed to him. So now he was in a bad mood. Suddenly, the demon turned his attention to Han Xiao, saying that he had demon blood flowing through his veins and had even inherited some of his strength. The guy suddenly felt ill, but he was still standing on his feet and could even ask questions. For example, he was interested in where his twin sister was. But the demon had no desire to answer Han Xiao's questions. So Chen Bai intervened in their conversation and insistently asked the demon to answer this question. Chen Bai ignored the words and actions of his new opponent. The demon did not expect such disdain. How could some person not value his words and not answer questions? But even for such a crime, I didn't want to kill the guy just like that. First, he had to understand why he would die. At that moment, the main character spoke in the demon's native language. Not understanding why he was behaving so stupidly, even if he tried to behave like a human, he would still not become a human. So, what was the point of all this? But the creature didn't really understand who was in front of it, so it considered itself the smartest. Of course, he was wrong to think so, but stupidity is not a disease. It is not contagious. So the main character listened with irony as the demon again assured him of his exclusivity and of the worthlessness of the guy himself, because a few phrases in the demonic language did not make him smarter. At that moment, GP noticed the guy's ring, but he pretended that it was just a piece of jewelry, so it was strange to see how the demon's face changed, although it was clear why everything was like that. But the time for talking was over, and Chen Bai attacked his opponent. Whatever you say, the guy had a real punch. GP fell and started coughing, and just a couple of minutes ago, he was threatening to kill people. Now the demon was in no hurry to rise, moreover, he knelt down on one knee in front of the main character, saying that he was wrong when he showed disrespect to the young man. Chen Bai's companions did not expect this turn of events. The main character had no need for such admiration if it did not come from the heart, but from fear for the safety of the ring. Besides, the demon could try to kill the guy, and then this ring would be his by right of being the strongest. The spirit of the ring did not understand the guy's decision. He was too polite with his opponents, while Chen Bai did not want to take advantage of someone else's influence. However, the ring on the protagonist's finger belonged to the Demon King, but even so, Jipei was going to submit to him. But the demon was not given the chance to defeat the main character, since his viruses were already so strong that even hellfire did not frighten them. But the demon was frightened. He fell to his knees, asked to forgive his stupid behavior and leave him alive. In the end, it was clear that there would be no fight, since the demon was scared to death before my eyes. If that was the case, then now Jipei had to obey Chen Baiyu unquestioningly, and Chen Baiyu had big plans for his body. Therefore, the demon separated his soul from his body, which he considered an honor, as well as the fact that he now had to give a piece of his soul to the guy. He placed this very particle in the guy's ring. Now that everything was over, the protagonist's friend had a question for the demon about his sister. The girl ended up in hell, changed her name to Riku, and received the freedom she dreamed of. GP didn't know her current location, but as soon as he found out, he would immediately report it. By and large, the demon was gentle and kind with her, and not only with her, but with all his brides. That was all clear, but now the Demon King demanded to know about the current situation in Hell. But here GP wilted because Hell was ruled by Beelzebub. Moreover, he pursued such a policy that the young demons had already forgotten even the name of their true king. Beelzebub's propaganda was strong, and everyone readily believed in his power, considering him to be the strongest emperor of Hell, who would lead it to prosperity. Only a few powerful demons remained loyal to their true emperor, but they were in the minority, so they decided to keep quiet and wait. This news outraged, insulted, and offended the supreme demon. But there was not enough information to make a plan of action. So Jipei began to tell further. In Hell now, there were also Lucifer, Vasago, and Paimon, two of whom were in prison, as they were not delighted with Beelzebub. In general, the situation was now clear. GP could return to himself, but he was obliged to report all the hellish news to the main character. The demon left, and the guy checked the statistics. After the victory, unfortunately, he did not receive experience points because the demon, in essence, did not die. But overall, he had improved his skills and leveled up quite well, so there was no reason to complain. It was time to find out how Han Xiao was doing with his mission. Finally, the guy has finished the quest. And all this is thanks to the support and help of the main character, so if Han Xiao continues to be close to the young man, then the next quest to find his sister will be like a tasty piece of cake. The main character didn't like such displays of affection from guys, so Han Xiao had better let him go and get away from Sin. But it got even worse. A girl grabbed him by the other leg, and a stream of flattery and requests poured from her lips. Somehow the guy magically freed himself from the steel grip of his friends and began to examine the trophy. There was only one, but it was very valuable and rare. Moreover, these were wings, the rarest and most useful type of equipment, especially when you are in Hell, and with their help you can not only fly, but also summon and control hellfire. But to activate them, some materials were needed, so Chen Bai was going to find them. And to do this, he would go and pump up his experience and skills. His friends could go with him if they wanted, and they did. True, it was necessary to find a suitable place, and the man knew one such place before the end of the world. Cool programmers and other talented people gathered there. But after the apocalypse, many spiritual monsters of at least the 13th level appeared there. So many people avoid that place. This was what was needed. And in order to hide his approach, the protagonist asked Han Xiao to use his spiritual power. After some time they were there, and there really were a lot of monsters there. Just what the doctor ordered, but Han Xiao and the girl had to continue to hide their presence and be careful. You never know what could go wrong. Chen Bai was planning to try out combinations of different techniques that he hadn't gotten around to yet. Now was the right time and place. Only, as usual, he miscalculated his strength and killed all the monsters with one blow. By the time the training was over, the main character had returned home, where he had called two girls to him and told them that they had reached level 10, which meant it was time to think about changing classes. To do this, he threw them a scroll which first lit up, and then the girls disappeared. This was unusual but quite normal for the process of assimilation and class change. Moreover, the class chosen by the guy had to be ideal for the girls. The Demon King really liked this approach to choosing and helping his comrades. He believed that at this rate the guy himself would be able to compete with real deities. But Chen Bai didn't really believe the demon's beautiful and flattering speeches because he knew very well what he was really thinking. Even if that was the case, the demon was still confident that the boy had wisdom that was unmatched by others. So he didn't have to worry about the little things. Perhaps that was the case. But the main character didn't really want to meet Beelzebub, and he hadn't yet considered the king's values. But this was a bit of a shame, considering that the demon's most interesting and useful things remained in Hell. In Hell, after all, there really was a dark crystal that the guy needed that could be found in their common enemy. Meanwhile, the girls finished changing their class, and Chen Bai inquired about what interesting effects they had received. One of them received quite a few new skills, but overall they all revolved around the binding place. For example, if you replace the ordinary materials from which this villa was built with special ones, it will be impossible to destroy it. The girl realized that she could be useful to the main character, so he promised to take her with him when he went home after another foray into hell. But for now, he needed to go to the library, and he hoped that Yan Xue knew where it was. She knew, and the guy was already standing in the middle of the room and trying to negotiate with its occupant, saying that he came with gifts and brought many books and other literature from Earth. Hydra was grateful for such a wonderful gift. She would never forget this favor. Besides, her favorite historical treatises were here. It was nice that the new lord had not forgotten their passion for human culture, so these books should be protected and appreciated. And to express its gratitude, the creature even composed a poem about the main character and began to recite it with feeling. But something went wrong, and the heads almost started arguing among themselves, so they decided to thank the guy financially. The scroll he received was truly priceless, so Chen Bai was willing to bring not only books to the Hydra in the future, but also many other things if she wanted it. Meanwhile, the protagonist and the Demon King received a message from Hell, which showed that they had a like-minded person who wanted Beelzebub dead. This was good, because the Black Crystal was handed over to him, and now almost all the pieces of the puzzle were in the hands of the young man. So he was able to create the first piece of equipment, and it was curious to test its effect, whether he could really hear the demons whisper or not. And he heard, but the pressure of these voices was extremely difficult to withstand. But he endured, and after a while he was already in Meng Meng's apartment. The girl looked tired, as teleporting people over long distances was not as easy for her as she would have liked. So now, more than anything in the world, she wanted to get some sleep and then talk and do everything else. Chen Bai didn't object, and he himself had a lot to think about, such as how the White Emperor City was developing. Today it was clear that many houses had been rebuilt, which was encouraging. Meanwhile, Mrs. Song was working, and she could use some good news right now. But there was no good news. No one was able to really advance and increase their rank. They only had one B-rank person. But there was still time, and there was no need to rush. But Li Shuang was wrong because they needed strong players, otherwise problems would not be long in coming. Yes, they had Chen Bai, and yes, no one dared to challenge him and rebel. But the essence of the problem was different. It was their fault. If they couldn't keep the players under control, then Chen Bai wouldn't be able to go about his business without worrying, because he would be constantly thinking about the White City and them. Li Shuang understood everything, so she took on the task of searching for an A-rank player, promising that she would find a suitable person quickly, which suited Madame Song just fine, since she couldn't leave the White City. It was at this moment that the main character entered the room. He liked the prudence of his right hand. The woman immediately hung on his neck because they hadn't seen each other for a whole month, and she had time to miss him. A month, for some reason, it seemed to the guy that much more time had passed, but he didn't scare or focus on it. Moreover, he asked to call all the girls because they also missed him and were waiting for his return. The first to speak was Madame Qin, who had compiled a collection of rules for the White City during this time. But the protagonist's room remained without rules, so now Chen Bai could dictate to her all his wishes regarding this matter. Lu Li also wanted some attention for herself and took a seat on the other side, saying something about new updates. But it wasn't only the older girls who showed signs of attention to the main character. Song Ge also joined them. She couldn't wait to show how much better she had become. True, Chen Bai did not particularly appreciate her impulse and decided to punish the girl, but this punishment caused mixed feelings and reactions in her. Moreover, the guy could do whatever he wanted in this room, with whomever he wanted, and for as long as he wanted. And he did. When the tension eased, it was possible to talk about business. It turned out that Ms. Song, no matter how hard she tried, could not find a high-level player for their purposes. She should have approached him earlier on this issue. He would have helped. Because due to the fact that the woman is creating the White City for him, she cannot personally search from the outside. He must do it. Moreover, he had several suitable scrolls of S rank and above in mind. Besides, according to his information, Mrs. Song was already at level 10. And this meant that it was possible to change class and profession. But Li Shuang had also reached level 10, so it was possible to select a suitable scroll for her as well. Li Shuang didn't expect that Chen Bai would offer her to become an S-rank demon hunter. However, they were all in the position that it was time to move to a new level, although the women themselves had to take care of the place where this could be done. In addition, reading the correspondence of the guys from the general chat of his first group, the main character understood that he did the right thing by uniting all these people, since they had the motivation to develop and move forward so as not to become a disgrace to the group. So he congratulated his friends on their successful change of classes and suggested changing the name of the group. No one spoke out against this proposal, so they now became known as Alliance 001. But not only did the name change, the kids could see their group's leaderboard in real time, which was great. At this moment, Mrs. Song entered the room and said that her class change was successful, and Li Shuang went to the neighboring city because there was someone there who wanted to die prematurely. The matter had to do with the sewers where they went in the first days after the end of the world. It was interesting, so the guy decided to go and see for himself what was going on there, but a little later. After all, now it was more interesting and important for him to hear what abilities the woman had received after changing classes. After reading the long list of Ms. Song's characteristics, Chen Bai realized that she had reached the end point of skill development, and as a bonus, she had the ability to use a voodoo doll. Moreover, if she learns to combine new abilities correctly, she will not only increase their practicality, but will also become a very strong player. Everything was clear here. Now it was time to visit Li Shuang. The girl had not yet entered the depths of the sewer and was glad to see the gentleman who had come to check. It turned out that a group of people came here and deceived their security by saying that they would only look at the entrance and would not go further, but they did exactly the opposite. But when they came out of the sewer, they didn't look their best, moreover. When the girl helped put them on the stretcher, she accidentally broke a couple of bones, which had become too brittle. On the one hand, the guy admired the girl's strength, seeing that she had achieved high results, but from now on she should learn to delegate some of her responsibilities and focus on her own training. Now he was going to personally check the sewerage system, and Li Shuang would leave only the important tasks for himself and assign the small stuff to others. A second later, the guy was already standing in the sewer. It was exactly the same as on his last visit. Well, not all of them. The rats have mutated even more since last time, becoming stronger and more aggressive. But as soon as Chen Baiyu activated plague control, the mutant fell to his knees in front of him, bowing his head. It was a useful skill. It's a pity, of course, that it was only on Earth, although he had recently become a lord in another dimension, which meant he could model the situation, copy this skill there, and subjugate more creatures. In total, Chen Bai currently had about 100 types of monsters that lived in the sewers under his control. But the main boss should have lived somewhere here, but he hadn't shown up yet, so the guy activated the Eye of Esotericism to search for him. And so they came face to face. And if the guy's stats were around level 750, the boss's were much higher. And the question arose would it be possible to take control of him? But nothing hurts to try, so Chen Bai activated his skill, hoping that everything would work out. The hope was not fulfilled. Everything did not go according to plan. In that case, it would have taken a little more time, and my fists were itching to beat someone up. True, the rat boss was not simple. He even used a weapon, and the guy had to dodge the arrows. He dodged the first one easily, but a moment later a dozen arrows flew at him, the area of effect of which was huge. It was good that Chen Bai had a shield in his arsenal, which helped him survive this attack. But the young man had several interesting techniques in reserve that it was time to show to the world. The spiritual mental attack knocked the boss down, and the guy decided to finish him off using Fire Slam. But even after all this, the rat was not dead yet, and the guy wondered whether he should kill it. I thought for a long time until the boss came to life and attacked, so I had to cut him down, even though I didn't really want to. It was only now that Chen Bai realized that the boss had managed to escape, since there was an empty shell, the skin of a monster, lying at his feet, and he himself was nowhere to be seen. It would be possible to go look for him, but for now it looked dangerous even for the main character because this boss and the others were higher than him in terms of strength. So first he went to the abyss, where he threw all of his controlled plague monsters from the first floor into the abyss. The abyss embraced them with great pleasure, beginning to create something definitely new and useful for the main character. The new types of monsters looked great, and they all obeyed Chen Bai as long as it was enough for his purposes. At the same time, he watched as the eggs with monsters began to break, and new servants licked out of them. They would definitely become much stronger than everyone else and take root in the abyss. In general, there were rules in the abyss, but they were very simple: kill and become stronger, so even if his monsters were still weak now, this would soon change. In addition, his plans included changing the rules here, but he did not yet know exactly which ones would be ideal for this place and help it develop. After a short discussion, the guy finally understood what decisions needed to be made for the development of the abyss. Everyone was curious about what the abyss would become after some time, whether it would really be as powerful as Chen Bai said. Manashot, for example, liked the part that talked about building cities in the abyss and the functioning of the goblin chamber the most. Gabur was also delighted, and was looking forward to the main character bringing all his dreams to life. Such devotion and interest warmed the boy's soul. He believed that everyone who helped him understand what needed to be reformed in the abyss was worthy of becoming part of the new society. At that moment, the demoness suddenly reported that after studying social networks, it became clear how the number of people who would like to visit and live in the abyss had increased. The demons dispersed, Chenbai remained, and began to think that if Satan was also loyal to him, then soon the guy would have the strength to return hell to the abyss. And then he would put his faithful assistant on the throne, which should have belonged to him by right. In this case, Satan was ready to help the person as much as needed. However, now the main goal was strength, which needed to be increased as quickly as possible, despite the fact that he had already reached the pinnacle of talent and class. But there was room to grow in the lineage. Indeed, so many events had happened in his life that he had forgotten about the strange mask that was responsible for the genealogies. Currently, the mask has generated 2 bloodline variants, SS rank Pure Blood Demon Lord and the same rank Devil Monarch of Hell. The number and rank of bloodlines did not satisfy the guy, so he decided to go to the 10th level of the abyss. And if he was lucky, he would not only raise his level but also get more bloodlines of a higher rank. 7 days had passed since then, and the boy returned to the ordinary world where Su Xin and Lu Li were waiting for him. The girls didn't just come here, someone started to stir up trouble among the other players because Chen Bai was gone for a long time, like he ran away or something worse. In addition, Madame Song sent Lu Li here to kill the mutant rats, and the nurse tagged along because she was very worried about the boy's safety. Now the picture was clear, and Chen Bai made plans to take the little sisters with him to the first floor of the abyss, and there they would show him the power of their new skills. But that's later. Right now, the important conclusions that Mrs. Song came to are important. It turned out that she almost immediately identified the bad people, and they didn't really hide. Moreover, they tried to seize power in the city, organizing several of their own groups of dissatisfied people. They did it in vain because they were unable to withstand Ling Shuang and lost their lives. Now the girls didn't have to worry about anything because he was back home and ready to show everyone who was boss in town. But before that, he introduced Miss Song to Yang Qi and Yang Shui, who were a special kind of player who helped him in the abyss. And in the city, they can be very helpful, not only increasing their own strength, but also becoming guards who will not miss a single enemy. The girls started getting to know each other. It turned out that until the end of the world, the sisters were one person, but then her phantom body split into 2 parts. One transmitted bright thoughts into the world, the second, dark ones. But there is no need to be afraid of this, since the light side has learned to control the dark side and not follow its lead. After this, Chen Bai declared that Madame Song was his woman and right hand, and that when he was not in the city, she was the one who led him, and that all matters in his absence should be addressed to her. This was all clear to everyone, when suddenly Ziqiong reported that Meng Meng had not woken up for the past few days. Perhaps it was due to her change of class, but it was not certain. The situation was indeed strange, so Chen Bai decided to check on the student himself, but she did not open the door to the room. It was bad, so the guy sent her some spiritual waves to pull her out of the dream world. And although the girl woke up, she couldn't open the door because she fell to the floor because her legs stopped obeying her after lying down for a long time. But these were trifles because in her world she had been killing monsters for these few days and had received an exclusive skill scroll. The news was good, but Meng Meng needed to remember to wake up and exercise her body, so she had to move around for the rest of the day instead of lying in bed. It was hard to argue with that. Besides, the girl had other news. Obviously, the main character had not visited the general chat, and there had been a lot of activity there in the last few days because of one interesting little thing. This thing seemed familiar to the young man. He had already seen it on one of the missions, so he did not understand why it needed to be discussed. Chen Bai was right and wrong, because after those events, the village, as well as the path to it, became hidden, and the immortal sword allows each person to try one attempt to walk along the path to the village and become stronger. This event was discussed in the group every day. Chen Baiyu had better go and personally check what was going on. And now the main character has already gathered his friends at the Shu Mountains. The boy was glad to see Ding Ding and Chensu Buxu again, but there were also new faces among the guys, for example, Liu Wang. In his past life, this guy was one of Chen Bai's few close friends. They were also joined by Shui Chuan and Overlord. The main character was also glad to see these guys, since in his past life they were experts in their field. But among them all, there was one guy who couldn't hide his fanatical feelings for Chen Baiyu. It was hard to believe that the guy who had scared all living beings in his past life had turned into something like this. But no matter how much Chen Bai begged them to let go of his leg, he was ignored. Now the blonde was ready to carry out any order, any assignment from the main character, and promised that it would be so in the future. That was the end of the greetings, and it was time to go to the Demon Tower, which the guys had been talking about in the chat for so many days, but they had to move quickly since their time in the mountains was limited. And now they are already inside the tower. Surprisingly, from the outside it did not look so big. But inside, there was a whole other huge world. And just a moment later, a huge green toad blocked their path. It was this monster that did not let them go further last time. So today they had to show the main character how much stronger they had become and defeat the enemy. So the first to enter the battle was Liu Wang. And after he tied the toad, the blonde hit it with lightning. But this was not enough, and the toad counterattacked. True, it was unfortunate because Chensu Buksu entered the game and brought down a wall of water on her head. The guys worked together, strengthening each other's attacks. Ding Ding had almost come very close to the toad. Her technique was aimed at tying the toad's legs and preventing it from moving. Now it was Overlord's turn to pierce her with his huge spear. But it didn't work because the monster's skin was too tough and the spear couldn't damage it. So it couldn't damage the toad. And it was going to grab the guy with its tongue. But Overlord was lucky, as Ding Ding managed to replace it with one of her talismans and move the guy to a safe place. Now the boys were ready to attack the enemy again, and they did it all together. In this way, they were able to defeat the enemy and received very valuable prizes: demonic elixir, a pass to the treasure pavilion, and a skill book. Chensu Buksu decided to take the skill book for himself because no one else needed the water attributes of power. At this moment, the guys realized that Chen Bai was not among them, and the question arose as to where he had gone. It turned out that at the moment when the guys had victory in their pocket, the main character decided to go explore the cave in the mountain, and there he found entertainment to his liking, in the form of two huge demonic beasts. As soon as the blonde saw all this, he was ready to jump down from the mountain to help the main character. It may have been a good idea since the attackers were bosses on levels 17 through 19. True, the guys shouldn't worry about this since the Son of Plague could kill almost any monster, and after a few seconds, the three bosses fell dead. All in all, the guy had recently acquired a few new skills, and this was the perfect place to practice them. And when he was almost done training, his friends came down to him. Now the guy promised to quickly clean up here and then they could move on. To do this, he used one of his old upgraded skills. Suddenly, Liu Wang asked Chen Bai to try out the snake monster first. Having received permission, the boy began to partially transform into a spiritual snake, after which he began to absorb and explore the monster first. When he finished, he looked full and happy because he had managed to satisfy his aunt who had not had a tasty meal for a long time. But there was still the body of the snake, which the main character could take and absorb, increasing the level of the light and darkness virus. After the absorption was completed, the guy received another bloodline, but it was D rank. Meanwhile, the amulet spirits continued to collect prizes, among which was another skill book, as well as parts of some equipment. The catch was not bad, and most of the things were not needed by the main character. He kept the elixir for himself. The guys could divide everything else among themselves. Only the guys couldn't take these items, thinking it was wrong because Chen Bai personally killed 3 bosses, and these items were rightfully his, and accepting them for free would be wrong. Therefore, if someone had suggestions on how to repay the main character, Ba Wang, Overlord, was ready to support this person. Chen Bai appreciated this noble impulse and made his own proposal. They needed to collect as many prizes as possible in the Demon Tower, so the guys would lure out monsters and he would kill them. So they would earn experience and receive rewards. The guys even found the perfect place where the main character could wait for the influx of monsters. So everyone did this. To brighten up the wait, Chen Bai swallowed the elixir and raised his indicators by 10 points. Meanwhile, Liu Wang had already driven the first monster. It was a huge bird that was flying straight at the main character. The young man didn't even make any special effort, and with one blow he sent the bird to the next world. Although everything went well, the old friend was worried that he couldn't fly and wasn't as useful as he would have liked. 2 more guys lured out a huge turtle in a tree on legs. There was also a hare and a lizard approaching. Such an influx of strong monsters was to the advantage of the main character. He was pleased with the work of the guys. 2 hours later, Chen Bai returned home and told Meng Meng that the hunt was successful, and he had now reached level 18. And if it weren't for the time limit, no one would have left so quickly. He himself ate 2 elixirs there and brought 10 more especially for the girl. In addition, this time, the monsters dropped a lot of useful things. So the guys decided to organize an auction in their common group. Therefore, Mung Mung must definitely look through all the items. And if she wants to buy something, if she doesn't have enough money, she can always ask him or Mrs. Song. It was tempting, but Chen Baiyu needed to stop looking down on her after all. She was also an SSS rank talent like him. Meanwhile, Mung Mung went to the auction house in the dream world. First, she got rid of all the zombies that were in the room. Now it was clean, and the event could be held. A few simple manipulations, and the hall was filled with modern, comfortable chairs. In the front row, of course, there was a place of honor for the main character. The remaining seats were taken by other members of their group, while the girl stood behind the presenter's podium. Among the guys, there were also some that Chen Bai saw for the first time, such as Eichi, who was clearly different from the others. The guy was nice and bold when communicating online, but when they all met offline, he became a shy violet. In general, everyone was in place, so it was time to start trading. The first lot was 4 capsules of elixir worth 4 gold coins. The first one who was willing to pay 4 gold coins was Raven, since he did not have the qualifications and opportunity to go to the mountains, and for him, these capsules were an excellent opportunity to become stronger. But another guy outbid him by paying 40 gold coins because he needed to take care of his loved ones, who would definitely not be able to get into the Shu Mountains. Nobody wanted to pay more, so the elixir became a brunette. The next lot was a scroll worth 10 gold coins. Han Xiao offered the most gold coins for it, a whole 50. But the brunette entered the game again and doubled the bet. This was impossible, and Han Xiao had to raise the bet, however. The brunette was more interested in this scroll, and he raised the bet again to 250 gold coins. Moreover, he also bought out all the other lots. So Overlord wondered whether the guy even had that kind of money, or whether he was making fun of everyone. Yes, he had money, and he was ready to pay the necessary amounts to the main character as soon as they all woke up. Besides, if someone really needed some item, then he was ready to give it up. But if these things are not essential items for the boys, then he will buy them all. Only the blonde needed tiger tail, the rest were silent for now. Chen Baiyu didn't like this guy, he had too much money, and the video showing his fighting strategy raised concerns and questions. It was necessary to understand what forces stood behind this person or organization. We wouldn't want him to turn out to be a spy and a traitor. Still, the guys needed to meet after the auction and clarify the situation.